Hello, RPG Olympic chat. Welcome to Questing for Glory once again. I am Zero, and you will be watching Suikoden 2 108 star, hopefully successful run by me, 01337. Welcome to the late night late night edition of this game. Thank you for the good luck. Duel. Alright, so I'm gonna do something I normally don't do here. I'm actually gonna name my character by his canonical name, Ryu, because every time I do commentary for this game for a marathon, I'm always stuck between which name to use, the one I named him or his real name. So this will make things easier for me. Okay. We will not be loading save data from Suikoden 1. That is an option in this game, but yeah, that would be like a different category. And honestly, it wouldn't save us any time. Alright, we can start time on go. I'll do 3, 2, 1, go. So 3, 2, 1, go. Thanks for the luck, Magus. Luca will be about 4.5 hours from now if you want to set an alarm clock. So a little bit about the setup here. We are playing on PlayStation TV. I am playing on a patched version of the game, but all that's different is the music is fixed. So for people that have only played the NTSC version of this game, you might have noticed that there are parts of the game where there is no sound, where you really feel like there should be sound. Say, for example, when Annalise sings, there will be sound in this run. So for anyone that hasn't heard that before, enjoy. You'll get to hear that for the first time. Besides that, I am also using turbo, so when you see me like going through this text instantly and you're missing out on all the plot, that's why. Because the matching for this game is brutal, and I'm not willing to put my hands through it anymore. And yeah, I'll try to explain things as we go along. So here we meet our two main characters here, the protagonist, Ryu, the guy in the left bed, and Joey, the guy in the right bed. They're like teenagers at this point, and they are in the Highland Youth Brigade. Basically the youth version of the Highland Army. And they're looking forward to going home, but there's a surprise attack. So we're gonna go see what's going on. First thing we're gonna do, set text speed to fast. And now, enjoy never being able to read anything again. Sanjay, thank you for the raid. Hope F1 treated you kindly. And thank you everyone for the luck that I said earlier. Alright. So that was our captain there. He tells us to escape to the east, and if you go there, Joey will have a thought that's like, hey, this is what the enemies are expecting. Maybe we should go tell Raud that. It's probably an ambush. And you would see this long cutscene with like Luca, Blight, and figure out that something's like off. But you can actually just run to the north, which is where you'd end up anyway, and skip all that. So, and you actually get an alternate cutscene if you do this. This is way faster though, so it's always the play for the speed run. Thank you for the good luck, Zazu. So here we're introduced to Luca. Basically what happened in the plot here is there was no actual attack. It was actually the Highland Army attacking the Youth Brigade to essentially give the Highland Army a reason to invade the city-states. It's a false flag. And because we saw what was going on, they have to kill us now. So we got our first fight of the game right there. Got a medicine drop. That's actually not good. I don't want inventory clutter, but it's not a big deal. And we decide the only way we're going to escape is if we jump off the cliff here. We mark this rock to we make a promise here to reunite here if we get separated, and we're going to jump down and get our longest bathroom break of the run. About 2 hours into it. So I'll be back. No, I'm just kidding. I don't need to go. But I'll let the music play and the cutscene play. It gives you a little bit of background about the game. I'll explain some things. This is Ryu and Joey as their kids. The little girl there is Nanami. That's Ryu's sister. And this is Cairo, their hometown. That right there is their grandpa Genkaku. So that is not their biological grandpa. They're both Ryu and Nanami. They're both orphans. They're both adopted by Genkaku. Is it? I don't know. I've always said Ryu. It could be Ryu too as well. I feel like if it was Ryu, it would be spelled Ryu. I don't know. I've been saying it this way for like 2 decades now. I'm not gonna change it now. You might be right, but it'll break my brain to try to pronounce it differently at this point. Thank you for that fun. Yeah. I expect at some point, because of how late this is, this commentary will devolve into just like manic laughter. Hopefully it'll take us a while to get there. And I'll be able to have some decent commentary for a while before we descend into madness, but those runs are fun too. The Descend into Madness runs are fun as well. And if we do reach that point, I hope you guys enjoy it. Alright, so back to gameplay, sort of. So we're, after jumping off that cliff, we are like found by a riverbank, kind of, and we are rescued by this bear lookalike guy. His name is Victor. For those of you that have played 1, or this game, of course, you probably recognize him. He is a character in Suikoden 1 as well, one of the most important ones. And this is the first recurring character that you see in this game. So if I loaded data from Suikoden 1, he could actually come up like a higher weapon level and a higher character level. And that can have value, but once again, at that point it would be a different category. That's Flick as well, also recurring character from 1. Anyway, basically they rescue us, and they basically say we're our prisoner. We kind of told them a bit about what happened in Highland. But there's like, they want to figure out what's going on, and they basically take us prisoner to our fort, but we're not like actually prisoner. We can't leave, but they give us food and somewhere to sleep, and essentially we just gotta help out with chores, pretty much. Yeah, that's it. What do you mean not even 8 hours? I think this run will be 8 hours. Alright, so coming up is the hardest executional part of the run. We gotta push some boxes to the wall, and I'm not even kidding. This is actually the hardest execution in the game, because if you want to be precise here, or if you want to be optimal, you gotta line up between 2 boxes, which is actually really hard movement-wise. Like, I meme, but this is legitimately hard. And see, I failed it every time. There is also some input lag. I'm pretty sure it's a PSTV thing. Like, I was practicing on emulator, and when I switched over to PSTV, I thought there was something wrong with my setup because it felt awful. And that doesn't make things easier. But it's one of those things where you get used to it and it becomes better. Alright, so next part of chores, we're gonna have to get some flint, some flour, and some boots. So, interesting thing about the boots part, we actually come with some boots equipped on Ryu and Joey. So at the start of the game there, when I still had Joey, I could have actually taken his boots and Ryu's boots and skipped that Barbara part right there. But that, like, for that to be worth it, you would need lightning fast menuing. The only reason I know about this is because it's done in the recent tasks, and I don't have lightning fast menuing. Not to the point where it'd be worth it. Additionally, on top of that, I do need the boots that we get here to help with the damage range on the coming boss fight. Which obviously wouldn't be concerned on the task as well, because you can just manipulate it to not get attacked. Or not deal enough damage. I did try to implement it briefly. There's a character recruitment later in the game where like you need to give them certain items. But if you have the items equipped and not in your inventory, you won't actually take those items. So I was hoping that it would be the same here, where if I have 2 boots equipped on Ryu, it would like count, but not actually take the boots. But sadly, they do need to be in your inventory. You can't. You do lose them. Anyway, here are some new characters. We got Gengen Tuta. Basically, we were out of flour, so we're gonna go to this nearby village, Ruby Village, and get some flour. That was horrible movement. Gengen is Captain Gengen, real MVP of the run. Tuta is like a doctor's apprentice. We will be, well, Gengen auto recruits, Tuta auto recruits as well. So I was gonna say we'll be getting them later, but we get them automatically. We always get them. They're not particularly useful. We just kind of stuck with them for a brief moment here. Alright, a little unlucky. I'm actually going to bribe this. So, I can talk about the battle system, but before that, I can talk about the running away from battle system. So in this game, you have generally 3 options to get out of battles. You have run, let go, and bribe. Run is a probability to escape, and if you fail, you just get attacked by all the enemies, which is not good and takes time. Let go is a guaranteed flee, but you need to have like a certain level requirement, which I'll explain in a bit. And bribe is you can pay the enemies to leave you alone. And the cost for the bribe is 3 times what the enemies drop, pretty much. So those holy boys cost 5 or drop 5 each. So that's 15, and there's 2 of them. So it cost me 30, which is why I was willing to bribe. It's a really cheap bribe. At the start of the game, you have like 450 to bribe with. I'll be using that to bribe like holy boys and bees if I need to, or if I decide to. Anything else is kind of too expensive for me to be able to afford it. Let go, as I mentioned earlier, the guaranteed run. So those are based off level. There's 2 requirements for that. The first one is you need to have a character in your party that's 5 levels above the highest level enemy. So let's say there's like a level 4 enemy, I would need to have at least 1 character with level 9. The other requirement is the sum of your party level should be higher than the sum of the enemy party levels. And that is the end of chores. So at this point, we're like doing nicely here and getting comfy, and somebody comes to rescue us. It's Joey! Joey's back. The speed isn't the best. Magic is good though, but the speed is more important. It is on min speed right now, actually. Alright, so here we have a dialogue option, fight or just give up. Better to give up, faster. And here, the kind of victim flick basically, quote-unquote, interrogate us. More just ask us what's going on exactly, and you can tell them the truth, or I can't say. I can't say is once again faster, so we're not going to tell them anything. Anyway, Joey's now trapped with us, but don't worry, he will break out using a spoon to pick this locked door. Then he will set the fort on fire to create a distraction. And then he will use the rope we picked up at the start when we were pushing the boxes to climb down the balcony. Also, fun fact, when I first got this game way back in the 2000s, I bought it used off eBay because it was 200 bucks even back then for a new copy. And the first copy I got would freeze on the rope part of escaping the fort, like when you went out to the balcony. So I had to return it and get another copy. Yeah, we're just casually gonna set the fort on fire using the flint we got from the blacksmith for chores and the oily rag from us wiping up the oil with the rag. I should talk about movement for a little bit. So movement, this game's pretty simple. There's a walk and a run. And then on world map, it's like you can walk and then run if you have stallion in your party. That part's pretty straightforward. You move faster if you run, blah, blah, blah. But the interesting thing about movement in this game is there is no diagonal movement. Like, if you hold a diagonal set of directions, you won't go diagonally. You can go the 4 cardinal directions. But the exception is if you bounce off of things. If you bounce off of things, it lets you do diagonal movement. So we're going to do that as much as we can. That is like one of the more challenging pieces of tech in this game, just like trying to bounce wherever you can without getting stuck running into a wall as well, because generally you're like constantly colliding with a wall to bounce. If there's a spot that you can't bounce off of, then you're just running into the wall. It's one of the better forms of skill expression in this game. But it's not just benefits of time, it's like essentially you take 2 steps in one, but that also counts towards encounter rate. Like the check to see whether or not you get a battle, it becomes 1 step instead of 2. So the better you do this, the better, the less encounters you get, theoretically. Alright. So we got pulled into a circus here because Eiley thinks Rai is cute. And she's gonna throw a knife on stuff on top of his head. We can go through this whole thing and not move. Or we could just move and get it over with. So yeah, she just threw a knife into us. And this actually does have, like, significance in that it reduces Rai's HP by half if you do this. Whereas if you go through the whole thing unscathed, you stay at full HP. But I don't care about the damage. So we'll just let this rock. And we will change our formation here. 15 speed. Sadly, I can't do the super safe strat. I'll have to burn an extra flaming arrow. Anyway, so they joined us because our plan right now is to go back to Cairo, and they're going the same way. Plus, there was rumors of a mist monster along the way in North Sparrow Pass. So it kind of just made sense for us to travel together. And yeah. So run into some city-state guards here, and we want to get back. They're blocking us. Luckily, we have Arena here who knows how to get stuff done. So she walks up to this guy and just pulls him away and have a conversation. But yeah, essentially they have an adult conversation and then they agree to let us pass. In the community, we know what really happened. Obviously, she did his taxes for him. Rena, turns out, is actually a very good accountant. And then as a, since she did a favor for him, doing his taxes, let us pass. So, see, I bounce off here as much as I can for the movement, but I'm not perfect. The most important thing is just not to crash into walls. Menu here. That gloves for players. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was a good guess as well. I like that. Also, you might have noticed I gave Rena 3 pairs of boots. It's because she has 3 feet. So in this game, you actually can only equip 2 pairs of boots. It's like a equipment rule. But if you swap the boots over from another character, you can bypass that, so it's a little glitch, quote-unquote. But the reason I give her so many boots is because I need to make sure that everybody survives the next boss fight. The XP route is very precise in the early game, and I can't take any extra fights for the boss fight. I can't have anyone die. There'll be specific spots where I need to kill people off. Nah, unlucky. Alright. I need to kind of keep an eye and see if I need to heal here. 37. Come on. Unlucky. So I didn't talk about the escape rate yet. So we did dig into game code, and you should have a 70% escape rate here. Sadly, as you can see, it doesn't feel like 70%. But the formula is 70% and then plus 1% for every luck. Every 4 luck over 100 on your highest luck character. So if we had a character with like 112 luck, for example, somewhere, we would have a 73% escape rate. And that caps at 200 luck or 95% escape rate. That was cool. I just failed 4 escapes to one of the slowest battles in here, by the way. That was really bad. Alright, since we did kind of get on there. Oh. My input didn't take. I need to make sure she's full heal. Alright. Here we got our first boss. So, there are multiple strats you can take for this guy, but the fastest one is unsafe because it has a wide damage variance on Circus attack. And I'm going to have to basically guarantee it by burning an extra scroll here. It's going to be a bit slow, and it's going to have an impact later, but it's the safest thing to do. Final wall, flaming arrow, and there you go. But the reason I set up my equipment and on Rena and the way I did is so this guy can't kill him. Rena is completely safe here. Even the max roll should you level of 1 HP, or 2 HP even. Assuming she has minimum like possible stats for defensive stats. After this, I want to try to eyeball Ryu Magic and Ryu Speed. I'll have another opportunity later though, if I miss it. If I had 16 speed Bolgan, because this monster has 15 speed. So I'm currently speed tied with him. Okay, I don't have enough magic on Ryu, I already know. Sucks. Means I'll have to take a slower menu later. Alright, Circus. So this attack right here has a, if I get a, it has a really high damage range, or variance in its damage. That was on the lower end. It might have been enough of if I did a Ryu attack, but it would have been really tight. I would have kind of needed high rolls. But with a Flaming Arrow Scroll on Ryu extra, this will always kill. It's just slow, really. And it hurts later because these Flaming Arrow Scrolls are good for other things as well. See a speed. 21 magic is a little disappointing. I learned today, actually, that if you do the strat and you have the Flaming Arrow Scroll still on Ryu, if you get the free Slug Battle in Ruby Forest, which we have to kill, 22 magic is enough to kill, but 21 magic isn't. He needs all perfect magic rolls, which actually isn't that unlikely. It's like over a 70% chance. Might have noticed I moved intentionally to the right there. That's because when you enter a cutscene, it makes you walk to like the trigger point. So if I can manually run to the trigger point, it's faster. Do it again here. I'm gonna run a bit to the right. Hopefully I line up correctly. A little bit too far to the right. It's fine. Also, something else I learned for the runners, if you do the strat where, basically if you have 2 Flaming Arrow Scrolls on Ryu, if you get the Hazy Crystal drop from the coming fight, you don't actually have to do anything for the Rune Speed glitch. Like, you don't have to do anything special. Because the problem is if you run out of Flaming Arrow Scrolls, which you won't if you did double, like if you gave him an extra scroll here. So for the safety gamers. Anyway, we're going to try to talk to this tree a few times. Apparently fail a few times, but this will get us a squirrel. Say, meet Muku Muku. The animals in this game are really interesting because they don't have weapons and they don't have, like, they can't do equipment. So they're kind of bad because of that, but early game, before you can get good equipment and, like, good weapons, they're actually pretty good. Like, they have good base stats. So they're very much early game characters. There are also later on and bigger animals that take up 2 slots, but they're generally not very good because they take up 2 slots and because of the aforementioned reasons. Anyway, we went back home to meet up with Nanami. And they, like, basically she's, like, excited to see us. And then she says she heard something about some spies, and she's like, wait, is it you guys? And she's like, don't worry, we'll get out of here. She's a very supportive sister. And we're saying goodbye to Grandpa Genkagi here. He passed away. So there are some things you can pick up in your house here. If I go talk to those vases there, I can get one, and then later on I can appraise it and sell it for some money. But it's like 20 seconds of investment, and we can do without it. Gives you a few thousand. It's nice, but it's not needed. The best way by far to clear these soldiers is with a Flaming Arrow Scroll. These guys are actually kind of tough without this. Because all you have is single target damage, and you're not exactly high level if you're playing the way we've been playing so far. I actually got the Hazy. Funny. That's really good. I just mentioned right now that... so there is a glitch we have to set up later called the Rune Unite Speed glitch. And getting that Hazy actually changes the setup for that. And you have to kind of do some extra stuff. It doesn't take a lot, but it's something else you have to think about. But earlier today, or was it yesterday, I tested it, and turns out if you do the double Flaming Arrow strat, you don't actually have to worry about it. It doesn't, the Hazy Crystal doesn't change anything. So we're good. I don't have to change my strats because of it. And now I just get to sell that for like 2.5k. It's nice extra money. Yeah, Nanami's pretty tough. Well, that Hazy Crystal is a really rare drop, and I got it the last 2 runs. Also, I kind of just skipped that part, but we just skipped Joey getting disowned by his family. And he wanted to see his mother, and his family wouldn't let him. It's messed up stuff. So, yeah, we're taking the prison here. And our captain tells us basically what I told you guys about why they faked the Youth Brigade attack. To like incite the war and blah blah blah, and Luca Blight has ambitions. Luca Blight's the big bad of this game pretty much. He wants to take over like the country, maybe even the world. He is incredibly powerful, and he has a somewhat interesting backstory that isn't explained ever in this game. I think it's explained in other games, like the Gaidens or some other source, I forget where. But he's been through some bad stuff as well. Which led to him becoming the way he is. But he's essentially a monster. He's a sadist. He's like, he enjoys killing people. And he is incredibly powerful. Yeah, Mukumuku's just chilling in there. There'll be, I have a Mukumuku line at like the 7-hour mark almost that I really like. Yeah, it does mention it when talking to Julia, I think. After Agaris dies. Very briefly. Okay, very important here. I need to make sure I pick the last option 3 times. Because basically we get the option to rescue Nanami right now, and we gotta make sure we say no. Not only does it save time, but it also changes my EXP route considerably if she's with me. And like to the point where my EXP route would no longer work and I wouldn't know how to recover it. My 2 speed, unlucky speed growth. I think my Ryu's faster than my Joey. You want the opposite? Ah, okay. Is that what it is? SRD War Master filling us in. Anyway, Buck and Victor rescue us because we're Victor's prisoners, and you know, can't just take his prisoners. And we're gonna go back to the fort. This part of the run is much nicer, like going through North Silver Pass compared to the first part, because Flick and Victor are very high level compared to like the area. They're level 20, so we actually get let goes on every single battle now. No more failed escapes in this area. So for the casual, I'm sure the casual players are very well aware of this, but the bunnies in this area drop a rune called the Double Beat rune. I haven't really mentioned runes, but it's basically what you use for magic or like extra abilities in this game, and like every Suikoden game. And Double Beat rune is unique in that it lets you attack twice, pretty much. Twice per turn instead of once. It's really good because it essentially doubles your physical damage. And past the bunnies here, there's only one other spot where you can farm them. So a lot of casual players would just sit here and stockpile farm those runes. And in the speedrun, we actually would have liked one, but there's no way we're going to grind for one here. Not only would it take forever, but the odds of getting one are very low. In this route, we actually don't use Double Beat at all. In 90% route, we do. But if we did have access to like an easy Double Beat rune, it would change quite a bit. It would definitely like mix up the route a lot from what we currently have. There's also a funny little glitch you can do here. I think it's after you get an enemy back. So at this point, you can never re-enter that area again, normally. The state soldiers will block you no matter what until like the very end of the game. But there's a glitch you can do, I think it's after you get an enemy back, where you can like go there, you can trigger the cutscene with the soldiers, and then you can escape Talisman, and then you can run past them afterwards. And you can actually explore like Cairo area. And if you do that, you get like all the dialogue in Cairo as if it was like endgame. It's a pretty neat glitch. It's also a nice way to farm more double beats. But there is a time limit on that glitch as well. I think once a certain city falls, I believe, you can no longer do it. It's been a while. Anyway, so now we kind of just get to do whatever we want. Like Victor mentioned, maybe getting us some new allies. So we're going to go exploring a bit. We're going to go to Toto Village. So this part of the game actually operates on a point system. To progress the story, you need to get 17 points. That's the worst battle. Okay, didn't fail. And there's various ways to get points. Re-entering an area gives you 1 point. Recruiting a character gives you 5 points. And talking to an innkeeper gives you 1 point. And the fastest thing for us to do is talk to an innkeeper 17 times. So we're just going to do this. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. And I will make a safety save here. Next really dangerous thing is Split Duel, and I'll probably be making another safety save there. But the odds of me dying before that point are really low, but it is possible. I have like 2 low-level characters essentially, and I can fail escapes and get trapped with enemies and get kind of owned pretty much, so. That is definitely a likely unnecessary safety save, but you know what, if we're unlucky enough, might come into play. Ideally, I won't ever have to reload during this run, but there are some bad things that can happen. So I will be making my fair share of safety saves during this. Anyway, here we introduce Pilica. It turns out, so like after we took that jump off that cliff, while we were rescued by Victor and Flick, Joey was rescued by Pilica and her family here. Those are her parents, Joanna and Marks. And Pilica asked us for a favor. And I think it's her dad's birthday coming up, and she saw an amulet in the news that she wanted to get him. So she gives us some money and asks if we can go buy it for him. So we're gonna go and do that for her. Get a precious 70 Poch. Poch is the currency in this game. So when we get to Muse and we go to the shop, like the amulet's a unique item. You got like a special cutscene for it, pretty much. But the guy charges you like 500 for it, and Joey's like, 500? What should we do? And you could say we pay, of course, or no way. And the best option is no way. The reason it's the best option is because if you do that, Joey sells the signet ring for 1500 and pays for it himself, and that ring like sells for 1500, so you actually get 1k. This might be a death. I'm just gonna bribe. That's super expensive, but I want to save as much money as I can, but I mean, I'd rather not reload a save. I'll say I'll bribe there, and I can get a lot of the money back by selling the hazy crystal drop we got. And we're gonna do a bit of shopping, buy 2 antitoxins, and buy this escape talisman. And then sell. Oh, did they already release the digital one? Oh no, I'm still not sure where I stand with that, because one of the options for physical was PC Steam, and that's the only one I even cared about, so I selected it for physical PC Steam. I don't even know what that would be like. I don't know if I still have to pick digital. Because I don't have any like new generation consoles. My newest console is my PS3. So I have no physical version that I'd be able to play outside of my PC. Anyway, back to Toto. We can give the amulet to Pilica. Oh no, what happened? Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's like a box. Maybe it actually comes with a disc. Oh, I doubt it's a disc. Maybe a flash drive or something. I don't know. I don't know how they do it. Maybe it would just be a box with like a key. I have no idea. I feel like it was more an issue if there are sort of like options. Like that probably shouldn't have been an option, but it is. I don't know. But yeah, while we were gone, Toto was attacked by Highland. Basically everyone died besides Pilica. Her parents told her to hide, so she hid real good, and they didn't find her. But her parents are dead. Everyone here is dead. Bad stuff happening. I sound numb to it. It's because I am. I've played this game a lot. But it's a very traumatizing scene. Also, we meet Apple there. Apple is a strategist. She is from the first game as well. She's sadly not the best strategist, but she does okay. She wants to talk to Victor and Flick, and she's about like what happened, and so we're gonna take her to their fort over here and kind of inform them what's going on. This is also where they find out that Matthew died, who was a strategist from the first game. He died to his injuries, which they didn't know about because the castle is collapsing and they stayed behind to protect the hero. Obviously, they made it out fine, but I guess they never went back to see what happened afterwards. Oh, interesting. Okay, I guess I should do it just to make sure I get the Steam on. Alright, so we're gonna make a quick trip to the blacksmith here and sharpen our weapon. This actually doesn't do all that much. Like, we're gonna get 2 weapon levels here, but because it's early game, it'll only give us like 3 more attack. Not that important, but it actually is, because it fixes like 2 damage ranges, more or less. We're gonna have a duel coming up, and it's very important to get as much damage as I can for that. That 3 attack is actually relevant. And on top of that, for one of the potential level up fights we are going to take in Ruby Forest, I do want my attack as high as possible because 2 bloody attacks is also kind of rangy. So any extra attack I can get is good. What gives us 2,000 Patre? Basically, he asks us to go find a guy named Sai, who is a toolsmith kind of, to repair their fire spears. Fire spears are something that were used in the first game to defeat like Taio's army. And it's a good throwback. They held on to him. And we are gonna go find him. He lives somewhere in Ruby. So here we go. It's all the way down in the forest. I guess I'll do this now. Sure. I think it's supposed to be April 2024. Gonna pick up that nest real quick. I hope you enjoy the run then. And then we're gonna do a best equip here. Reason being for that grass, like one of the grind finds is fairly dangerous, and we're gonna have a duel afterwards anyway. In fact, I should have done that a little bit differently. I'm not gonna go back at this point. I think I'm just gonna make the safety save. Which isn't as fast, but once again, better than dying. Alright, here we got one of the fights. For this one, we will do double unite. So I mentioned that damage range earlier. These guys have 100 HP, and body attack generally does over 50, but you can see that I hit 2 of them for 50. So it can get a bit close. And they do quite a bit of damage. Like, if they 2 of them hit Joey, and Joey gets poisoned, he'll die, and then I just have to run, so they need both characters alive. We are good. Alright, speed tie. So I want to change formation later. Or I should change formation later. It'll be worth it. So fun little thing here. You remember how you got that 2,000 Poch? So if you still have 2,000 Poch when you get here, the dialogue is normal. But if you spent it on stuff, you actually get a different dialogue of like, hey, what'd you do with the money? Anyway, really nice thing about getting that battle before we got here is we can add Sight into our party now. Which means I can steal his gear, for one. I don't think I'm going to. Actually, you know what? I think I will. No, I'm not, because of how Rogue works. Ruining Night speed glitch mechanics, I'll get into that later in the run. But the other reason is it gives us a third high-level character, and we should get more let goes now. I probably will just take his gear. I'm actually having trouble deciding. There's a really awkward issue with the leather coat that I want to steal. So fun fact, you could skip this cutscene here, but if you do, you have to run out to trigger the cutscene, and it ends up taking just as long. It gives you more chances for battles. So while you can get past that, it doesn't help in any way. Oh, I feel ya. I feel ya, Oxlo, dude. I'll be finishing this past 7 a.m. my time. So anyway, we come back from Cyan. We find Ruby Forest under attack by Luca. They are burning down the village. So this woman here, she's gonna beg him to spare her life. And she'll do anything. And Luca says, anything? In that case, act like a pig. So she does. Starts laughing. And then he just goes, die pig, kills her. So yeah, that should give you an idea about like what kind of person Luca is. Now, no, this is Luca. That's like the really evil one. The rest of the Highland army isn't necessarily evil. I wouldn't say they're like morally good, but it's like this game. As we get in series in general, it isn't a like defeat the evil, save the world kind of game. It's much more political conflict sort of deal. And despite like having monsters like Luca, it doesn't mean that like everyone on the enemy side is evil. Alright. I don't think I will I don't think I'll take size equipment. If we die, I'll get to showcase it, because I am gonna make a safety save. The annoying thing about making the safety save here is you have to go all the way down to the basement. It's actually one of the longest safety saves I can make. There are tricks you can use to get to characters to level 99, but not every character, and I wouldn't say easily. So anyway, we introduce Sai to Victor and Flick, and they tell us thanks. You can actually try to flee here, instead of like going to fight. But basically, as a test, Flick challenges us to a duel. And this is a duel where you have to take out 50 of his HP before he kills us, which is non-trivial. That's good, what will we do? Okay, please high roll this time. Okay, we're good. As you can see, Flick's attacks do a lot of damage to us, and the big fear here is getting 2-shot or like getting 3-shot because we low rolled. So the duel system in this game is like rock, paper, scissors pretty much. Actually, hold on. I need to name my army here, and I'll explain the duel system. Alright. Questing army. Yeah. We are the questing company. Alright, so duels in this game are rock, paper, scissors pretty much. There's attack, there's defend, there's wild attack. Attack hits defend without like any repercussion. Wild attack does the most damage, but if you do a wild attack and you get defended, you get countered for like basically double damage, like wild attack damage. And then defend doesn't do anything versus attack, it's like giving up your turn, but if you defend the wild attack, you counter. And then if it's like attack or attack wild attack, then it's just like normal single like 1x damage or 2x damage depending which one you're doing. Also, Victor's like, in the name of the lion on our flag, and everyone's like, what? That's a lion? We thought that was a bear. So we got our first war battle coming up here. There's 2 conditions to end this. Condition 1 is kill Saul G's unit, which isn't the most realistic. It can happen very rarely, but you shouldn't aim for it. Second one is literally just wait 2 turns. So that's what we'll be doing. But war battle here. War battle system in this game is kind of neat. You can kind of later on you can control what you like supporting characters all your units have, and it's kind of like a little mini RTS sort of deal, but in reality it's all freaking scripted. And yeah. It's one of those things where it's fun casually, and then you speedrun, you learn like that everything is more or less scripted, and it's like, yeah. And I don't mean scripted in that it goes the same every time, but like most battles end after a certain amount of turns, for example, or after you reach a certain spot. Sort of thing. In the speedrun, the war battles are actually a big source of pain because they can cost you a lot of time if they go poorly. For example, there's a battle where you need every unit to die, and sometimes they can just survive too long. There's battles where we need to kill a certain unit or wait a certain amount of turns, and killing that unit's really hard. And by hard, I mean it's like a chance, and it's favored towards you generally, but even then, it's like if you fail it, you lose minutes. Yeah, for this battle, all we're gonna do is wait. Hey, we actually did injure Sanji. Also, weird quirk with this game. During these war battles, if an AI-controlled unit is trying to attack, it's actually faster to mash. It makes the attack happen slightly faster. Something found by Cordelian. Shoutouts to him. He ran this game very briefly, and he found some new stuff here and there. It's also kind of annoying because it means I have to like mash X during the war battles, but I'm not actually mashing, I have turbo. But later on, because I'm going to be turboing through, there is a chance I accidentally go too far and accidentally wait with one of my units when I don't want to. Because when you turbo X on your turn, that's what happens, you wait. So I'm going to have to be careful there. Alright, so what I want here is for Flick to not do exactly what he did right there. My goal for this battle is to move 2 down. So basically this is a battle we're going to lose. And the way you lose it is by an enemy entering the fort. And there's an entrance on the bottom there. The best way to get an enemy to enter through there is to move Ryu 2 down, because it'll literally spawn a unit inside the fort. But before we can move, Flick can move, and he can block that tile like he did there. Okay, we're fine. Moved out of the way, we will now get the good fight. I thought he was gonna troll me again. This is the strat found by the Tasser. I can't pronounce his name. It's like Zigzag, but he did a 108 TAS a few years ago, and this is one of the things we found in it. Really cool strat. Big upgrade from before, because if you don't spawn them in your fort, you're gonna have to wait for them to enter your fort, and the turn order is random. However, then if they move into your fort is also random. So this is a big upgrade in terms of strat. And there you go. Basically, we expected that they wouldn't be able to get through the forest. And that was like what Apple's strategy was relying on, and they could, and they entered our fort that way. So you can kind of see Apple's shortcomings as strategists here. So anyway, they're like, yeah, it's over. We ain't winning this, and we're gonna get out of here. But first, we have to go rescue Pilika. Yeah, you quit basics. Hope you enjoy. Alright. So the reason I swap formation here is because in the case of the speed tie, it's a person earlier in the party that goes first. And I want Joey to go first because the best way to kill these guys is flaming arrow into attack. And the thing is, when I attack, I can't target the back one because it's in the back row. So the best way to do it is to do the formation swap. Otherwise, it's a 2-turn fight because if I have Ryu attack, while his first, he'll just hit one of the front guys who died in the flaming arrow anyway. Oh, that's unlucky. I missed that kill by 1. I should have probably autoed here instead of Buddy. Because this won't kill the commander. Or will it? Well, I'm not actually sure. I think we damage ranged him. Really bad fight. That's fine. Anyway, everything we've done so far has been stay on the XP, right? You can see Joey's level there. He has level 9 with 990 XP. And, wow, that base was actually really unlucky. I'm gonna have to throw that away later. I'm never going to the appraiser where I can appraise that. And I need the inventory space. I can probably do it in SinDar. So I haven't touched on the EXP system in this game yet. This game doesn't follow the traditional EXP RPG system of like, you know, level 1 needs like 10 EXP, level 2 needs 20 EXP, and it just like goes up as you progress. Every level in this game needs 1000 EXP. But what changes is how much EXP you get from your battles. And the way it works is it calculates the EXP based on the difference in your levels versus the enemy levels. So if you're fighting enemies a bit higher level than you will gain more EXP. If you're fighting enemies weaker than you will gain very little EXP, and so forth. And we take advantage of that system a lot. When there's a big gap, you get quite a bit of EXP. I think like 5-6 levels, for example, get to like 5-6,000. And then like once you calculate the EXP you get from each enemy, it's then divided like evenly by your party members. So like say those 4 soldiers, I get EXP calculated for each of them, and then it's divided by 2 and distributed between Ryu and Joey. Now the thing is, if I have less people in my party, or if my other party members are dead, I can have it all go into one person. And using that, you can get some really big level ups. We'll be doing that a few times. We did that in Ruby to get ourselves to level 8. Although in that case, we kept both alive because we need levels on both. But we needed to kill either 5 spiders or 3 slugs in there to get that working for us. And in the next dungeon, I'm going to have to do the same thing with 4 salamanders with 5 megawatts, but I'm going to have to kill them with only Joey alive, because I need all the XP to go to him. And that'll jump his level quite a bit. I'll point it out when we get to it. And later on, we will be doing 2 more level up fights for Ryu and Nami. And those will result in pretty big jumps as well. Yeah, the Unite attack is really good. It's actually, Unite's got nerfed a lot, going from Suikoden 1 to Suikoden 2. Like in Suikoden 1, you had like double damage Unites that were AoE. In this game, that's no longer the case. That is the best AoE Unite you can get, actually. And that doesn't have any drawbacks. There are stronger ones, but they generally come with some kind of drawback. Anyway, we're gonna get our first optional recruit here, this Hannah. You can get her anytime after Toto burns down. For anyone wondering what 108 stars means, what it means is there's 108 recruitable characters in this game, pretty much, and we will be getting all of them because that is required to get the best ending. Now, you can't, even though I say we'll be getting all of them, there are some characters you can't get. There's places where you'd have to choose between characters, so we can't actually get all characters. There's no way to do it in the game. And there's some characters that aren't required for the best ending, like 4 of the 5 squirrels. But we'll be getting all the required characters, I guess is the best way to put it. Yeah, Servant Attack is an example. It does a ton of damage, but has a drawback. Anyway, I kind of glossed over this earlier, but this place right here, this cave we're in, was boarded up earlier, was guarded. It's like the secret shrine sort of deal. And Pilka takes us here. When we come back to Toto, we follow her in here. There we introduced Teknat. She's like the seer of the game. And she tells you about the true runes. And basically we're going to get some true runes now. We're going to get some fate going for us. So I mentioned runes before as like the source of like magic and abilities. But basically the game is founded upon the 20... like... what's the best way to put it? I don't want to call it like gods. Let's say the 27 true runes are like the origin of everything in this game. Like origin of the universe, origin of like balance and elements and so forth. And they're the origin of like all the other runes. Like for example, there are like lightning, fire runes. They're like the normal runes, but there's like true fire, true lightning runes. They're one of a kind and incredibly powerful, and that's what the lightning runes were made out of, like based upon. I don't think I'm doing this explanation enough justice, but what we're gonna get here is the rune of the beginning, kind of. It's split between 2 parts, the black sword and the bright shield. And it goes into the origin story of the whole universe. Whereas, like, I think it goes, like, in the beginning there was nothing. Then there was a sword and a shield. The sword could, like, block, could destroy anything, and the shield could, like, block anything. And they fought, and, like, the splinters from both, or, like, the shards became the 27 true runes. Something like that. It's, like, basically, the rune in the beginning is... yeah. It's what created everything in this universe. The large animals we'll be getting are Feather, because we are going to get Ida anyway. You can't skip her. And Abisboa, because it's closer. To get Siegfried, I'd have to go like through the forest again, which I don't want to do. And to get like any of the other octopuses, I wouldn't be able to get the best ending, because you have to use the listening crystal. Now, there is a way to get Abisboa and Siegfried and not get Feather, but there's no reason to do it in a speedrun. But when you recruit Feather and Ida, there's a fight with these 3 griffins. And it was found out much later into the game's life that if you actually lose that fight, like the game doesn't end, Feather dies, but Ida joins you, and you don't use one of your listening crystals. We have no reason to do that, of course. If you want to give people better voice, or you feel free. I am on like 1 AM going off memory here. I would not be able to do it. It would take me ages because I'm very over-leveled for that fight. It would be really hard to lose. Unless you're referring to SRD's comment there, in which case, yeah, feel free. See, SRD, I can't do that. I can't have my commentary be go read something else. Anyway, here we get like a flashback scene, and both Ryu and Joey are seeing this. It's kind of like the runes talking to him, communicating with him. Oh damn, this game traumatized me. I never quite traumatized me, but it's definitely a heavier game. No, there's more. There's more oh yeah, Octos, yes. There's multiple octopus. I mean, there's also Chuchara, so there's 3 octopus. So 5 kind of. Although Chuchara's a smaller one, is like the kid. The point is, if you try to get more than 1 octopus, you can't get the best ending anymore, because the other octopus don't count as stars of destiny. And you need to get 108 stars of destiny to get the best ending. And to recruit the big animals, you need to use listening crystals. You only get 2. So you can only get 2 big animals. Anyway, Joey chooses the right there. He gets a black sword rune. We're kind of jealous because it's a much cooler rune. Basically, the sword has like all the damaging stuff, which is more useful in the speedrun. And the shield has like more healing magic. It's very low on the damaging end. Well, actually, the second spell does do decent AoE damage for early game. I'll be using that, but it won't be until I get my level 4 spell that I use it for like real damage. And even then, I'll only be using it for 1 battle. Anyway, we get our runes here. But the big thing about the Bright Shield and the Black Sword runes, just like in the origin of the game where the Shield and the Sword fought, the bearers of the Bright Sword and the Bright Shield rune are basically fated to fight. Like, Destiny pushes them towards fighting each other. And that's going to be a recurring theme throughout the game. Anyway, from here we can go to Muse, because that's where Victor and Flick told us to meet them. So that's where we're headed now. And my escape rate is pretty bad for this run. 70%, by the way. I can burn through more money to bribe, but I need to save some. I already had to burn a lot with that double golden boar fight. And in the upcoming dungeon, there will be much more dangerous fights where I will bribe if it goes really badly, and I have to not die. I have to save myself from death. I'll likely, if I get stuck in a battle, like if I was doing a PB attempt, for example, there are certain battles that I would just bribe instantly because I don't want to risk failing the bribe or risk failing the escape because it's very time consuming to fail them. But since this is like a marathon run and I'm not going to reset if I get unlucky, I will be trying to conserve my bribe money to just save myself from certain death. So I'll be mostly running. I'll also do the cheap bribes because, well, they're cheap and they can get a lot of value out of them. Hey, everybody needs some money. Alright, so anyway, at Muse we meet up with Nanami, Muku again. They rejoin us and they'll be with us for the rest of the game. If I had saved Nanami earlier at Cairo, she would have been with us this whole time. Anyway, we went to Muse. They told us we need a pass to get in, and we're like, none of us could get in, so we decided to look for somewhere else to stay for now. And we go to this inn nearby. This is the White Deer Inn. And it just so happens to be near SinDar ruins. SinDar is like an ancient extinct civilization in this universe. There's some people that are very interested in him. It's mostly relevant in this game and in 5, I think. Other 4 I don't think touches that at all, and 3 very little. But Hilda's like the innkeeper, and then Alex is a treasure hunter, and he finally figured out a way to get into the ruins. But he can't go in there alone because there's monsters and stuff, so he needs some people to go with him. And he tried to go into Muse to ask for people, but they're on lockdown. So essentially we're going to work out a deal with him where we'll go with him into the ruins, and then they'll let us use their passes to get into Muse. That wouldn't be the hard one, Reikian. I think the hard part would be finding the ninjas, casually. I think that's by far the easiest thing to miss. Mage in the Cave I found pretty easily. I think that one's pretty easy to find. It's hard to remember that it's there because you need a level 4 castle to get him. He's actually used next to a very useful rune for us, the double strike rune, but in the route we're taking, we're not gonna get it. It's like a 13-second detour, and we're gonna use something else instead. But double strike rune basically gives you 1.5 times damage on your physical, but you also take 1.5 times damage. The thing is, the best way to avoid damage is to kill things faster, so we are perfectly happy to take that downside for the extra damage. That's fair. Okay, I'm gonna make a save here because SinDar Ruins is very dangerous. This is... No, I wouldn't even say it's the most likely place to die. I think it's the most likely place to game over, but not necessarily for the run to die. Most likely place for the run to die will be Gilbert, which we'll have to deal with fairly soon, sadly. Yeah, Hannah was there. We got her already. We don't use the Matilda glitch in this route. If we were doing any percent, we would. And honestly, if I do end up rerouting the sending point, I think I will incorporate it again. We've been through quite a few route iterations, and some of them did use the Matilda glitch, some didn't. Currently, any percent does, and 108 star doesn't. And it comes down to what DPS character we'll be using in the endgame for each of them. Because we are doing 108 star, we have access to more characters, and there's a character we can use in 108 star that we wouldn't normally get in any percent. It would just be too out of the way. It's not even that out of the way, but just like, it'd be like a minute detour, and that alone makes it not worth it. That character is preferred over the character we would use in any percent. I will tell you guys more about that once we get a little bit further. I don't want to spoil the surprises. Hey, Ruru. Alright, so the only thing I will bribe preemptively here is the creepers, those green things you saw, because they're pretty slow attack animations, and they're also really cheap. It's only like 150 per each one to bribe them. But anyway, we are going to have to take a grind fight in here. The thing is, there's this dam we have to close, and it actually changes the encounter pool. And the battle we want won't show up until we close that dam. So there's no point in me There's no point in me trying to fight anything before that point, trying to find anything before that point. And that means also no point in doing equipment management before that point. Right. I don't know, I played this game so much, I wouldn't say I have a favorite team. I have characters I like. But like, I find the game easy enough that I'll just use whoever I feel like, pretty much. And honestly, it's been really long since I've done a casual playthrough. Hell, the whole reason I got into speedrunning this game was because I wanted to do a casual playthrough, but I didn't know how to make it interesting. And then I saw Only Gamers run. I'm like, oh, that looks fun. I'll do that for 108 star. And that was my first ever run. I like Alwyn a lot. I like Tengar. Bob's interesting. I like the mid-tier mage kind of characters, like say Cleo, Tengar from 1. Those are always been my favorites. Alright, please don't fail. Thank you. That is the worst battle to fail escapes on. They have incredibly long attack animations, they do them one at a time. And they also have a very expensive bribe. Thank you for the good luck. Alright, menu here. Move, and then best equip. I could have taken getting into the coat there. I'm just using that. Oh, we got one of the good fights instantly. Alright, right. Attack. Shift and shift, I guess. Yeah, I think she's really good in both. I think there's more OP characters in this one, but in 1, she's very top tier. In 1, I really loved like her, Cleo, Eileen. All great characters. And this is a little spooky. That was one of the usable battles, but Joey died. Very unlucky. The big issue with trying to kill people off is that Joey protects Nanami and Ryu. Should be giving them a little bit more. I guess we're running it back. I don't have another shining light. How are we gonna do this? I don't know if this works. I'm gonna try, but I might have to reload a save here, honestly, or go back to the start. Okay, I think I can make this work, assuming... Okay, I think we got it. Well, that was a great this has never happened before moment. I've actually never had that scenario. Well, before I say it, let's make sure we actually kill here. I'm not sure if we do. I think we do. Yeah. Alright, so that's one of our first big leveling tricks. That's our armor drop. Interesting. I've never had that before. Or maybe I have, I don't know. It's been a while. The reason that was scary is because a lot of the armor you can get for that fight is off that chainmail right there that I just picked up, and obviously I didn't have it yet, and we got the fight early. But there, the EXP mechanics I talked about earlier kick in. That's why I needed Joey level 9. If he was like level 10 there, he would get to like maybe 24 or so. And the reason 29 is really important is because we can give him enough magic to have a level 4 spell. At 100 magic, you get your level 4 spell and 2 level 3 spells, and that is what we're going to use to kill the next boss. Hey, new backup found. Perfect time, right? No better time to find new backups for like danger than the marathon run. The big issue there was the level 2 spell doesn't kill on its own. I needed some extra damage, and normally you do a Shining Light from Ryu, but since he only had 1 MP for it, and I used it in the fight where I failed, it was really scary. Funnily enough, I think we're actually on better pace than my practice run was from Wednesday. It's hard to compare the two rock field. I think they both look good. I do have some custom stuff on my PSTV that makes it look a bit better, to be fair. Like, I have a plugin called Sharp Scale that basically makes it a proper scale. The default settings for this game, like for all PS1 games on PSTV, are kind of not the best. But with Sharp Scale, I actually get a proper integer scale, and it's like accurate aspect ratio and stuff. Looks really nice. I put in a lot of effort to make this game look and sound good. I got the music patch, I got the plugins, I hope you guys appreciate it. I modded it myself. Well, I mean, the Sharp Scale plugin, I didn't make any of the plugins or like tools and stuff, but like setting up the PSTV I did myself. It's not like a physical mod or anything, it's all software. Just follow instructions sort of deal, it's not hard. But yeah, here you can see why we did that level jumping strat, and why Black Sword Rin's so good. We're gonna take this guy out with 3 spells. You can see how much damage we're doing at this point. He has 2800 HP, or 2500 HP, I just checked my notes. Pretty tanky boy. It would be a really difficult fight without this, because I don't have really any good sources of damage at this point. Like, we can sustain through with like healing with Great Blessings and physical attacks. If I like leveled up a little bit, to be fair. With these levels, I'd be suffering, but this lets me keep my low level, so I get to do other leveling tricks, and it does the fight super quick. Yeah, I have it set up. That's how I have the music patch. Alright, I'm gonna take a moment to discard this. All my inventory space. I could also do like all the, well, the thing is, if you don't have your PSTV modded, you can't do it. But if you have your PSTV modded, you can set up the patch. You can, basically, you can treat it kind of like a PS1 emulator almost. I kind of have been neglecting the story. So basically, the treasure we found at the end of the ruins was an herb. And we literally went and threw it away. Yeah, it's a software thing. No physical mods of any kind. Anyway, we found an herb and Alex is mad. It's like all this and it was just an herb. And when we get back, Hilda is sick, his wife, and I ran past the herb. Why is this so hard to do? Hilda's sick, and Joey runs all the way to Green Hill. Well, he goes to Muse to try to get a doctor, but there's no one, so then he goes to Green Hill. He makes a huge trip. It's a good thing we leveled him up. And we're just here like, what do? We gotta go and bring that herb back. So basically, the theory is, the SinDar ruins made Hilda sick, so then they could heal her with the herb and make Alex realize that his greatest treasure is Hilda. Pretty much, that's like what's most important to him. So kind of a dick move by the SinDar. It's really hard to get that herb. Hey, RP Priya. Hope you're doing well. The hitbox on that herb is a little bit difficult to play with. But anyway, we heal Hilda with the herb, and then Joey comes back after running all the way to Green Hill and back, and it was all for nothing. We just wasted his time. He is pissed, obviously. And I think this is what leads to his inevitable betrayal right here. Definitely accurate lore. Not making this up at all. The part where he actually ran to Green Hill was accurate. Alright, anyway, so holding up there in the deal, Hilda and Alex give us their city passes, and they do have IDs with like names on them. So they give us their passes and their son Pete's passes. So here we have a discussion on who's gonna be who. So who's gonna be Alex, who's gonna be Ilda, who's gonna be Pete. I think it ends up with Ryu being Alex and Joey being Pete. And the soldiers are like, yeah, something's off with you guys, and they put us in jail. Freaking Nanami, ho ho ho, I am Hilda, young man. Their acting is actually quite hilarious. It's a really funny scene. Also, we're apparently just ignoring the other people in our party. I guess they don't need passes. I don't know. I'm not gonna think about the logic behind it. Oh yeah, that definitely is a pawn throwback. I never even put that together. I I know the music in the house, but I don't remember enough about the 6 music to really comment on it. Yeah. I don't know how Joey was supposed to pass for Pete. Alright, anyway. After this, we have to start doing Muse stuff. I'll explain stories as we go along, but it's actually, like, Muse is probably the worst part of the speedrun in terms of consistency. There are quite a few things that can go wrong here. Anyway, wake up in the morning, Victor and Flick, it's like, oh yeah, we know these guys. And they let us go. And they're gonna take us to meet the mayor, Annabelle. So we're gonna meet up in like the city hall. But first we're gonna drop off Pilica at the inn with Leona. Leona's the tavern keeper, like she'll be the person who manages our party throughout the game. Also, for the casual players, I'm sure some people will experience the feeling of missing Clive because there's a cutscene you have to trigger here, and if you don't trigger it, a character is permanently missed. That's this cutscene over here with Elsa. Yeah, that is actually a really annoying thing with this game. One nice thing about this game, though, is it can actually push NPCs. In Suikoden 1, you couldn't, and we have a notorious jerk there named Stan who blocks the dock in Kaku and messes with all our RNG minimum strats because you're stuck on that screen. Luckily, if that was the thing in Suikoden 2, we could at least push him out of the way. Alright, here we attach the Fire Lizard weapon rune onto Ryu's weapon. We picked that up in the SinDar ruins, we made a small detour for it, and what it does is it gives you 1.5 times fire damage. So basically if you attack for 10, you now attack for 15, and it's fire element. But the downside is half that damage is dealt back to you, so I would take 7 or 8 damage. I don't know how it rounds, it's not really important. The reason for this is we're gonna have to kill up Ryu in a future fight. And Joey likes to protect them, and then on top of that, the enemies we'll be fighting have terrible accuracy and won't be able to hit them anyway. So that's how we're gonna kill ourselves off. We're gonna basically damage ourselves with a Fire Lizard rune. Yep, that's why his name is Stan. Stan Din the Way is his full name. Sadly, you don't finish it in the speedrun because it's not required for it, but yeah, casually it's kind of hard just because you want to take your time and do everything, play, like, you know, use all the side characters. And that side quest does have a time limit on it, so... I think I've only finished it casually once. Funnily enough, it's like... I could just do it at the end of the game since we're speedrunning. I am so ahead of the time constraints, I could literally just run through and finish it all at the end. Alright, anyway, we meet the mayor here, and then we run into Jess. The mayor really like recognized us in our family names, mentions our grandpa Genkaku, and that like she asks if he's doing well, and I'm sure she finds out that he passed. She says so we couldn't atone for our crimes against him. And we don't really know what she's talking about. And then just asks us to break into the Highland camp north of us to see how many rations they have to know if they're planning a siege or a swift attack. And we agree to help them out, so. Yeah, ask us because all they have is youth brigade uniforms and we're the only ones that fit into them pretty much. Let's take this. Alright, and really important here, we're going to re-enter the inn and talk to Anita. Nice, that's a good one. So Anita, we're going to have to recruit Anita here, and she works off of a point system. You need 5 points to recruit her, and basically keep talking to her until she gives you a dialogue option. And she can ask you for an antitoxin. She can ask you, like, what are you looking at, kind of, or like, what do you want? It's not so rare to see a female swordsman, I believe, and like you have to compliment her for that one. Or she can ask you for some wine, and you have to give her wine. You have to talk to the tavern keeper and then bring her the wine. Now, giving her an antitoxin gets you 2 points. Giving her, complimenting her gives you 2 points, but the wine only gives you 1 point. And you need 5 points to recruit her. And the thing is, you can only do this like once every time you're in town, or like once per day, kind of. So you have 3 opportunities to do it naturally. So if you get unlucky and get wine more than once, you kind of have to soft reset or like re-enter to recruit her. And it's slow and a pain point in this. So getting an antitoxin early is really nice. Also, if she asks for antitoxin and you try to give her one but you don't have one, you still get 1 point. So I don't have to buy 3 antitoxins earlier. I can just get away with 2. Because I can get 2 points for 2 antitoxins and then 1 point for one last like failed antitoxin. I'm gonna kill myself off here. It's intentional. Alright, I already have 2 deaths from Nanami, so we're good there. Counter me? Nice. That was really good. Yeah, I do have to do a menu here. I'll do it at the end. No point in doing it early. So coming up is another grind fight, and I need to set up for it pretty much. And I will be playing this to like extra safe because marathon run. This is the fight you can theoretically game over on if you're unlucky enough. Oh wow, that was a last second battle right there. Alright. Okay, heal on the Nami first of all, not Ryu, that's very important. Remove this. Oh, wait, I never gave you that. Okay, and then I'm gonna swap this for this, and swap this for this. I basically want to give Ryu as much defense as I can here, because it's gonna have to survive a turn of attacks, pretty much. Suicide. Kind of like that. So I haven't mentioned another mechanic later on. So like every combat character has a value to them called the kindness value. And it's used for recruitment in some cases. For example, that point system I mentioned for Anita earlier, the points are actually kindness points that she uses. But generally, it's mostly used for combat in one specific scenario. There is a rune called the kindness rune. And what it does is it gives, like, you attach it to a weapon, and it gives you 1 attack per kindness point you have. The thing is, this is an old game, and underflows exist. So if you have 1 point, you get 1 more attack. You have 0 points, you have 0 attack extra. But if you have -1, you have 999 attack. It maxes you out. So the way you get kindness points in this game is by using a stat stone, which we'll never do. And also, if a character other than Ryu dies, or sorry, I'm still talking about gaining points. The way you gain points is if you use a stat stone, or for every 30-minute mark IGT, if a character is in your party, they get a kindness point. And that makes IGT very hard to track, or very important to track in the speedrun. It actually matters a lot. It makes this game kind of hard to route because of that. The way you lose kindness points is by killing a character off, pretty much. If they end the battle dead, they lose a kindness point. And our goal is to be negative on the characters that will have the kindness runes. The value should be 255, but it maxes out your attack. I'm not sure what the code behind it is. Like, if you look at it in memory, it essentially is FF, which is what you're saying, 255. But the logic for it caps your attack instead of doing plus 255. For anyone more interested in like the mechanics behind it, I think the code for like the function that handles it is up in like the Suikoden source guides in the bug section. Also, for anyone interested in this stuff, there's a website called suikosource.com that has all sorts of information about all this weekend in games. It's a fantastic resource. If you're interested at all, I highly recommend it. Even just write casual rating, but it has pretty much everything you'd want. Anyway, we do our thing, we check our rations, and we get discovered by Captain Rout, who finds it funny that we've actually become spies, and then we hide in the tent, which turns out to be Julia's tent. We met her earlier in Cairo, when we were going to get executed. She is the princess of Highland, she is Luca's sister, and she actually hides us in her tent. She helps us out. So yeah, here, because I need to make sure that Ryu doesn't level yet, I'm going to kill him off intentionally. Killing off Joey would be nigh impossible because of how level he is. And this wouldn't give me that much EXP. So we just want to make sure he's dead so he doesn't gain EXP here. And this is why we had to give him that Fire Lizard rune. And next we're going to do another fight. Oh, actually, I forgot to save before this. Well, we should be fine. And the way I do it is fairly safe. This was supposed to be one of my save points. I kind of forgot. We would have to get very unlucky to game over here. So in this one, I have to finish this battle with only Ryu alive. And it can get a bit scary. Alright, medicine yourself. Okay, just don't miss Nanami one more time, please. Alright, we're good. This fight can be scary. These soldiers can't crit, by the way, and less double damage. Generally, the way you can die here is if you get hit by everyone and one of them crits or two of them crit. I don't remember exactly. But depending on the Nami, helps and healer beforehand helps distribute the attacks between your characters a bit more. And that makes it much safer. Which is why I took the extra menu to heal her, even though we intentionally killed her off earlier. And here we need to pick the second option, so we get another fight. First option would have had us leave, and this fight we were going to kill without killing the Nami off, because Ryu's already leveled up, and we're going to use this to level up Nanami. This will get her to 35, or 34. And this will be the last kind of leveling trick we do in the run. Alright. So in terms of having to do grind battles, we are done at this point, which is very nice. Anyway, Joey basically stayed behind to hold off the Highland army and told us we're basically going to go back to Muse and wait for him after we tell the city leaders kind of what we found. We're just hoping that he makes it back. We want to actually go and get people to rescue him, but it doesn't quite work out. Basically, he said it can't be done. Here we want to go and talk to Annabelle and Jess, but they're in a meeting. They don't let us through. So, go back to the tavern, tell Victor and Fook what happened, and they're like, okay, we'll get you in. Victor's like, I'll show you a little trick to deal with politicians. Alright, nice. Anita's guaranteed now, that's good. Hey. Here we're gonna see Victor's little trick. Bunk. Guy runs away. Yes, you can. Just, you know what? You might get arrested. Not my requesting for glory's problem or responsibility if that happens. We hold no liability for your results of this trick. Yeah, Annabelle didn't know about like what Jess asked us to do, by the way. She was like not really cool with it, but basically said that there's nothing we can do for Joey at this point, sorry. Annabelle's like a nice, she's actually a good leader. She's one of the better leaders in this game. Like a genuinely good person. Anyway, here we go to wait for Joey, and then Nami's like, oh yeah, you should go back inside, it's getting cold. And you can stay with her and you talk about like, you know, stuff. Childhood, to get background info. Or you can go back inside and get drunk, and we prefer getting drunk. You can see how many bottles Ryu went through here. Look at that table. And Joey's back. He made it back somehow. Game never tells you how he managed to escape. You actually find out in the Suikoden games. I don't remember exactly how it went, but basically he made a... I think the rough gist of it is that he made a deal with Highland where, like, he'll help them take Muse. He'll get them into Muse. But the thing is, they have no way of, like, actually holding him to that deal. Like, they have no leverage over him, so it's just like he can just not do it. Maybe they threatened his family, I genuinely don't remember. His family disowned him at this point. Ah, I got the worst option. Okay. That's the wine option. One wine is fine, but that's the worst time to get it because Leona won't actually give it to me now because she's taking care of Pilka. So I have to do it after the war battle coming up. And if I have to reload the save, I think it gets a little wonky. Because that resets Anita's dialogues. And if the next war battle goes poorly, I might have to reload the save, so... It's like probably the most likely place in the run to make me reload one. Anyway, here we're going to Joust Hill. There's going to be a meeting between all the city-state leaders. So Highland's kind of like one unified country, whereas the city-states are, well, kind of separated. Like they're united, but each like city has their own mayor and leader, and they don't necessarily like fall under one rule. So what they choose to do isn't necessarily in line with the best interest of the city-state. They could do what's in the best interest of themselves or their like their domain. I think kind of like at this point during this meeting, you kind of see the lack of cooperation, squabbling, and disarray the city-states are in, and that kind of has an impact on Joey. Also, Gerudo's a jerk. Learned that here. He pushes Nanami out of the way, doesn't apologize, just tells you to move out of the way. The knights are nice. Mikoto and Cadmus, the two knights with them are cool. They apologize for him. This part's so much nicer when you have Turbo. I know it's probably a little bit worse for you guys watching if you actually want to read the text, but my hands are thanking me so much for playing with Turbo. So optimal matching in this game matches 4 different buttons. You have to mash X, L1, L2, and triangle. You can get away with 3-button mashing, but it's still uncomfortable. It's like L1, L2, and X. And there is a lot of text in this game. So like doing continuous runs in this game where you're trying to like, you know, get the best time possible, it really does a number on your hands without Turbo. I've had to take time off because of this game before. I see what you did there, Grandmare. I hope nothing untimely happens to him. Anyway, essentially, the meeting basically said they could send reinforcements, but it'll take them some time. The knights agreed to help, but we have to stall for a while. And Annabelle asked Victor and Flick to help stall because, you know, they're mercenaries. And Joey volunteers as well. So we're gonna help stall while reinforcements come. So very important that I save before the next part. They really do. So yeah, I'm not actually using Turbo Controller, I'm using a Turbo plugin. Benefits of modern PSTV. Get my wine. And then we're gonna save here. So the reason I'm saving here, it's not like I can game over in this battle or anything. But this war battle is the only battle in the game where there's a recruitable character, and he's completely missable. If you don't get him here, you can never get him, and then run ends. His name is Gilbert. And to get him, you need to inflict 1 point of damage to him. Which doesn't sound unreasonable, but realistically, if I don't get it over the first 2 tries, I'm probably not getting it. So what I'm going to do if that happens, I'm just going to soft reset. So the way Fire Spears work, they're like a command thing. Whoever has Psi in their unit can use them. They hit like in a 3 tiles in a row, essentially. Anything in those 3 tiles has a 50% chance to get damaged. We have 2 of them, so we get 2 50% chances to damage Gilbert. If I don't get it, well... Okay, nice. Yeah, this one of the battles in the music. His unit can go down, but he can perma-die if he dies, which is an issue. So I'm going to take extra time to try to get my Ryu in position to heal him with Bright Shield once. When I did my practice run on Wednesday, literally action right before I would have healed him, he got attacked. I think he attacked someone and killed himself. It was quite funny. Luckily he didn't perma-die, so it didn't matter. But it was pretty funny. Normally I would never do this in like an actual run, but because it's a marathon setting, I'm just taking whatever insurance I can get. Oh, and he's dead. Well, if he perma-dies, I have to soft reset. If he doesn't, then I didn't have to... Nice. Okay, so we're good. I'm gonna start moving Ryu back now. Alright. Now, assuming we don't get some horrible dice game or war battle luck, and I mean horrible, we should be good to never have to reload anything in this run. Or actually, there's still Rose Brooch. I almost forgot about Rose Brooch. That might still be something we have to reload for. Oops. That's fine. I kind of want to move him down, but it doesn't really matter all that much. That I don't know if you can do, sadly, Jason LaRose. As far as I know, there's no mods that add controller support. I could be wrong, but... I've never heard of anything like that. Yeah, it was all. I think it also works in like the Japanese version. I think the NTSC version is the only one that has that problem. Imagine how funny it would be if the remasters don't have the music for the NTSC version as well, just kind of like as a gag. Anyway, about these war battles. This war battle is, once again, a certain amount of turns. It ends. But how fast those turns go is random. I have essentially no impact at this point. The 3 units that I control are at the bottom right. And I'm just going to wait with them every time. So it's just a matter of how many units kill each other off, how many units wait, etc., and that determines how fast this goes. Oh yeah, the name glitch. The infamous Tickdole. There's no way they'll let you carry saves over. It's like, it's the same game. If they don't do that, that's ridiculous. Top taking some damage. Sadly, at this point, damage isn't really payable. When they did kill this guy, that would be kind of nice. Because he's the only one, like, fighting on that left side. By the way, I think the one lose condition for this fight is if an enemy unit enters Muse, the tile that Ryan's now standing on. So I kind of do want to make sure that's blocked. But realistically, it's never really going to happen. It'd be very impressive. You know, it's actually kind of bad that Flick and that soldier have survived so long, because if Flick had died, there'd be a lot less combat happening right now. I mean, we're near the end anyway, so at this point it doesn't matter so much. I think next turn Knights leave. Yeah. And that Flick will attack something probably and end the battle over. Oh, he did the slowest possible thing. Bow attack animations take longer than like any charge attack. Same with magic. Takes longer. Alright. Anyway, it's fine. I don't care so much about speed. The important thing is that we got Gilbert's. Yeah. The sound effects are pretty funny. Okay, really important that I go downstairs here and finish my Anita recruitment. That's my last chance to do it. You ask her for a date here, which still gets her to join the group. And actually, it's kind of cool. I didn't know this until recently, but I was supposed to in Suikoden forums that she actually gets extra kindness points. She gets 5 extra points if you pick that option. Alright, really important that we pick option 2 for these next 2 Nanami dialogues, because let's you skip a decently long cutscene with Joey and Kage later. But yeah, Joey's kind of scheming at this point. He wanted to go fight the army, pretty much. He just wanted to fight the other guys. It's only, like... Flick's AI isn't get Gilbert, it's literally just fight whoever's closest. Which is funny, because Victor does nothing, not fight unless somebody gets near him. Victor isn't programmed to move at all. Alright. So right now, Annabelle basically promised to tell us about Genkaku. Because we don't know kind of like the backstory behind him. So we're gonna go to City Hall and sit down, have some tea, get some story time. Just kidding. She's sadly, as much as she'd like to, she's busy, and she tells us to come back later tonight. And she'll tell us all about Genkaku. Another meeting with city leaders. Bad movement. Sorry to disappoint you. By the way, I mentioned earlier, we have like alternate routes that some that use the Matilda glitch, some don't. The big reason behind using the Matilda glitch isn't to like get levels off the fights there, although our 90% route does do that as well, instead of using the ones in the border. It's part of what makes it worth it. But the big benefit of doing that is the kindness rune, which we'll be using, I mentioned earlier. It's in Lake West. And the earliest you can get to Lake West is by using the Matilda Gate glitch. You have to wait until Green Hill's blocked off. So basically you like past the point where you lose Muse. But you can travel through Matilda, through to the Green Hill area, then through Two River to the Lake West and pick up the kindness rune. And you get it basically 2 bosses earlier than you'd normally get it. So you can then use it for boss fights and make up a lot of the travel time that way. If you don't do that, we have to use different we have to get different forms of damage for the bosses coming up, and we'll be doing that. Essentially, we'll be using magic. That is like the biggest difference between like the two routing choices there. Anyway, we get this really nice scene where Annabelle and Victor have a drink here. She says they should make a nice girlfriend for him. It's kind of sweet. It's one of the nicer scenes in this story, or in this game. Anyway, Joey's went ahead to see Annabelle, and we're just gonna catch up to him. I don't think he tells us that, but we're supposed to all meet there, so I just assume we'll see him there. Oops. Oh, come on. I definitely pressed left there. It's a PS and PS1 classic. So it's a PS1 game. There is actually a PSP version that's Japanese only that has both Suikoden 1 and Suikoden 2 on it, but we don't play on that. It's pretty different in terms of like the speed run. It fixes a lot of glitches as diagonal movement. Things happen at different speeds. There's all sorts of differences to it. Anyway, Joey with the inevitable betrayal I mentioned back in SinDar Ruins, all because he ran to Green Hill for nothing and is pissed at us. But no, he basically, at this point, has decided that Highland's more likely to win the war. And he wants to, like, he basically wants Highland to win and, like, create one unified country where no war ever happens again. He basically wants to make a country where something like what happened in Pillar can never happen again. And he thinks this is the best course of action to do it. Part of it is also the Bright Shield Black Sword rune I mentioned earlier, that two bearers of the runes are fated to fight each other. And we're on the side of the state, so he gets the other side. But yeah, rest in peace, Annabelle. Let me tell you guys right now, if you are a redhead, and you are an important leader in the country, like, you're an important leader of some kind in the early game of a Suikoden game, you're likely gonna die. It does not bode well for me. Bode well. If you're a redhead, leader of a country, or like some kind of important leader, you will probably not survive the like prologue of the game. Because similar thing happens in Suikoden 1 of Odessa. Wow, that was a lot of battles. That was a very high encounter rate. Yeah, Tiger must never become a leader. 100% correct. I can get one more here. Wow, really high encounter rate. Usually, I'd say on average you see 2 here. If you're lucky, you see 1. Unlucky, you see 3. I saw 4. But it's fine, it's no big deal. It's just 3 seconds per battle. But anyway, Muse is basically he opened the gates. Joey opened the gates, and Highland has invaded Muse. We are now escaping. Muse has fallen to Highland. And we've agreed to, Leona told us to like meet everyone in South Window. And to get to South Window, we have to cross the lake, which means a boat. Right? Wild encounter rate. I'm not sure I've seen 4 battles before. For anyone that's played Suikoden 1, you might know what getting a boat across the lake means is coming up. And it's all bad times. Alright. So here we get Rikimaru. He was actually lying on the floor in Ruby Forest. Or not in Ruby Forest, in Ruby Village. And we kind of ignored him there. But he's basically just starving. It's funny because he's starving and can't move, and yet he ends up in Coronet instead of Ruby. How did you get here, Rikimaru, if you're so starving you can't move? I don't understand. But basically, we offered to pay for his food, which is 3,000 poch. The funny thing is, if you do it here, the game doesn't actually take the money from you. So I don't actually lose any money by recruiting him here, which is really nice, because I'm going to need my money in a moment. I'm going to really need my money in a moment. We're going over here, try to get on the boat. Also, fun fact, if you do this first, You get this cutscene first. Then you go and do Rikimaru recruitment, and you don't pay for his food. You can actually out of bounds inside that inn. Like it breaks like it basically breaks the camera, and you can like run through walls and stuff. You can't do anything useful with it. Oh, oops. I was thinking about that and went the wrong way. Go to this door. The best thing you can do is actually trigger this cutscene by like running through walls. It's kind of funny. You can like talk to the blacksmith. It's all technically one screen. Like every interior on this screen of Coronet is all one screen. So you can run from like the inn interior to like the blacksmith interior. And you won't be able to see anything because the camera doesn't move, but you can talk to the blacksmith if you do the right movement. I mean, if he gets 666, I definitely need my money. So I can have one more try at least. Alright. So I'm going to make another safety save here in case I lose all my money here. We're going to have to do a little bit of gambling to progress the story. How much money do I have? 13,000, not bad. Would have been nice if I had 130 more, but... Another annoying thing is the only shops in this area are on the first screen, and Taio is like on the third screen. Hell, fourth screen. So if I lose my money and I want to run back to the shop, I have to make quite the detour. Yeah, I don't think that's happening, C unit. It's actually funny because it happened to me in my practice run. I got a perfect Taio. Or near perfect. I guess he can roll like triple ones or 1, 2, 3. It was a 2-roll Taio. But this is a marathon. We're gonna lose 10 minutes here. Basically, I can't progress the story until I beat this guy in the dice game. And he likes to take all your money and make you suffer. Ooh, a 1. Beatable. Okay, perfect Taio. What is going on? Oh, money is not a problem. Nice. That was beautiful. Don't worry. If you thought that was easy, we still have 2 more dice games we have to play. And those are worse than that one. So, even though that went smoothly, we are not done with the Gamba. Not even close. He will have his revenge later. I wish I found Manip. If only. 57 magic. And that's the exact same as my practice run yesterday. Okay, so in Cave of the Wind, if I find 4 Minotaurs, I should kill them. So for Ivy, the big magic threshold I need is 60. At 60 magic, she gets her level 3 spell, and that speeds up like every boss coming up. I need it before the like third boss, but I ideally want it for the first 2 bosses as well. We found something in Suikoden 1 like a few years ago. It's not like something you can do casually, but in the speedrun, you can manipulate it. I mean, I wouldn't say completely manip. We still have some Gregminster world map segments and Sonya manipped, but I'd say like 97% manipped or something like that. We also can't manip like the Taio exiting frame perfectly. So that's also a bit different. 95% manip maybe for Suikoden 1. Cameron and Barbarossa still for glitchless. Oops. Alright, we're gonna talk to this lady here. Mentioned that some nasty scoundrels have been attacking women. You need to talk to her to trigger Highland recruitment. So here we run back into Victor and Blick again. Well, just Victor at the start. Now we ask who that is, and we're gonna tell her that's Bear. Funnily enough, that's actually the fastest option. I think she might not be a redhead. I feel like she has brown hair, so she might be safe. Right, we run to Victor Flick again. We basically share stories, tell him what happened. And basically said that people are still on their way here, but they're gonna go meet with the mayor and they invite us to come along. And this is where Victor and Flick officially join us. So at points in the game, you have characters that are playable, but they haven't officially joined you yet. And what that means is you generally can't take their stuff, pretty much. I haven't been able to take their equipment or anything. But I can now. So we're gonna make a trip to the armor shop and do some selling. Even take some extra time, I think, and sell some of this junk. And this... I'm actually really good on money here, so... But I want to sell this stuff anyway, just so I can get rid of it. So there will be 2 more fights where I need Victor and Flick to die. And that'll hopefully make it go a little bit faster. Wrong fight. I want to talk to this fight. There we go. That's the friendship rune. It's another weapon rune we can equip, but that one's kind of cool. For every 2 stars we get, basically for every 2 characters recruited, whoever has that rune equipped gets 1 attack. So at 108 stars, that rune will give us 54 attack, which is quite a lot. No, Joey lives in the best ending. Spoilers. Yeah, that is another theme, honestly. Poor Victor. Anyway, we meet with Grand Mayor there. And he mentions that people have been disappearing around North Window, and we agree to look into it because Victor's from North Window. Reed joins us for to check it out. He's more like the head officials kind of South Window, I guess. I don't really know what his position is, but important person. And like actually useful important person, not like Kanan 1 or something like that. He's actually like a combat character. He is actually proficient. So anyway, before we go back to the inn, we are going to go to the trading shop and do some trading. We're going to buy all the mayonnaise. Nice, I got 5. We're going to buy all the native costumes. Alright, got good mayo, so our trade route's already secure. Now we're going to go to the inn. Yeah, the PS1 FMVs. Fun fact, so those FMVs run at 15 FPS. And because of that, IGT runs at 1/4 speed there because it goes off frame count. So like a second real time is 4 seconds real time is 1 second IGT during those FMVs. Okay, I didn't want to do this yet, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Town mascot. You know what? I'm actually cool with this lore. I can get behind this. Okay, here we're gonna buy 3 lightning runes. Lightning to your head. Lightning to your right hand. And we're gonna give Spark to Nanami. So I mentioned Spark briefly. We got it from the snake fight in SinDar Ruins. Spark's a really cool rune. It's very unique. As far as I know, you can only get 1. Maybe 2 of Guardian Deity can give you it. I don't remember if it can, but like there's more useful stuff to get off that anyway. And you can only do that once. But what it does is basically once a character of yours attacks, all your characters will follow that person, and the other enemies won't get to attack before you. So you put on a fast character and have him attack, and it guarantees the rest of your party outspeeds the enemy. Very useful. We'll be using that quite a bit. Alright, so we get North Window. It's kind of a ghost town. So there was this vampire in Suikoden 1 named Necklord. I basically destroyed this town, and Victor killed him and won using the Star Dragon Sword. But that's why this place is like a graveyard. Good thing Necklord's dead though, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. Oh wait, that's him. Excuse you. How are you alive, Mr. Necklord? Usually says he used some doppelganger magic or something, aka plot armor. But yeah, he survived his encounter with us in 1. And he has made North Window kind of like his home base. Anyway, Victor, he left the Star Dragon Sword in a cave nearby because he got sick of hearing it talk, because it's a talking sword. It's actually the embodiment of the one of the true runes. Was it the Night Rune? I don't remember which rune. Or Master Arceridy, I'm sure will be in here any second to correct me. But he left it in this cave, so we're gonna have to go get it. Because we needed to defeat Necklord. Alright, I should remember if I see 4 Minotaurs, I actually want to kill it. So, generally I don't want to fight stuff for EXP, but specifically in this scenario where Eileen has no way of getting a level 3 spell before Abomination without me doing this. And at 57 magic, it's like she has a very high chance of getting a level 3 spell for both Star Dragon Sword and Abomination if I kill 4 Minotaurs. So it's like only at 57 magic will I ever choose to kill it. But with this magic, I think it's worth it. Well, honestly, in this category, I think even 56 might be worth it because you need to get the magic for Pestrat as well. I don't know. But last time I did this, last time I had this magic, I couldn't find the 4 Minotaur fight, and it's not worth grinding for. If you don't get it, you just don't get it. It's never worth spending time looking for it. So it'd be nice if I get it, but if I don't, then we'll have to go on without it. So this is like one of the first like puzzle dungeons, kind of. You have these rocks that you need to push out of the way. That one's obviously very easy. You can see those little wind things. Those push you, pretty much. Okay, I missed the rock. Nice. These are pretty straightforward once you know how to do them. You can just push the rock until it moves you. This is like the hard one of the dungeon, quote-unquote. Let me just push this one left. You can go left right away without pushing it, but then you wouldn't be able to get up here, and this has some good stuff that I want. Specifically that Blue Gate rune. That Blue Gate rune is very useful. It's a very powerful rune. Can only be equipped on the head, and it has some very useful spells. Not for reasons that you'd think, though. The Minotaur men never show up when you want them. Well, they showed up, but it's not the right party. I need 4, not 3. Looks like we're not getting the Minotaur fight again. Sag. Alright, at this point I can no longer take it because Khan will join us. Alright, so I won't have Bolt of Wrath for Star Dragon Sword or Abomination, but I will have it for Pestrat as long as Eileen doesn't die. And I have a strat for that. Yeah, it's 3 years since one. Alright, read, move, and then fireball. So, Victor talks shit to Star Dragon Sword as he tends to, and Star Dragon Sword gets pissed and decides he wants to fight us. So we're gonna fight a sword now. Fun fact about this, you don't actually have to win this fight, but it'll take forever to die, so we're not gonna lose it. We are gonna win it. Ben, and Charlie. I'm a little bit rusty here, so... There's two variations to this fight based off Eileen's magic. If she has 60 magic, you have a Bolt of Wrath on her, in which case you do that, and you change the fight a bit. Which is why I wanted to kill those Minotaurs if I found them, so I can get the 60 magic. I'll skip every fight. See? We're fighting something right now. Slower animation. Tap. Victor missed. Ah. I think Victor only needs to hit 1 out of 2 here, so it'll be fine. Unless he misses again, in which case, kick W, is all I'll say. There we go. Classic Mister right there. Victor has a reputation for this. Huh, I got a bad magic growth as well. She's 75% to get 2 magic points and 25% to get 1 magic point, and she got 1 there. So one of the downsides of Magic Route is I do have to refill my MP after burning up through a bunch of it. So we're going to have to make a detour here and go to Cuscus. Could also go to South Window technically, but Cuscus is faster. We're going to go to the inn here. Get our MP back. That's how you get MP back in this game, by staying at an inn. Also, there is a glitch in this game where if you hit stay and then back out from the save prompt, you get the heal, but you don't have to pay money or watch like the cutscene. Alright, we get friendship onto Ryu. Then we're gonna get Fire Wizard onto the Nami. At this point, it's not so I can kill her off, although more deaths on her doesn't necessarily hurt me. It's so I can... It's because the next boss is weak to fire. So that'll basically give her 3 times damage on that boss, because 1.5 times damage from the Fire Wizard and then 2 times damage from the weakness. It also means because I'm hitting the boss really hard, I'm hitting myself really hard, since that does half the damage back to me, but that's fine. Won't be a problem. It can be a bit of a pain if she crits. I might have to eat some extra attacks then. But otherwise it doesn't really matter. Anyway, there was a magical barrier here, and Khan gets us through it. Khan is a vampire hunter. He's introduced in this game, and he's gonna try to use some stealing magic to trap Nutcore so he can't like avoid death again. So there's actually secret rooms here you can get by doing these puzzles differently. There's hints in the prison area of this area that we just completely skipped over. But we won't be doing that, obviously, because it takes time. That one has a darkness room behind it, I believe. And then, which is like a downgraded version of the Soul Eater from Suikoden 1, and from this game. And then that one has a blue ribbon, which is a pretty neat accessory that makes like the person that's equipped to untargetable by enemies. And it's for girls only. There is a limited amount in the game. Also, you can't go back to this area after this fight, so we're essentially permanently missing those. Yeah, if only. But then we wouldn't have the great gothic music theme. Maybe it's not so bad. By the way, this room completely vanishes when we... Oh, spoiler alert, this is going to become our castle. Oh, where's this organ room once we take over? I did change my strat here a little bit because I need Eileen to survive this fight so she can get enough magic. I have her defend turn 1 now. Defend guarantees she lives. But it does mean I lose out on a bit of damage, so if I get trolled by Victor missing, I have to do a bit more magic essentially to make sure I don't get trolled by Victor missing. Which is not ideal, but yeah. It is what it is. Also, Daisy is from Victor's village. He like brought her back. And she's like, Victor, help. But it's like, she's fake. That ain't the real Daisy. So one of the downsides of defending with Eiley here is I do lose out of damage, essentially, because I want to use at least one Thunder Runner with her, which I can do turn 2, but that means I can't throw an attack in to do extra damage. If I do that, I can, like, not rely on Victor so much. But the thing is, if I don't have her defend, there is a chance she dies to, like, double AoE, or single target plus AoE. Basically, any double hit will kill her. And then she doesn't get EXP from this fight, and because I don't have a Bolt of Wrath, I won't, and she dies. She won't get any levels, and I still won't have a Bolt of Wrath, and I need one for the next boss fight. So I am gonna have to like kind of add a little bit of extra magic damage by doing a scolding with Khan, which does have slower animation, but I think it's worth the safety. No, that scolding spell right there I was trying to avoid. Thunder Runner, the magic I do with Eiley, actually costs like nothing. It has the fastest magic animation in the whole game. Wow. Nami hit really hard with her Fire Lizard in this fight. She rolled super high. That usually does around like 90. If Victor's faster than Eiley, I might be able to skip the Eiley Thunder Runner. Nice. Yeah, we skipped it. So I can show off the animation then, but... Oh. She rolled a 1 and a 2 growth there. Anyway, Neckwood escapes again. He distracted us with this monster and escaped. So I'm sure we'll run into him later at some point. Khan leaves because he's like a vampire hunter and there's no longer a vampire here. So we will not get to use him. And then our peeps meet up with us here and basically tell us that South Window fell to Highland while we were here. And Lord Grandmayor, like the leader of South Window, was killed by Solon G. So the game gives you an option here. It's like, what should we do? And it lets you run away. And if you do that, you have to leave the castle and come back, pretty much. It's a really bad option to pick. Because you can't actually run away. So, alright, there must be a way. And Apple's like, there is! We just need a good strategist. And they're like, what do you have in mind? And she's like, oh no, not me. I ain't qualified, pretty much. But she knows someone who is. That will be Shu. So we're gonna go and get him now. Once again, I want to try to bounce off world map movement. I'm hoping I don't run into certain battles here. Like, in the really big groups, I don't get what goes on just because some of their levels is higher than some of my levels. But there's only like one group. And even then, at this point, I have very high luck on Ryu because of his level 55. He's actually the second highest natural luck character in the game after Meg. So, I have somewhere around like an 85% chance to escape from random battles now, if it's not to let go. Random battles shouldn't be as much of an issue at this point. But there is a really unlucky chance of me failing. Also, secret path here. Shouts to Ajno, he found this. I legitimately never knew about it. The back alley to Shu's house. I don't feel like Leon's number 1. I feel like Shu outplayed him constantly. Although, to be fair, that was also kind of because of Joey. And his unwillingness to follow through with plans because of his friendship with us. Anyway, we talked to Shu there, and it's like, basically, nope. I make good money doing trade. War's actually good for my trading. I have no desire to join you and get involved. She literally begs him here. Yeah, pretty much. There was Muse, there was Rockaxe. I guess it's 2 times. That he could have killed you. Anyway, we gotta try to find a way to get Shu to join us, which involves finding him. And this is Richmond. He is a detective, so we're gonna pay him to get us information. That's a pretty cool theme. Okay, while he goes and does his thing, we're gonna go and get some sleep. Just like I wish I could in real life. Well, the thing is, Luca was part of his plan. Like, he needed Luca to die, and we were the only ones capable of doing it, so I don't think that was an opportunity for him. Same with Green Hill, he kind of needed us around. And he was by himself when he tried to stop us, so we could have actually overpowered him. So I don't count those, personally. Oh, I messed up the shortcut. This shortcut is actually like very small. It saves me almost nothing. I like doing it just because it took me 20 years to learn about it. Also, watching Nanami closely here, she will start doing Dragon Ball Z techniques. Time for some instant transmission. Well, the thing is, if he fires on us, he might get us, but there's no way he escapes if he reveals his position. Like, our whole army was there, and it was like his small unit. That's like mutual destruction, IMO. Anyway, basically Shu makes us a deal. He threw this coin into the water, and he tells us, we can get that coin, he'll help us. So we need to close the sluice gate so we can get into the water, and we can basically they don't want to, but we can bid some of our determination. Wow, I really am not killing here. Unlucky. I basically convince him to like, hey, if I beat you up, he basically agrees to duel us, and if we beat him, he'll close the gate. Also, fun fact, you can recruit Amada here because he's going to run off screen right now, and you can chase after him and actually talk to him. And that'll trigger his recruitment, which is another duel. But if you do it and you win, when he joins you, he's supposed to kind of like move into your body as like part of joining you. He joins your party. And because this off screen, the game just dies. The game soft locks. And the sad thing is, it would have been huge if we can get him early, because we're going to need to get him or Taio to progress the story really soon, which involves another pretty long trip. So if we had already gotten him, it would save us a really long trip. And sadly, the game soft locks if you do that. So anyway, here we're searching the water. Yeah, he just goes through you. I'm not even sure you can get in front of him, honestly, but he'd go through you. And even if he didn't, like after the duel, he'd still be off screen, I think. I don't think he stores his position. Or maybe it does, I don't know, because he does start off screen. Anyway, he recognizes us because of the rune on the right hand. He like realizes we're Genkaku's grandson. The thing is, Shu never actually threw that coin into here. It was sleight of hand. It was actually Richmond that like threw a coin in there. Richmond helped us out. Anyway, Shu tells us to meet us back at our castle, and we go back now. We can actually get Alwyn at this point, but there's no reason to get her now. We're gonna have to make another trip to Cuscus anyway really soon. So we're just gonna pass on by. Oh, that battle right there wasn't actually a let go, so I could have failed that escape. Yeah, this game's terrible. Glitches don't even work without breaking the game. What the hell? I never actually used Richmond all that much casually. I mean, after like 2 playthroughs, I kind of like knew how to get everyone already, so there wasn't much point. In fact, I think it took me to like my 3rd playthrough to find out that you can like learn about people with him. Anyway, Shu's got a plan. Basically, he's gonna have to infiltrate the like soldiers from South Window that are like fighting for Highland now because Highland took over South Window. And we are gonna ambush him using the water, Solonji using the water to get around. And the ambush should convince the South Window soldiers to join us pretty much. And we'll outnumber them. What are their levels? I don't even know. Alright, also this will be one of my 2 bathroom breaks, so I will be stepping out for a little bit here. Oh, it's because of the sum, not because of the average. I thought you were talking about like the recruitable squirrels. So like my sum is 90 there, and their sum is probably like 95 or something. My sum is 89. So if they're all, they must be like level 18 or higher. Alright, so here's the ambush. So funny thing, we always thought that you had to attack Solonji. But it turns out doing anything works. So we're just gonna heal ourselves even though we're full HP, and that'll be the plot trigger. And this is actually a turn faster because it would take us at least 2 turns to reach Solonji's unit. Wait, I'll be back. Oh, come on. I looked away for a moment to beat Batman, and a freaking unit died. That's the thing about taking bathroom breaks or breaks during these war battles. If a unit goes down, they have dialogue, and you do have to skip it. I have a turbo controller, so I can't actually take the controller with me to the bathroom. And if I get free death, I can avoid it that way. I can avoid the time loss that way. But beating Batman time loss, unavoidable. Batman's my cat, right? Pretty good fight. So many Highland units died in Regiment Plus actions in this combat. there we go. Battle done. Just another scripted battle that ends after a certain amount of turns. You can also end that battle by killing G's unit, but it's completely impractical. Like, that would be like a task or RNG manipulation strat, which sadly, neither of which we can do here. RNG manipulation is completely impractical in this game. I have looked into it before. The most I was able to do is manipulate Ryu and Joey's starting stats. That's it. I can manipulate their level 2, pretty much. 1 level's worth of stats. And that requires like a few minutes of setup per run. And like some very precise inputs. So... yeah. So at this point in the game, Victor offers to tell us about Genkaku, our grandpa. And it's actually a lot of really cool cutscenes and plot that I'm just going to completely skip because, you know, speedrun. But if you're playing casually, I recommend going to the tavern at this point. Oh. I misremembered what we're doing. Still got all these cutscenes. But yeah, if you're playing casually, make sure you go to the tavern there and watch those really cool cutscenes. Well, big rundown is basically there was a war between Highland city-states in the past, and the two armies were kind of led by, the city-states were led by Genkaku, and then the Highland was led by Han, and they were both from Cairo, and they were actually good friends. So they would literally just chill and have tea, and no, actually have a name in mind. This is why I kind of want to hold off on talking, because I want to make sure I got this in. For Glory. There we go. For Glory Castle. They would actually chill in the middle of the battlefield and like have tea together, and soon came to realize how stupid and pointless the war was. So they got their leaders together essentially, and they got them to agree on a peace treaty. But the one thing they couldn't agree on was who would get Cairo, the town that Genkaku, Han, and Ryu, Joey, and Nami are all from. So they decided, like, war broke out again, and then they had the idea to settle it between a duel of like the two champions, Han and Genkaku. And Han and Genkaku agreed to avoid further bloodshed. So the duel was set up, and each was given a sword by the leader of the other country. And the former mayor of Muse, Annabelle's father, he gave Genkaku a sword laced with poison. And because of that, Genkaku detected the poison and he refused to fight. And of course, people didn't know that the sword was poisoned, so he was essentially branded like a traitor for refusing to fight and kicked out of the city-states. And then he retires to Cairo and, you know, raises some orphans, Yu and Nanami, teaches you how to fight, lives a quiet life. That's kind of like Genkaku's backstory. They also had the runes that we had now. Han had the Bright Shield rune, Genkaku had the Bright Shield rune, and Han had the Black Sword rune. They're the ones that sealed them away in the shrine in Toto, where we got them. Anyway, this picture is kind of like an assistant to the mayor of Sioux River, Makai. And he basically came over here to forge an alliance. Of course, this wasn't Makai's request. This was kind of off his own initiative. And we need a boat to get there. So we have to go get a boat person now. And you know what that means? That means time to recruit Taio. You actually have two options here. You can get Taio, or you can get Amada. And 90% you get Amada because it's far more reliable and honestly even faster unless you get super lucky with Taio. But since we have to get Taio at some point anyway, since we're running 108, for us, Taio's better. Since we have to deal with the RNG BS no matter what at some point. And because we have to deal with Taio again, I'm going to save. Time for more gambling. 226 IGT. So it doesn't really matter, but It's kind of good to track your kindness points, and you will be getting a kindness point here. Oh, I'm talking to Yamku right now. I don't know how I managed that. I'm not even aligned with him. I didn't know that was possible. So this time we have to make 5k. And we can bet a maximum 3k. What that means is we'll probably have to win twice. Nice. That's not winning. And the money you lose counts against your total, so every time I lose, if I go like, basically if I have to make more than 6k, I just reset the game, which means backing out and trying again. Beautiful. At least I'm losing quickly. This could be worse. Come on. The joys of Taio. I'm down 6k so far, which honestly is not that bad with 3 losses. But there is a concern of me running out of money here. Like I said, there's the concern of me running out of money here. I just lost 9k. Now it's actually scary. I might have to load my save. A 1? Beatable? Okay, we're good. Freaking Taio, man. Alright, we got it. It's good until you're traumatized by it, like every speedrunner of this game that's had to deal with this guy multiple times has been. And then it's less good. It's just like you get non-flashbacks when you hear the Shinjiroden music. I haven't really explained the rules, not that it's too important because it's like it's all RNG anyway. Essentially, you roll 3 dice, you get 3 rolls, you roll until you get like something that actually does something. If you get 2 of the same number and a 3rd number, your score is that 3rd number, and the highest score wins. And then there's, if you roll it out of the bowl, you auto lose 1 extra money. If you roll 1, 2, 3, you auto lose 2 extra money. If you roll 3 ones, you auto lose 3 extra money. If you roll 4, 5, 6, you win double your money. And if you roll a triple 2 or above, you win triple your money. Does this knowledge mean anything for you guys? Absolutely not. Because it's all RNG anyway. Well, honestly, it can kind of like help you make slightly more informed bets, but really, it's all RNG. Yeah, got that one. This girl. Alright, add Iwi. Taio. I have to do it at some point. Might as well do it now. The formation swap doesn't matter for combat, it just makes one of my menus slightly faster. And there's no downside doing it there because like the game forces you into a formation menu regardless, and there's you have to wait a certain amount before you can back out anyway. There's like 2 or 3 seconds before you can exit that menu. What's annoying is it gives you another party menu here, but because I need Taio in my party to trigger this one, I had to go talk to Leona to add Taio to my party, even though I get another party menu right there. Oops. I don't know what you're talking about, see? Don't spoil things for chat, come on, man. Alright, so now we have our own boat. We can finally travel to Lake West. So, that little bush we're walking past right now, that actually has the kindness rune in it, but I don't need it yet, so I'm not gonna bother picking it up. Oops. Alright, so that right there was Choco, and he just stole our wallet. I now have 0 potch, which is unfortunate because I actually do need some money. So we're gonna go track him down. I understood that reference. Alright. Little trick, it's a little bit faster to run around this way. Do I have anything I can even sell? No. This will do. And then... I sold everything in earlier, so I actually had nothing to sell there. I should keep, like... Kid, out of the way. I should keep one random piece of armor, I think. I'll have to think about which one. I need 600 potch for the upcoming menu, which is why I'll go to the item shop to sell there. I should think about what I want to keep there. If I'm going to sell in South Window. The reason I sold in South Window more is just so I had more Taio money. So anyway, here, Pitcher runs into Ridley. And it's like, you liar, where's Ryu? You ran off. And I'm going to give you 100 lashes and punish. Just flexing that whip on him. Oh, we can go and stop him, but... this is faster. That was 9 lashes. Pitcher's fine, apparently. He says that Ridley went easy on him, though. Anyway, here we meet Makai and Ridley. Makai is like the mayor of Two River, and Ridley is like the leader of the kobolds of Two River. Two River is separated into 3 sections: the wingers, the kobolds, and the humans. We were just in the winger section chasing Choco. That's a little skip right there. There's like a 1 text box thing with picture that you can skip. Says that I skipped my meal. Turns out Choco actually stole our food. What a jerk. Anyway, this is Han's armor. You can actually ask him to give you money before he joins you. And that'll like make you wait before he can join you, but he'll actually give you the money. The thing is, no amount of money, like... the money doesn't really make a difference for us, so... we just tell him to join us right away. It's more important that we get him right away. And I think my first route, though, I would use the Matilda glitch, and I would actually go to Hans and ask him for 30,000. And then when I got back here, I'd recruit him and I'd use that 30,000. Like, he'd be back here in time. And because Choco steals my wallet, I'm broke, so I can't do anything. But because of the Hans recruitment, I'm actually okay. No armor shop glitch. 2 out of the way, and I don't need the money that much. Like, some money would be good, but the time isn't worth it. Plus, the armor shop glitch would make trading harder, because if you're kept on money and you sell stuff for trades, it doesn't count towards profit. I haven't mentioned it yet, but there's a certain character we're going to have to get, and to recruit them you need to make 50,000 potch trading. So, we have a route designed for that, of course, but, yeah. Attach lightning to go Pixie. This is what I needed some money for. I need to do this rune stuff. That's needed for the upcoming boss fight. Honestly, I don't really like that. It feels pretty bad to do a shop on the rune shop menu here, but I don't have a better solution. Anyway, Ridley and Makai got into a fight, and he asked us to go and talk to him. We go to the kobold section, but the kobolds don't let us in. So we have to find something else, some other way. And meanwhile, Choco steals Fitcher's wallet. And it's like, what? No way. This is unforgivable. We have to catch him. They didn't really care so much when it was your wallet, but now it's his wallet. Very important. Also, because of these stairs, you could actually kind of catch him. I actually kind of got blocked by him there. It doesn't change anything. You can't actually catch him. Anyway, he takes us into these sewers here, and we're gonna run through here, facing Choco. That's a headgear in that chest right there. It actually sells for like 6,000, but it messes my equipment menu, so I'm not gonna get it, even though I wouldn't mind the money. There's a secret path to the left right there. We'll be checking that out later. There's a recruitable character, but we need Choco to get him. Alright. I do have a new menu here, so I kind of need to read my notes. We're going to pick up one chest in here. This is actually a fairly decent detour, and I want to cut this out, but for now we're doing it. That's a fire emblem. It's a really good piece of it's a really good accessory. Gives you 7 defense, 15 strength, and a resistance to fire. One of the best accessories casually. They're also rebuyable in Highway Village, but just getting one in the chest is faster for us. We really only need the one. Jizo, you go for the Bolt of Wrath here, and then Nanami, Bandana, and you best equip. And then, oh, I forgot this part. Okay. Almost did it right. Defend, 4-shot, back, Bolt of Wrath. This is why I needed that. Basically, this boss will die to 2 4-shots and 4 Bolt of Wraths. If I used the loop for all the Bolt of Wraths, then it'd be a little bit more comfy, but because I'm using Aili for someone who has lower magic and lower magic affinity, or elemental affinity, I do need a bit of extra damage, so I'll be throwing in 1 Allen attack, 1 Nami attack, and if I miss the kill, I'll still have 1 more backup Allen attack. It's kind of rangy. He did double physical, which is fine. I also give Aili a Jizo here because he can do AoE magic, and if he does 2 AoE magic, Aili has a chance to die, in which case you can't do her second Bolt of Wrath, which I do want. Items, Bolt of Wrath. So this turn, the Nami will attack. I didn't attack previous turn because she has Fire Lizard, so she does damage to herself, and then she's not defending, so if she gets hit hard on top of that, she could die. Or if she crits. If she crits, there's a very high chance of her dying. But I do want her to attack this turn, 1 for the damage, but also so she triggers Spark. So this time Pestrat doesn't get to move before my characters. Nice. And I hit the range. Green fight. I do kind of like, I don't like putting that Jizo onto Aili, but I do think it's worth it for safety. I have been considering an alternate route where I just don't bother giving her a Lightning Rune at all. Because I didn't even get the bonus time from having it on the first 2 bosses. It doesn't save you that much on this fight. It would have been better overall if I didn't get it in this run, for example. So I have to think about that, but that's something for a different day. It's one of those things where it's worth it if she gets 60 magic, it's not worth it if she doesn't. So I can even flex it. I can like choose to do it one run but not the other, but I hate doing that kind of thing in my routes. I don't mind minor changes based off like stats, but I feel like I wouldn't call it a major change, but it's a significant change. Here we meet Klaus and Kiba from the Third Highland Company. They're pretty cool. Klaus just goes and casually introduces himself and, like, walks out. Basically, Makai agreed to a treaty with Highland. And everyone's telling him, yeah, no way, this is a ruse. And he's like, yeah, no, they're honorable. They wouldn't lie about this. So it's like, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna ally with you anymore. I'm just gonna ally with them. Alright. I'm just gonna, have that treaty with them. I need to protect my people, sort of deal. And I think as part of the treaty, he has to give up the other sections of the town. The Winger and Kobold section. I don't remember. It's been a while. But it's not the best deal. Here Fisher mentions that he asked for reinforcements from Shu because he had a bad feeling. And it turned out to be correct. Anyway, we're gonna go take a nap. Alright, take care, Sig. Have a good night. So we meet here, and they're like, yeah, Spry's not actually gonna have this treaty. And fighting breaks out, and we are attacked by a pirate. Ark. These fights are pretty straightforward. You're just shining white. I'm not getting drops here, which isn't bad, but not great either. I did lose quite a bit of money on Taio, so I wouldn't mind a few drops to help out with money, because I can sell them in the later shop. Basically, we go and ask the kobolds for help. Alright, are you not going to defend Two River? We're trying to get them into it. State soldiers are getting pushed back, but the Wingers join the fight. Oh, did you? That's pretty cool. We found the original infinite potch glitch person. Let's go. I did use that casually way back in the day. I think I saw it on GameFAQs first. Anyway, Ridley agrees to, like, help. And now that the Wingers and the Kobolds are both participating, we are, like, winning the fight. And after this random force battle here, the Highland army is going to retreat. Also, something I learned watching... so there's a streamer named that goes by Sacrificial Jesus, named after the item name. He was doing side-by-side Japanese and English playthroughs of these games and, like, comparing the translations. Really cool stream. I haven't seen him do anything in a while, but if he still has those VODs, I feel like a lot of people here might enjoy that. The point is, I was watching his casual playthrough, and I noticed that he was able to switch between runes by pressing left and right. So, like, when I did Ryu Shining White there, I actually selected Lightning, and then I pressed right to get to my right shield, and I did not know that was a thing until I saw him do it. And I bet a lot of people in chat didn't know you can do that as well, so that's a really cool thing you can do in this game. I mean, it's not super cool, it's like, it's just interesting, because it doesn't tell you anywhere you can do it. There's no indicators of any kind, but that's something you can do. You can switch between your magic runes in combat by pressing left, right, instead of having to back out from, like, lightning and then select right shield. Anyway, Kiba says it's like, damn, they got lucky, and Klaus, who's like the strategist for their company, is like, ah, it wasn't luck. That Ryu guy, he has the power to bring people together. I was like, Kiba, yeah, I kind of see what you're talking about here. So, they recognize our talents. It's all about the eyes. It's our eyes that bring, that make people join us. It's a bit of a recurring theme in Suikoden games. The leader's eyes are always just to, like, draw people towards him. Hey. Of course, SRD, the war and game mechanic expert. Nothing slips by him. Alright, anyway, after all this, Two River agrees to join us. Pitcher joins our army because, well, because Shu asked and he figured he'd be really useful for us. And we now have an alliance with Two River Makai. Ridley also joins us, and in the moment, Choco will be joining us as well. Fun fact here is if you say no to him, or pick the third option rather, you can get him to join you at level 1. So internally, before a character joins you, every single character in the game is level 1. And when the script runs for them to join you, the level ups basically happen right there to get into the level they're supposed to join at. And something about picking the third option there breaks the script, and it doesn't do the leveling part of his recruitment, so he just comes at level 1. Alright, have a good night. Hope you enjoy the VOD. Alright, here we're gonna check out some vegetables. Oh, I got the along the road. Lucky. And we got our kindness rune. Alright, so here we're gonna make a bit of a detour. Instead of going straight back to the castle, we are gonna make a trip to South Window, which sadly is a bit of a convoluted, pretty long detour I'd say, but it is well worth it. Not doing a very good job bouncing here. The fastest way to do it is to go for Cuscus. The reason for this is, essentially this game has something called castle levels. You start at castle level 1 and can get up to castle level 4, and certain characters won't join you until your castle is a certain level. There will be a character coming up in Green Hill that we won't have a good opportunity to recruit for a pretty long time that requires castle level 2. So we need to make sure we get enough people for castle level 2 right now. And to do that, we need to do some more recruitment, and the best place to do that is in the South Window. Now we get Clive. Clive you can't recruit until you've gone to Lake West. That's why we can get him earlier. And go here, get Zamza. I don't remember who I'm supposed to replace. I don't think it matters. Yeah, I'll just replace Nana, make sure it's all one anyway. Fastest thing to do. Which is funny because the recruitment for Zamza is to have Nanami in your party because basically she talks shit to him about like him being like not useful. Because like he has a big ego. And he's like, me not useful? I'll show you. And he joins you. And then you kick out Nanami for him. I'm sorry about your food, you buying nacho, but I know what you're talking about. It's a nice feeling when you can just like get cozy and watch something you enjoy. Super low effort. Hope you feel better, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, Alex and Hilda. Basically, Hilda and Alex had a bet. They heard that a guy named Ryu became leader of the army, the Liberation, or what's it called, For Glory Army. And they're like, was it the same one we met? And Hilda thought so. And when she won the bet, she's like, okay, I want to join the army. Got 5 mayo, so I have really good mayonnaise. That is nice. Most of our money from trading will be from selling mayonnaise. So, very, very good that I got good mayo. Alright, this is Adlai. He is the elevator guy. To get him, we have to bring him a few items. And then when he asks for the wind crystal, you throw it at him. The funny thing is, I don't actually have a wind crystal on me, but Luke's wind rune that he has equipped counts. And the really cool thing about Adlai is when you recruit him, he teleports you back to the castle. So I don't have to make the trek back manually. Now, go back to the meeting room. Shu says he has some bad news, but he'll tell us tomorrow, and we're gonna go to sleep. I kind of skipped over the Highland cutscene completely, but basically Sol and G got executed by Luca for his failures still like in his recent battles. And then Joey stepped up to take over Green Hill. Said he had a plan. And he apparently did it only with 5,000 units. And we're like, we don't know how it happened, but we want to go and rescue Teresa. Because she's like a very important person. She's the mayor of Green Hill. So we're going to sneak in there as students and try to rescue her. Get her to join our cause. Also, for the people that want to get some sleep, or like tune out, maybe get your snacks, quick nap. This is probably the part to do it because this is by far the most boring part of the run. This is going to be just dialogue for days. I'll try to keep it interesting and I'll explain other things about the route as we do things, but yeah, not very interesting. By the way, the reason I'm not taking the elevator there is because when I have to go to the boat, it's actually faster to take the stairs by like half a second. Maybe even a second, I don't remember. Alright, really important here. We're going to get on the boat, and then we're instantly going to re-enter the castle. And you'll notice that our castle got bigger. Right there. Because the castle upgrades only like trigger when you enter the castle. And when Annabelle teleports us back, that doesn't count. So we have to re-enter there once to make sure we upgrade it. Anyway, going back to the castle level topic. So to get castle level 2, we need 32 recruits. That's why we needed that south window trip. And to get Amelia in Green Hill, we need castle level 2. But the reason it's so important that we get Amelia now is because we won't have a chance until after Green Hill Liberation. And that's not so bad, but we're going to need castle level 3 for some recruits coming up, and I need pretty much everyone I can get for castle level 3. I can't really afford to miss anyone. The reason being is when we go to Gregminster later on, there's a lot of characters that are recruitable in Gregminster that need castle level 3. And the thing about Gregminster is that it's really far away, and unlike other towns in the game, you can't teleport to it. Instead, you have to trek through this long forest, and it's basically a 5-minute trip. So I want to avoid making any extra trips to Gregminster, which means I need to recruit every character that I can, that is recruitable, essentially. I need to get all of them on the first trip there. Which means I need castle level 3 before I go to Gregminster. Now to get castle level 3, there are 67 characters available that I can recruit, and I need to have 63 total. I'm gonna be lazy here, we're gonna name our characters. We can get some fake names here. For our student names. Beautiful. Power of Turbo once again. If I wasn't using Turbo, I would just do X*X for the name A. But this name isn't even used ever, so I'm not going to name it anything interesting. Anyway, going back to the castle topic. So there's 67 characters that we can get that, like, in time for the Gregminster trip that can count towards castle level 3. And we need 63 of those 67. Now, there are some characters that obviously are, like, some characters are faster to get than others. Specifically, some of the ones I want to delay are Hicks and Tengar, because Hicks and Tengar require going to like 3 different towns and back, or 3 different areas and back. I wanted to wait to do that until I get the Blinking Mirror, which lets us teleport back to our castle from the world map, which you get in Gregminster actually. So I want to delay them as much as I can. If you're doing Hicks and Tengar, you have to delay Yuza as well, because Yuza is only recruitable after you get Hicks and Tengar. And then ideally we get Sid during Hicks and Tengar recruitment, because we pass through the area where he is during that, and if you do it any other time, he's really out of the way essentially. So that's 4 characters right there. If I miss anyone but those 4, I don't get those 63, I get 62 or less. Now, if I miss someone, I can choose to get those, but once again, they're the slowest ones to get. So, really important that I have every other available character besides those 4 before we go to Gregminster. And Amelia, this lady right here, is one of those characters. And to get her, I need castle level 2. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying. There are actually 2 kind of like 108 routes. I don't think anyone runs the other one anymore, but the French runners, Neo and Seiya. I might have seen Neo Slash doing a 108 star at Suikoden, though I think at this point he's been using this route. But there were kind of like two differing routes for 108 star. There was the route that we're doing now, more or less, which is like get people before Gregminster and do one Gregminster trip. But there's the other option of just biting the bullet, say, screw it, we're gonna take that 5-minute trip and delaying recruitment on a lot of characters. And the benefit of that is it's faster to recruit people once you have Winking Mirror because you can teleport around. But I did compare the timing, and it should be about a minute faster to... oops, picked the wrong option. It should be about a minute faster to do early recruitment and do only one trip to Gregminster. But theoretically, like, I can't even say for sure that this is the best way to do it. I'm fairly confident, but if you adjust other things in the routes that can take advantage of 2 Gregminster trips, it might be worth it to do 2. With how we do things, I do think one Gregminster trip is the optimal way to play it. But that Gregminster trip is basically like the big defining point in the routing. It is a really cool game. If you haven't played it, I highly recommend it. One of the best JRPGs of all time, in my opinion. Especially in terms of classics. It's a fantastic game. Alright, so anyway, Snooze Fest. Basically, the mayor's in hiding. We're trying to find her. We're gathering information. We're looking for Teresa. Soldiers are threatening to rough up this place, but Shin gets them back off. Shin being this guy. Oh, no, that's Roud. That's our jerk former captain. This is Shin. Yeah, not much going on here. Basically, we're being fake students and looking for Teresa. Pretty straightforward stuff. I think if anything, all this part of the game does is prove that you're clinically depressed because you're literally waking up, going outside for like 2 minutes, witnessing some event, and then going back to bed. To be fair, you have plenty of reason to be depressed at this point. Your best friend betrayed you, you know, you're fighting in a war, you've seen people die. Bad things have happened quite a lot. So, depression is understandable, really. Also, Nina trolls Nanami a bit there, tells her, oh no. Well, you have the flu, okay? That's different. Tells her there's a ghost. So then Nina like instantly kind of fell for Flick, and she kind of sees Nanami as competition. You know, Nanami's not interested in the slightest, and Flick is literally avoiding Nina this whole time. She's like a schoolgirl pretty much, and Flick's a older mercenary dude. Also, he had a girlfriend in Suikoden 1 that died and is not really over it. Hey, put me through, NPC. Cutscene. Oh man, I honestly would find it pretty painful about the teleports. Dang. I obviously you played you got more playtime if you're not teleporting around. Personally, I can't wait to get Vicky. Although honestly, before you get the Winking Mirror, using Vicky like it's still definitely the right play, but it can be a little bit scary. Because Vicky can fail teleport, 2% chance that Vicky teleports you to the wrong place. And if you don't have the Blinking Mirror, you can't get back to the castle quickly. So say I need to go to Radit and she teleports me to Forest Village, I just lost like a minute and a half or something. Kind of scary. Anyway, Pitcher gets into some trouble here. Flick saves him. They recognize, like, because of his outfit, they think it's from Muse, and the Green Hill citizens really don't like people from Muse right now. We're not sure why yet. It's explained a little bit later. But it looks like, oh, he's a traitor. Well, just here, cut off his head. You guys want to use my sword? Fine. If you're not gonna do it, I'll do it. And they're like, and I'll run away. Obviously, Flick was never gonna do it. Complete bluff. I mean, she was his sword before she died as well. And Flick's sword is named after Odessa because of the Warriors Village tradition of, like, naming swords after their, like, girlfriends/wives, like, you know, after their ladies. Just like Hicks' sword is named Tengar. Anyway, we hear creepy ghost sounds, so Nanami asked us to check it out. I haven't mentioned it at all, but after that Luca attack on the 4th, Pilika became mute. That's why she only has dot thoughts as her dialogue. So ever since the 4th, she hasn't said a word to us. Finally get some more gameplay. Also, something I'm gonna point out here is notice that we didn't bring anyone with us. Partly it's because we don't need anyone here, but also because if we had any other characters, we would get additional dialogue. And that obviously takes some time. It's not a lot, and any percent we do bring Eileen with us here to set her up. But in one way, since we don't need her, we just bring no one, and we get to skip some dialogue boxes. Yeah. They do. It's pretty funny. You get Shiro howling all the time. I don't remember what Muku Muku does for his dialogue. Probably just like Muku Muku or something. Yes, it was. This game does not pull its punches in the trauma department. Alright. I'll try to bounce here as much as I can, but I'll mess it up a lot apparently. Oh, those aren't the let go. Oh, it's because Flick hasn't got his level yet. I mentioned this before, but whenever you want to trigger a cutscene, you want to be as close to the trigger point as possible most of the time because you walk really slowly to the trigger point. I mean, Sequence has been trying to do Squirrel % lately if you want to watch that. And when I do 100% one day TM, I will be getting the squirrels as well. Yeah, it's hard if you're like playing casually and you don't have a route figured out, especially if you want to enjoy everything in the game. Anyway, we found Teresa. Actually, kind of to give us a flashback sequence of how Green Hill felt to Muse, which is kind of an ingenious strategy. Basically, Highland released the Muse the soldiers from Muse into Green Hill. At first, everyone was excited, but basically Highland sieged them at this point, and because of the extra soldiers from Muse, they started to run out of food and whatnot, and they started to turn on each other. And that's what led to the downfall of Green Hill. They essentially didn't have the resources to maintain the Muse soldiers and the Green Hill soldiers and the Green Hill people. No, we do not. Even if we did early gate glitch, which we don't in this route, we wouldn't get them early anyway. There's no benefit to rushing Humphrey and Fudge. We'll get them eventually. When we go to Matilda, though. Yeah, same. It actually, like, somewhat realistic. It's like political, it's conflict, the strategy somewhat makes sense. Obviously, like, it's not hyper realistic, it's still fiction. You have magic and runes and stuff, but it's fairly realistic. And I agree, but like, teach their own. There's no RNG manip in this game onward. But we do know the zones where the squirrels join at this point. No RNG manip in this game because first off, the RNG advances like crazy in this game. It advances crazy fast in a lot of places, so you can't maintain and track it well. Well, the other issue of RNG manipulation in this game is that it's seeded with IGT. And not just IGT, but IGT plus frame counter. For new game, it's I mean, for both, loading a save or like new game, it's seeded with IGT and frame counter. So the odds of you starting from the same spot, like if you're trying to aim for a certain one, are like 0 pretty much. Alright, here we get some 4 soldier fights. Tisk. Agreed, Click. Agreed. I rarely participate in chat when I watch marathons nowadays, or just like Twitch in general. I'm just, it's nothing against the chats, it's just my preference. I'm not a big chatter. So I have no real comment on that. Good morning, Berserk now. I doubt it, Switch. I mean, I'm not saying it can't work, but like what they did was probably completely valid, but it's like there's no manipulation. It just probably it made you cross the zones to get the squirrels. I guess it did unnecessary stuff. It's fine. Well, I'm gonna go up here. Alright. We're gonna sharpen our weapon here. It's first time since the fort. We're gonna get a big jump going to level 7 here. We're gonna get to 35, but we're gonna get to 8, which is the max at the moment. This actually does cost a decent amount of money, but this will pay off later. And then we're gonna give the kindness rune to Nanami. So I mentioned earlier the kindness rune glitch. Here we finally get to see it in action. Watch Nanami's damage output in the next few fights. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm stuck there. Oops. I'm like, where am I? Multi-hit? Another one, maybe? So the downside here is Flick doesn't do enough damage to kill this guy. I could give him Fire Wizard and change that, but it's only worth it if I get a multi-hit, and I can't guarantee those. Because equipping Fire Wizard takes some time as well, and that means I can't sell it for money, and my money is on the lower side this run. But yeah, just watch them. I got another multi-hit. These aren't actually good multi-hits, unless I get like a triple multi-hit or something. Oh, never mind, that was a good multi-hit. Nice, another headgear. Okay, my money's like pretty fixed at this point now. Those things sell for 6k each, so good drops. My one concern with drops is if I got bad Mayo and native costume purchases, like every single bad one, I need to buy sugar in Forest Village, and at that point I have inventory space issues. But we got good Mayo purchases, so I won't have any space issues. We should be good to go. So there's eight of these 4 soldier fights. 4 of them have 5 soldiers and 4 of them have 4 soldiers. The 5 soldier ones we're gonna Shining Light, and the 4 soldier ones we're gonna auto. Assuming you don't get multi-hits, the autos and the Shining Lights are about the same speed anyway, but the Shining Lights I have a limited amount of. I need to have... like, I need to not run out of them first of all, and I need 1 for the next segment. But really, like, there's no reason to Shining Light since auto same speed, and if you get multi-hits, it can be faster. Anyway, Teresa decides to turn herself in. We try to stop her, but she says if we don't let her go, she's gonna kill herself. And we're just like, well, shit. So Nina goes after her after they leave, and we're like, okay, maybe there's still a chance. So we're gonna go back through this forest for like the third time now. Dun, 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 dun. Very important you pick the first option there. Gameplay-wise, it doesn't do anything. But the thing is, if you pick the second option, your game crashes. So I guess it does do something gameplay-wise. It's actually a hard crash too. Like, if you do it on PSTV, you actually get a blue screen, if I recall correctly. It's an insane crash. Yeah, it is. One day we'll get some closure on that, TN. One day. A lot of people don't. It's not an option you normally pick. OmniGamer accidentally picked that option in one of his runs and crashed, and that's how we figured it out. No idea why. It's like, it's such a random option too. It doesn't even really do anything. Because you still fight the soldiers. But it just kills the game. It's so weird. But anyway, like, as Teresa's about to turn herself in, we fight for her, and then Talon's like, yeah, don't turn yourself in. It's like, it's not your fault. We love you. Come back and save us. Sort of deal. And it's actually very supportive. And she's like, I'll come back for you guys. And instead of killing herself, she agrees to join us now. Nice, that was a good fight. So because of the levels we got earlier, Flick actually does enough damage there to kill that back soldier sometimes. It's the damage roll. He actually got it. I like her too. Teresa's a cool character. One of the better characters in this game. Non-combat character though, which is a bit disappointing, but that's what it is. Wow, I got a random battle like 2 steps away from a forced battle. Huh. The lag is crazy, but these fights have been great. I've actually gotten so many good multi-hits. And another headgear. Okay, this has been very lucky, actually. So, basically they catch up to him. Catch up to us. And Shin's like, I'll hold him off. And Teresa's like, I won't leave you! And Flick, just knocks her out. And it's like, leave this to me. I swear on my sword, I won't let harm come to her. I don't know. I don't see that as like a negative against her. And honestly, it's only really in this segment where she tries to sacrifice herself. She gets over it after this part. Alright, so we seem to have escaped the Highland soldiers for now. Quick debrief. Oh wait, it's Joey! Hi Joey, I missed you. We ask him why, like, why is there? And he tells us to quit, relinquish leadership, The winner of the war is already decided. And he lets us go. Alright, here, Raul's like, oh, hey, it's this guy. And basically, like, Joey says he hasn't seen anything. Raul, like, calls him out. It's like, bullshit. Goes and step aside. And then Colgan and Seed show up, and they're like, hey, we've been here the whole time. Haven't seen anything. And basically, they pledge their loyalty to Joey here. They realize that he's trying to, like, save Highland, essentially, from Luca and make it a better country. And they pledge their loyalty to him. So Joey just recruited Seed Colgan towards his Stars of Destiny. I'm sure in remasters we will get his perspective from the war. Optional game mode. Yeah, Raud got owned again. Get wrecked, Raud. Alright. Something I picked up from Taz, actually, it's a little bit faster to go to Forest Village now versus on the way to Matilda. Doesn't make a big difference, it's like 3 seconds, but 3 seconds is 3 seconds. And then because I have Wakaba now, I won't have him in my party later on, which means I won't have to kick someone out when I get Humphrey and Fletch, so it's like another 5 seconds there, I think. Little time saves. Get Tony here. I don't think Remaster is honestly going to be any different. I think it'll be the same game. I really hope they, like, bring back, like, restore some content that was cut. Like, there's actually evidence of, like, a New Game Plus dungeon or, like, extra dungeon in this game in Saja Village. And you can actually kind of, like, if you cheat, you can enter it. With, like, warping there via Escape Talisman. But it's incomplete and there's, like, nothing really there. Actually got a deer antler. Nice. Yeah, Wakaba's a cool character. I like Wakaba too. I'll be stripping her though. I'll be stripping Wakaba and Wiki. And Kasumi. And kind of Mondo. Oh man, be real. Are we doing a break? It's true. I'll be taking all their gear. Definitely not. Very, very unlikely. I assume you're talking about one. But yeah, I really doubt it. There's no way they won't fix the broken RNG mechanics, I think. Oh, honestly, I think if there's going to be any RNG manipulation possible, it'll be those. Like, only very early game manip. I think after that, it'll become completely impossible no matter how they do it. But if there's ever any kind of manip possible, it will be for early game stuff. Oops. Let's fry tacos. Because who doesn't like tacos? I doubt they're gonna do that. I think they'll like fix bugs and stuff. I don't think they're gonna rebalance anything. I'd be surprised. So, I mean, I'm the only person that's looked at routing it to my knowledge, and I never finished, so it's hard to say for sure. But I know, because of cook-offs, it should be a minimum of 10 hours. It's a question of if you can do everything else in the game in between the cook-off timers. Make my next save here because it's time for more gambling. But honestly, I don't think this is necessary because my money is very good, and I don't think I even need to buy the gold bar in Highway Village. I'll do it anyway. Here we go again. Hey, no, we gotta use the most OP dish, the raw tomato. I'm not even memeing, raw tomato is actually top tier cook-off. Cook-off dish. Alright, nothing. Surely I can beat nothing, right? Beat nothing. Let's go. I still need to win again. At least one more time. Oh, one. That was the best thing that third one could have been. Nice. Okay, that was actually not bad. Honestly, if this is like a PB attempt, I'd be pretty happy with the luck so far. I don't think it would have a real chance at a PB, but like it's been pretty solid. I mean, I wouldn't say that. We lost like 4 times today. But 4 losses ain't bad compared to what you usually get. Did I get Jean? I actually don't remember. I think I did, right? I could just stop by the rune shop and check real quick, but if anyone can verify and save me the check, that'd be cool. I'm almost certain I did, but it'd be really bad if I was wrong. I can go for some tacos. Oh man, we are reaching the time I'm normally going to bed, so the delirious commentary starts soon, I think. It depends on like the leaderboard rules, really. But even then, it's like honestly, a speedrun is what you make it. If that's how you want to if that's how you want to do the run, do it that way. For this run, I won't be taking any breaks like that, but if I wanted to make a rule, like if I wanted to play it like that, I could. And then as for like actual leaderboard submissions, it's up to the community. Essentially, it's just what people decide is okay and what isn't. If people decide that you can take a break in the speedrun, then you can take a break in the speedrun. And if they don't, then you can't. Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, a lot of RPGs have breaks during cutscenes, makes it much more manageable. Anyway, story stuff. We're gonna go to Matilda, try to get the Knights to join us now, so yeah, that's next. Add anonymity. Add our hero, Captain Gingen. Whatever, I'm already here. A little bit faster to take the stairs, but... This is where we'll probably see my gameplay and commentary start to decline a bit because the exhaustion will start to hit, and this is like sleep time for me now. The stupid thing, or not stupid thing, the sad thing for me personally is my day isn't even over after this. I have a dentist appointment at 10, so like 6 hours from now. And luckily it's nothing too bad, it's just a cleaning. Then I have a work meeting afterwards, so I'm not gonna get much rest today. Anyway, probably likes tacos. We're getting awesome tacos. Reason for that is that gets us the Toasty status, and to get Tetsu, the map guy, we gotta get Toasty. Using 12 tacos, we have a 98 point something % chance to get Toasty. This Taki, she gives you hints on recruitable characters. That to recruiter, you just have to talk to her 4 times. Alright. I'm almost certain I recruited Jean, but I'm just gonna double check anyway. It's only gonna take like a few seconds. I'd much rather just verify that I did. Versus finding out that I didn't later on when I get to Gregminster. Yeah, got her. So that needs to be verified. Alright, very important thing to do. We gotta get Gabocha here. Something I learned recently. If you go through the door to Gabocha's house a certain way, you can actually clip through it and get out of bounds. I'm not sure like what technique you need to do. I managed to do it twice. Once on accident when I was practicing stuff, and then I repeated it like 2 more times or something. It's like, it's definitely precise movement, but it's possible. The thing is, there's nothing to do with out of bounds. Like, I was hoping you can get into a sewer or something, but no such luck. There's nothing interesting to do with it. So, quick stop by the Muse Greenhill border here. So, kind of interesting thing is, like, early on in the game, you actually can get to Greenhill, like, and even Forest Village. Like, this is actually open for a good while. I think essentially until you have to go to the border to check rations. This is open. Which is, I feel like I completely missed this casually for, like, my first few playthroughs. But it's actually, like, in a different state at that point. There's nothing of value, really. I think the best you can do is get a recipe in Greenhill or something, or, like, an old book. Which, at that point, you don't care about either, because they don't have Taio or Amelia, so they don't do anything. Alright, so now we are going off to Greenhill Matilda. Bounce, please. Bouncing. Nami's a big knight fan. She's like super hyped to meet the knights here. If I didn't add her to my party, she would have forced herself in anyway, by the way. But I want her in my party regardless, because she's my current kindness bearer, so she's the one doing all the damage. And since we are running 108, we are going to have to get Humphrey and Fudge, which means I have to fight the Harpy. And I need her for that. Now, you might be wondering how we're going to fight Harpy. For people more familiar with the game, you'll know that Harpy has 7,400 HP. And even though I have this kindness switch on the Nami setup, that's still only 1,000 damage per turn. It's not that crazy. We'll be using another rune we'll be getting very soon called the Violence Rune. And the Violence Rune is one of those things that'll probably slip by you completely casually, but it's actually a very powerful rune. The way it works is once you take half your HP once you take damage equal to half or more of your HP, you get both the Berserk status and the Violence status. Now, Berserk status is acquirable through other means, and it's just a 1.5 times damage multiplier on all physical damage. But the Violence status is unique. Violence you can only get from Violence Rune. It lasts only 1 turn, but for that 1 turn, you do 3 times damage, physical damage. So Berserk plus Berserk and the Violence are also separate statuses, so they stack with each other. So you get 1.5 times damage and 3 times damage, giving you 4.5 times damage for 1 turn. And with a character that has basically 1,000 attack, that takes that 1,000 damage to 4,500 damage. And that'll be how we do most of our damage in that fight. That's another reason why, like, if we take a route that doesn't really Matilda, we'll actually stop by Rockaxe to get that Violence Rune, even though it being a decently expensive detour. Because a 4.5 times damage multiplier on 1,000 is it's really good. Kind of a lot of damage. Oh, if you think that's a lot of damage, you haven't seen anything yet. 4,500 might sound like a lot, but we're gonna do much more than that later on. Yeah, and Suikoden violence is in fact the answer. Anyway, some refugees are trying to escape Muse right now, and we're like... The knights are convinced to go and try to rescue him, but we're too lazy for that. We'll just hang out here and watch. Oh, I can't take a full-on bathroom break here because I don't know when the battle will end, but I can't eat my string cheese here, so I'll be snacking, don't mind me. Anyway, for this battle to end, I just need the refugees to die, so here we will be hoping for refugee deaths. Highland Army, you guys are a massive disappointment. Especially you, Joey. I expect better from you. Luca's literally running away. Wow, that is one of the worst starts I've ever seen to this. Yeah, well, I think Annabelle was showcasing Servant Attack breaking damage cap during Suikoden because his run died. Horrible start. The big problem here is that top left one. The bottom right one will die fairly quick, but this top left one can start to break away into the forest. The problem is, so the cavalry on the Highland army can move like 2 tiles, unless they're in the forest, where they can only move 1. And because he gets some distance, and because he's going into the forest, he actually will only get attacked like once per turn, most likely. Until he can get past, until he gets past the forest area, which there's quite a bit of. Okay, at least the formation here is fairly hinted. Alright, come on, bow guy, you can do this. You guys suck. Wow, yeah, this is gonna be a travesty of a fight. I love how the refugees are killing themselves better than the Highland army's killing them. It's decent movement. The bow guy might be able to hit him now. Oh, maybe not because AI will block him. Yeah. You guys are idiots. For some reason, it's not moving into a forest. I've never seen this, I think. And, you know, normally it goes up, but it's going to the left. So the damage formula for these physical attacks is basically attack minus defense plus 4 divided by 20. So pretty much even the weakest units here have over a 50% chance to injure these guys. I think bow attacks are +2 instead of +4, but still. Why are you all waiting? Oh my god. Classic refugee battle. Refugee GGs. Refugee GEs. There we go. And now they're moving deeper into the woods, so now I'm only gonna get 1 attack per turn from Highland Army. So it's gonna be even slower. The refugees even gave him a chance to, like, make it up, and they failed. Really bad battle, but I mean, this is just Suikoden 2 speedrunning in a nutshell right here. Oh my god, you waited. Why would you wait? You have a 60% chance to attack. He has an attack of 1. Why would you wait? Makes no sense, man. Oh, I guess that's why, because you knew you would lose. See, this is why we win the war. The Highland army is very incompetent. They're waiting! They might actually make it at this rate. No! Man, you came at the worst time. If you came like 3 minutes ago, I could have put you for 3 minutes. But you came right at the end of the battle. Damn it, your timing sucks. So hidden in this appraiser shop is the best rune of all time. Random violence rune on a bookshelf. Anyway, I should maybe mention the story stuff. Basically, Mikota wants to go to Muse and see what's going on. And Gerudo's like, no. So he kind of sneaks off, essentially, on his own. Trying to figure out what's happening to the refugees over there. Alright, so this is Highway Village. We'll be doing some recruitment here, but most importantly, we'll be doing some trading here. Alright, we got high mail prices. Costumes. What did I... Oh, oops, I accidentally sold instead of buying. That's fine. That doesn't break anything, because I can just buy back. And buy the gold bar. So, really important is, it's really important for me to do the upcoming part quickly. Because the trade's like refresh based off IGT, pretty much. I need to be back here within 12 minutes, roughly. Can't be too early, but I can't be too late either. I forget the exact window at this point, to be honest, but... the way it's routed, we naturally hit that window. There isn't much variance in the upcoming parts. I don't think this game ever made me cry. I don't think any game has made me cry, but yeah, this game definitely hits the feels in certain parts. Never heard of Spirit Bear. I mean, I don't get her easily. So it either works off a point system. You need 5 points to recruit her. And depending what option she gives you, you get a certain amount of points pretty much. And we get those 5 points in Muse. You can do it really easily by just like before you go to investigate the border. Hey. I didn't want to talk to you 3 times. Before you go to the border of Muse, you could just like exit Muse, re-enter, and go back to the inn. That's the really easy way to do it. But you naturally get free opportunities as long as she doesn't ask you for wine more than once. You can get her in Muse without ever doing any re-enters. And you can also reset her recruit, like, you can get, like, additional chances by doing a save and soft reset in the inn. There's a thread on it on Suikoden.com if you want to look into it, on, like, how the point system works, but there's nothing too complicated about it. I kind of want to be fast. Not just because, you know, I'm speedrunning. Because I feel like me messing up that dialogue option with Humphrey might... It scares me a little bit. It didn't burn too much time, but like I said, the IGT is relevant here. I think we'll be fine anyway, though, because we had the, like, expensive mayo trade. So we're not as, like, impacted by IGT stuff. But yeah, so if you're curious as to how we do it, there's 3 windows. Right before we go to the Highland border, we get, like, the first set of points there. Then second one is right before we go outside Muse to wait for Joey. We re-enter the inn and we talk to her again, get the next set of points. And then the third one is before we go to Joustin Hill. And then if on the trip to Joustin Hill, if you get wine there, Leona won't give you the wine because she's taking care of Pilka. I think she has different dialogue. What you have to do then is you have to basically do the war battle of Gilbert, and after that, or before the war battle, talk to Gilbert. Before the war battle, talk to Leona for the wine, and then after the war battle, go downstairs and talk to Anita and give her the wine. And if you get unlucky and you get wine as an option more than once, then you should save and soft reset in the inn so you get a new dialogue from her so you can get more points. Because wine will only give you 1 point and you need 5 points total. One that gives her the option to call her beautiful, that one gives you 2 points, and giving her an antitoxin gives her 2 points. Anyway, weird stuff going on in Muse. Big wolf thing appearing in the sky. Wonder what that's about. But yeah, Luca's super into it and Joey's not feeling it. I have no idea why I went this way. Doesn't matter, but not what I normally do. Actually, I might prefer this. Might make it easier to line myself up. Anyway, for soldier fight, we're just gonna shiny like this. This will get Gengen some levels. Sadly, not quite enough. I don't care about Gengen, but the thing is it's stuck in our party for a while, and I don't want his level to impact my flee rate. Sadly, it will. Not by too much, though. Essentially, groups of 6. I won't get guaranteed what goes on. And there's like 20% chance of getting a failed escape one in Rocketite Mountain, and I don't know what the odds are in getting 6 Phantoms on the world map, but it's pretty low. Just don't get unlucky. Wait, I skipped the battle here? There's like a pseudo forced battle there. And when I was testing, I couldn't figure out how to skip it, so I don't know how he skipped it right there. It was one of the things I wanted to investigate at some point. It's like, it's a voting zone-based battle, but you can just run from it. It's not a forced battle, like traditional forced battles are. I misremembered. Oh, I can do double bounce there. Alright, off to Rockaxe Mountain to save Kent and get Fletch a Dragon. Yeah, it's Gengen. Captain Gengen, the most important character. No, I'm kidding. We brought Gengen with us because we got Gabocha on this trip. I didn't want to take him with me to Green Hill, even though that's an option because there he gets you extra dialogue. So the best time to do it is on this trip here. Alright, go right. Left. Right. Ah, just get stuck. This is the one group of 6 we actually can run from. So, that was good. Alright, should be a save point here. I can't seem to talk to. This fight isn't really scary, but just in case, you never know. Like, I can get a 1% miss or something. Thank you, Regraph Boss. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Rio Master as well. I'm looking forward to more to Aiden though. Duel, Defend, Attack, Mega Medicine Enemy, and Medicine. So here we see the use of Blue Gate Rune. Now this is a pretty good spell. It's 900 AoE to all enemies. That sounds good, right? But the downside is it hits our party as well. But that's actually why we use it, because I mentioned earlier that violence triggers when we lose half or more of our HP with a character of violence. We make that happen with the Blue Gate Rune here. I need to do these heals just in case Harpy does some big magic. The one on Luke is less necessary, but it does still have value. And it's kind of free to get in. There we go, Harpy done. Casual 4,500 from the Nami. I want to take a peek at her tech there, but I missed it. I used him to get Gabocha. Since I passed Rutu River on my way here. You need Gengen in your party to get Gabocha. It's his recruitment requirement. No, that was not why Gengen Nanami got Berserk because of Violence Rune. If you have Violence Rune equipped, once you take half your HP or more as damage, you get Berserk and Violence status. The only characters that can die to get Nanami Berserk are, I think, Ryu and maybe Joey. I'm actually not sure on that one, but Ryu's level 55. He ain't dying anytime soon. He's kind of a tanky boy. Speaking of cute, though, that's Bright. Look at him. Look at the cute dragon. Look at the baby dragon. Oh, cute. Scrambled dragon egg does sound like a pretty good dish. I feel like that would score well at the cook-offs. Alright, so there we go. Got Humphrey and Fletch. Fuck off. Cat's going a little bit crazy. Alright, so my native costumes. I got the worst possible trades for this, but it's fine. That's factored in. We're still comfortably making more than enough money off trading. Yeah, Fletch is in 3 as well. He's one of the very few characters that shows up in like 1, 2, and 3. The other one being Vicky. I think they're the only two. Well, like, you have young Vicky and older Vicky in 3, so Fletch is like the only like clear one. Oh, Dragon's alive. Maybe Dragon's alive. Fletch's previous dragon passed in Suikoden 1. Struck by lightning bolt. Anyway, here, Mikoto wants to help the Muse refugees. Squirtle tells him no, as like, that's an order. Mikoto, screw you, I'm a human first, not a knight, and he quits. Then he tells Camus to arrest Mikoto, and he's like, oh, can't do that. Also, quit. And a lot of the knights go and join them, and they join the army with us. Gerudo doesn't like us very much anymore. Not that he ever did in the first place. Gerudo was kind of always a dick. Here is the part of the story where everybody throws money on the ground. Oh yeah, Jean as well. I was thinking like combat characters. You're right. I was thinking like stats carrying over characters. There's also Star Dragon Sword that carries over. I like that's in all 3, but we don't count that. Gotta remember to do my army formations here. If I recall correctly, she was actually pretty useful for her passive ability in Suikoden 3. I forgot exactly how it worked. I think it increased your casting time, or like decreased your casting time, made you cast faster. Alright, another instance of where we have to go to bed. This is kind of like the game's way of leading you into Highland cutscenes of Joey, pretty much. Meanwhile, on Joey's side of things, he basically Tristan and Leon here and like talks about a plan to kind of take over Highland, make Luca king. He also asked for Julia's hand in marriage, Luca's sister, in the cutscene before this one. I've kind of been glossing over them completely because I forgot they exist since I just turtled through. Anyway, more terrible news. Spoiler alert, Radit has fallen to Highland. Oh, occupied. Now we're gonna go check it out with our boy Victor here. But before that, we gotta do some menuing. Okay, you already have a knight, so you go here. Why not? I'll give you you, and... Where's Taio? There he is. Choco we could put on you. Is that everyone? No, you need ally. And then, where's Jean? You go over here. So this is our first case of changing up our unit formations. Because we're gonna want them for our war battle setups. And we're gonna go check out Reddit. See what's going on over there. So, do we check out Reddit? Nah, let's go back. What's funny is this isn't good enough. You have to go back in again. And then say no. Hey, Dev Zero. Hey man, no more cam and no more big teacup. I quit the iced tea. It was bad for my health. I just have a normal cup of normal tea. Also have a normal cup of normal coffee that I've already finished. And I have a normal cup of water that I haven't really started yet. Surely nothing can go wrong with all of these cups. No, Ridley's not gonna die fighting Kiba. What do you mean Vicky glitch? There's no Vicky glitch. There is a chance that she incorrectly teleports you, but it's not glitch, it's just chance. I can go for one of those right now, Magus. Another one. It is way past my bedtime over here. Okay, well, I almost made a mistake. I luckily glanced over at my notes just in time. I need to do something here. It doesn't make as much sense to do it now, because the whole reason you do it now is because this is the best pathing for it. And when I go the wrong way, it's no longer the best pathing for it. We gotta go and get our chef, Taio. Yeah, I mean, this game is a speedrun. It's a bit questionable, but it is a lovely game. It's a really cool game to route, and it's a really enjoyable game to watch, I think, but actually running this game for good times is pretty miserable, honestly. It's really cool to show off, though. I still enjoy it, but... I don't think there's any Vicky glitch, especially nothing involving scroll recruitments. Not sure what you're talking about, though, so maybe I'm incorrect. Who knows? Be the first I hear of it. Alright, another war battle coming up. So basically at this point we're like, finally we are strong enough to take a direct battle, no complicated strategy required. So we're just meeting the Highland army head on. And by meeting them head on, I mean we're gonna run away. The reason being, we were lied to. There actually was a strategy in play here. And we are kind of setting it up at the moment. This battle automatically ends after 4 turns again, by the way, so... Oh, it's not a glitch, but I think I know what you're talking about. Are you talking about the secret room in Radit? So essentially here Ridley questions why the kobolds are at the front line. And she's like, because I said so. And Ridley is not a fan of that answer. So he's like, screw this, I'm out of here. And I'm taking my kobolds with me. Yeah, it's not a glitch, but that's the only way to get into that room is if Vicky teleports you in. It's intended to be that way, which isn't correct. But yeah, the only way to get in that room is if Vicky Phil teleports you. Actually, some nice stuff in there too, and it can take some movement in some cases. So if there was some kind of like setup to make it happen, it'd be kind of useful. But no such case. We're like, oh yeah, if we don't have Ridley, we're not gonna win this, so we just retreat. And this always happens. And it's another strict war battle. Nothing you can do to make this faster than just running away. Alright, so coming up is a kind of quote-unquote fun part. We're gonna go to bed, and when we get woken up, a random character will wake us up. So does anybody have any bets on who's gonna wake us up? It has to be a character we've recruited already. I am going to go with Gadget. That'll be my guess. Also, Joey agrees to marry Joey here, and they swear in Joey as a knight, which involves like a ritual where Joey has to pour his blood into like a wine. And then the king has to drink it. Alright, Choco, we got a Choco in chat. It turns out this is all part of an elaborate plan to kill the king. So, basically Joey poisoned himself and has been drinking antitoxin to like mitigate the effects of himself. So Joey's blood was the poison here. And he poisoned the king that way. So the king is dead. Luca is the new king. Clive! Choco was kind of close. Choco, Clive, almost the same. I was way off of Gadget. Also, fun fact, if you have one of the big animals here, like Feather, Siegfried, Abisboa. Well, Abisboa is impossible at this point, but there's a later one where the same thing happens. But if you have one of the big animals and they try to wake you up, the game crashes. So it's a good thing we don't have any of them. Alright, so this is the Kiba War battle right here. This is the worst battle in the whole run. The reason being, there's two win conditions for this. One is a turn count, where it's like 10 turns of waiting. The other is killing Kiba's unit. The thing is, Kiba's unit has 16 defense and has heavy armor, which means you need to injure him 3 times. So it's kind of hard to kill. In 108 star, we have something over a 60% chance to kill him. I forget the math on it. 90% is under 50. It's like 47. And then the way this goes basically is if you don't kill him, you lose like 5 minutes. In 90% now, we have a strat where you kind of like lure the army away from your main forces to reduce the combat time. And it ends up being like a minute to like a minute and a half slower than doing the kill. But it's reasonable, so we do that in 90%. But because in 108 you have Gene, you will still go for the kill. So this variance here is pretty brutal. The run's been pretty solid so far, yeah. We had a really bad refugee fight, but besides that, I've been pretty happy with it. Dice games were fine, didn't game over anywhere, didn't have to reload. It's been alright. Way better than I expected in the marathon setting. Alright, so basically our plan here is to kind of like pincer them. But they're like, oh yeah, we saw that coming, just break through and go for the leader. So it's like, oh no, our strategy isn't working. nobody else should be able to fight here, so I should just hold off on doing stuff. No point doing that yet. Start moving you closer. This, I think. It's kind of a mistake. Oh, didn't end up mattering. So first fire experiments, that sucked. Alright, got the wind magic though, so not bad. One sort of damage in turn 1, ain't bad. So I can't actually kill him until 2 turns from now, so if I do injure him on the next turn, I'm not going to bother trying to injure him again. No one else will be able to attack me here, so no point right here, turbo. We're a bit worried about, at this point, about our strategy, but I have faith in Shu's plan. What can go wrong? Come on. Alright. 50%, come on. Not good. Probably don't get it now. I still have a few more rolls, but I now have 3 30%, 1 50%, and I need to hit 2 of them. So very likely we don't get the fast fight. We'll lose like 5 minutes here. I also kind of realized I didn't save. I mean, it most likely won't be an issue. The only concern is like the character perma-dying. It's very unlikely here, but it's scary. So Ridley's back. The whole fight we had was all a ruse. It's all to set up this ambush. Alright. It's possible. Oh, I can move you here. This is better. I'm gonna try to avoid unit deaths just in case. This is a 50% chance to injure him. Dang it. Alright, 30% chance to not lose 5 minutes. Let's go. Got it. Wow. Let's go! We got him! Good Kiba fight. Oh, good. Not losing 5 minutes, I guess, is good. It was like my last chance to get it though, so if it was any worse, it was gonna fail. Alright, so we did it! Yay! So we capture Kiba and Klaus. Ridley can't die in that one. You can have characters die in that one, but Ridley is not one of them. Cut off their heads. Okay, join us. They have them to join you right away, they won't do it. And you have to, like, if you tell them to cut off their heads like 3 times, I think. Or maybe infinitely, I forget. But once you tell them to cut off his head once, and then ask them to join, it works. I maybe ask them to join every time, it takes like 3 tries. I don't know why it's like this, but it's kind of funny. You ask them to join right away, won't join you. But you say cut off their heads, and then ask them to join you, then they join. They also receive word here, and they find out that Agaris was murdered by Luca, which is a big part of why they join. Alright, so go to the tavern here. I have some new menus here. So I'm gonna focus a little bit more on my notes. Not completely comfortable with these yet. I actually did do some minor rerouting the last few days. We're gonna go talk to Barbara here. We actually do use Barbara in this run. Alright. Strip Vicky, Strip Wakaba, and then Skill Ring, non-enemy slot 1, and Magic Ring, boot slot 2. Good, did it right. I didn't equip karate uniform there because it messes with worm range. I'm gonna want to proc Violence on Worm, and if I put on Karate Uniform, it won't do it with 2 physicals. So I do sacrifice 5 tech by not doing that, but I saved a bit of menuing time, and the odds of that coming into play are really low. I was checking like Nanami's average stats, because the only thing it matters for is Luca. And it only matters if she ends up with less than 115 tech. Actually, less than 114 tech, and the odds of that happening are like 20%. And all that would do is reduce my accuracy on Luca from like 99% to like 95 at the lowest. Realistically, it should like basically never be lower than 97. Most of the time it should be 99. Benefits of a late ball in a party fight. Just one-shot him. That does happen, but only in the story thing. The thing is, Ridley's a story character, so the only way Ridley can die in this game is if you choose to run away in Tinto. Ridley has no, like, there's no other way you can get Ridley killed. He has story character plot armor. Oh, almost forgot something important. And my eyes are getting tired. Go back to the castle. I don't need y'all. How neat would it be if you could escape Talisman out of here? That'd be nice, eh? Ah, woo! Dang it. I don't know what I can bounce off of here. I should learn. Alright, so here we're doing basically another recruitment trip, because like I said earlier, I need 63 recruits for castle level 3 before I go to Gregminster, and that's where we're going next in the story. We're going to Gregminster. So I'm gonna go get pretty much every other available character for me at this point. That's castle level 2 or below, besides Hicks, Tangard, Yuzu, and Sid. Those 4 I will be delaying. Raise input. Thank you. And I'll get my bounce there. Didn't get my input there either. This game has some input lag issues. Like, it's not even like a PSTV thing. This game legitimately has input lag issues at times. It likes to drop inputs. Doesn't matter casually, but in speedrunning can get annoying at times. So yeah, like I mentioned earlier that like I do make some sacrifices by getting people early. Like imagine I had Waking Mirror here, I could teleport back to my castle and then teleport to Toto. And I'd save a good amount of walking time. But all this added up, all this extra travel time movement is still less than the time I would lose by doing a second Gregminster trip. Which is what we're talking about here. We're getting all these people now, so I don't have to make the second trip. Yeah, the downside of doing this is I have to make this whole backtrack. But I can do some recruitment along the way. I don't care if he does wall attack on me because I just one-shot him anyway. As long as it's not defend. I do that. Yeah, Yoshino, Stallion, Amada, and Richmond. Sadly, Amada joins our party here. It's actually kind of bad for us. Like, there's no clear downside of having him, but the thing is, he's gonna get hit no matter what on the worm fight, and he has a piece of equipment that makes him heal automatically, which has animation time to it. It's a little bit too far there. Rope, you mean detective? Yoshino is Freed's wife. The recruitment requirement for her is to have Freed in your party. She's an interesting mid-tier character too. Like, she's one of those characters that I said I liked, kind of like mage combat hybrids, but I don't know, I feel like she's weaker. I feel like her magic set's a little bit too low. Alright, anyway. Heads or tails, guys? When you get it right, we get Richmond. I'm gonna go with tails. Ah, heads. Never lucky. That guy gave us a coin. Very nice of him. He'd always use some money. Stallion? Jerk. Yep. That was a challenge. I have turbo on, by the way, so I'm like mashing X permanently. It still took me like 10 seconds. Well, why do you spoil it for everyone, I'm Zephyr? Yep, Richmond is cheating. It's a cheat coin. So we're gonna tell him to use our new coin we got from the guy in the tavern, and it's like, okay, you got me. I'll come join you. Just basically said the leader needs to be able to see through cheap tricks like that. Testing us. It's like I was testing this chat here. Alright. Alright, back to the castle we go. So one really annoying thing here for a speedrun, it's not like a big deal, but because of story stuff, Reed will like basically leave my party and join it again automatically here. And that always puts him into the last formation slot, which is annoying because I'd love to have him in like 5th slot or something. At times, yeah. It's not too important most of the time, since we're teleporting around, but there are times where I add him to my party for some fast movement. And not just for that, something with Stallion in this game is if you have Stallion in your party, you get guaranteed escapes. I use him for that as well in a few parts. Alright, good. I have 5 floors there. 5 floors there. That means I have castle level 3. So we haven't missed anyone so far. If I didn't have 5 floors available to me on that elevator, that means I missed someone and I have to go figure out who I was missing and get them. Right, this is Sheena. He is Lapon's son from Suikoden 1, and Lapon is now the president of the Torn Republic. So it's like, hey, I'll introduce you guys. Maybe he can help you guys out, sort of deal. I think he's trying to get back home right now, and is kind of using us, taking advantage of us to try to get back home. I forget why exactly he's doing this, but something like that. Right, and off to Banner Pass. We also have our last really major RNG thing coming up. It is the Rose Brooch. Basically, we need to get an item to recruit a certain character. And it's a rare find in a shop. The way rare finds work is basically they're like random items that can or cannot show up. And they are iterated through based off IGT. Or maybe reset based off IGT might be more accurate. So if I don't get it now, I have to wait a certain amount of time and then return. And then if I still don't get it, I have to wait a certain amount of time and return. And yeah. Obviously in the speedrun, waiting is not good. So what I will do since we're in the marathon is this first one I won't save for. But if I don't get it on this trip, the next trip I will make a save before. And I'll just soft reset if I don't get it. It's not as bad as it. Well, it's different. At least in Suikoden 1, we can RNG manipulate for the Opal in the speedrun, so it's not nowhere near as bad, but that's like kind of... That's not kind of unfair. I think I might have thought Shino was a girl as well in Suikoden 1. Verifying, did we get it? We did not, dang it. Alright, where are we timer-wise? 4:25. So my next trip should be no earlier than 5:28. That gives me like the best chance. Essentially, every 10 minutes, the rare finds refresh. They cap out at like 50 minutes, something along those lines. It actually depends based off like which shop it is, but that's the only one we care about rare finds for in the speedrun, and I think that was the timer. 51 minutes IGT to refresh the optimal amount of times. So, did I say 5:18 is when we want to come back, roughly? And then for that one, I'll save at the inn, and if I don't get it, I'll just soft reset until we get it. I'm choosing Kasumi. Not because she's my waifu, but because she lets me get the ninjas early and she has really good equipment that I want to steal. But also, even if it wasn't for that, I'd still pick Kasumi because she's my waifu. Oh, Valeria is great too. It's actually a difficult choice. I like Valeria more in Suikoden 1. I like Kasumi more in Suikoden 2. But yeah, the route actually heavily... I need to pick Kasumi. It would be like almost a run killer if I don't get her. It would... I can recover it, but it would cost me a ton of time. Alright, got the slam attack. Sag. So I need to wait for Nanami to get violence here. So we're just gonna do that again. Alright, at least we got double slam, so it's the fastest slow one. That's not supposed to happen. Shit. That is a problem. Okay, I can still fix this, but that was not what we want to see here. I need healer. Do I not have this in my notes anywhere? Or maybe she just got abnormally low on Harpy. Of course, now you do lightning, you jerk. Wow, I'm actually kind of getting low with Ryu. That's kind of sick. So what was supposed to happen there is Nanami's supposed to get violence and then one-shot the worm. But she died, so that didn't happen. I will eventually clear this, it's just not at all how it's supposed to go. I'm just genuinely trying to remember, like... How'd she take so much damage early that she's low? I remember Harpy only hit me once, so she shouldn't have been that low. I'm kind of confused. Oh well. Oh, I'm gonna show off a little glitch here for fun. How did it go again? There you go, you get out of bounds here. You can also escape Talisman to take a shortcut back here. You should actually never do the out of bounds when you're doing this part of the story, because you have this cutscene here that triggers automatically once you get past a certain line, and if you go out of bounds, you basically can't get to Vargas and the game soft locks. But after you do this first trip, it's like you can just run around all over the screen with that out of bounds and have fun. Okay, hold on, this is not the time to read through notes. Because we have a very important option to pick here. Gotta make sure we get Kasumi. What do you mean by that? Darker Swallow? Oh. I mean, none of them are that important, honestly. Tezuka is not a particularly important character. Right, got Lorelei, so our castle level was fine. I already knew that, but it's always nice to be sure. Now, this is a pretty funny set of cutscenes here. So ask for him to join us, and for him to join you need to make 50,000 profit trading. And it's like, hey, you did it! Coates, his son. He appears out of that barrel and stares at the wall. You're taking over the shop, son. But anyway, upon agreeing to help us, he sent, I think he loaned us like 5,000 soldiers. Nice, cheap salt irons. And he gave us a general to lead them, in our case Kasumi, and he gave us the Blinking Mirror. The Blinking Mirror is the part I care about the most, because Blinking Mirror is an item that you can use on the world map to teleport back to your castle, and it's going to make moving around a lot easier from here on out. Thank you. I did a lot of trades to get to Gordon. Essentially, I bought mayonnaise and native costumes twice in South Window. I bought native costumes and a deer antler in Forest Village. Then I sold the mayonnaise because I got the high price in Highway Village. If I got the low price, I would have bought and then sold later. I bought all the native costumes in Highway Village. I bought all the deer antlers in Highway Village. And I bought the gold bar in the Highway Village. And then in 12 minutes, I went back and I sold all the stuff I bought. Yeah, it would have been pretty painful to do squirrel hunting. I'm glad they're not forced. I mean, it would have been fine if they had better recruitment requirements. But with how you have to recruit them, it would have been miserable if you had to get them. Alright, coming up is a menu. And we're going to have to do it a certain way to set up a glitch later on called the Rooney Night Speed Glitch. I will cover that once I do the menu, I think. But this is Rockaxe, this is the secret ninja village, and this is why we need to get, one of the reasons we need to get Kasumi. Basically, these guys, Sasuke and Mondo, you need castle level 4 to get them normally. But if you have Kasumi with you, you only need castle level 3. So that's why for one away to start Kasumi is just like, there's no way you can ever pick Valeria, you have to get Kasumi. So Mondo will add to the party as well. He'll replace Amada. My notes are actually a little bit in the wrong order here. Or are they? No, actually no, they're fine. Yeah, I did something right. Rare moment. Yeah, Rockaxe is very well hidden. Alright, Ninja Super Robe, remove this, Speed Ring, 2 right, 1, 2 down, Wing Boots, 1 right, then remove this, 1 right, 1 down, then 1 right, 1 up. Anyway, so I mentioned Rune Unite Speed Glitch. Before I talk about that, I guess I should start talking about Rune Unites. So we've been using some pretty high level magic so far, and that's all cool and all, but we can get even better magic, and the way you do that is by combining certain elements of level 4 spells. We'll be using 2 in particular. We'll be using the Fire and Lightning Unite, and we'll be using the Water and Lightning Unite. And the way it works is 2 characters basically, one uses one level 4 spell of one element, and the other uses the level 4 spell of the other element. And instead of doing the 2 separate spells, it does one bigger, stronger spell. Now, the thing about that is I'm combining spells of 2 characters into one, so there's a max of like 3 per turn, right? Well, wrong. There's something called the Rune Unite glitch, where you can have multiple characters unite with one person. So that one person gets to basically unite with a bunch of people, and then you can do up to 5 per turn. Because instead of having characters like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 unite, you have 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, 1 and 5, 1 and 6. So you get a lot more out of that. And that is very useful. That's a really good way for us to do damage, so we'll be using that. But that's still not the glitch we're talking about here. On top of that, there's something called the Rune Unite Speed glitch, and to explain that, I first have to explain the speed bonus you sometimes get in this game. So when you use something that has like healing or even damage to your own party, the game generally gives that character a speed boost of 1.3 times their speed. Okay, weird. I pressed let go. And we observed that sometimes when we did Rune Unites, even if they didn't have healing in them, we would randomly get that speed boost. And turns out it's a glitch, but after a while we figured out how that glitch works. I'm not gonna go super in-depth into it, but it has to do with like the internal item system and like how the game is like the order in which the game stores them. Essentially what happens is when you do a Rune Unite, there is no like it improperly reads the data for the Rune Unite spell and it overflows into the wrong set of data to check if you have the speed boost. And basically what happens is whatever rune you're using for the Rune Unite, it'll go into the inventory slot, or like the internal item slot of the item after that rune in the inventory system, in the internal inventory system. And it'll read the bytes of its description, bytes 11 to 15, and it'll use that to determine if it should Rune Unite, or if it should get the speed boost. And I'm not going to go into like the details of the setup, but I set up my equipment in a way where we'll get that set up to be favorable for us, so we always get that speed boost. I know I didn't do the best job explaining it, but it's actually super hard to explain. It's a very complicated glitch. Gist of it is, I manipulated my inventory system to give myself a speed boost whenever I do the Blazing Camp and the Thor Rune Unites. Now the reason I had to do it here, by the way, is because coming up we have Luca. So basically once we get Mondo and Sasuke, we don't get any more characters joining our party. Or like any more items ever, pretty much. Until we're like done with Luca. So we know no new items will be added into the internal system. And then before Luca, we have a very special moment where Ryu is actually removed from the party. And that gives us a window into our inventory system to kind of set it up. It's the only time in the game that happens. So that's why it was set up here. So anyway, for this battle, you can technically save Ridley, but that's not what we're going to do. We are going to try to get Ridley killed. But Ridley sometimes doesn't want to die, and we have something for that case too. So the pre-scenario will stand this battle, Ridley dying, saving Ridley, or the hero getting injured. If the hero gets injured, the battle ends as well. So if Ridley doesn't get killed here, which he won't, he's already safe, I'm going to try to injure the hero here. Best way to do that is Fire Spear. So we're going to start with that. And Fire Spear the hero. Hopefully we just get this right away. 50% chance. Unlucky. Alright, then we can try Invention if that doesn't work out. Okay, not good. This is not a good fight. Next turn I'll try again with the Fire Spear, and if that doesn't work, it's going to be a really slow battle. It also means we basically hit a 12.5% chance, because the odds of 2 Fire Spears and Invention missing is 12.5%. Nice 12.5% chance. So best thing to do now is just hope Ridley dies, which he is not doing. Really bad luck. I haven't seen this in so long. This is super unlucky. Sasarai, why are you waiting? Come on, man. Yeah, Ridley's just killing everyone. I'm honestly tempted to try to rescue him at this rate. Oh, he's trapped again. Alright, nice. You got injured. Really take damage. You injured Sasarai? Really? That's honestly impressive. Instead of him dying injured... Man, now we have these guys fighting. This is so bad. He ain't getting rescued. It's too far away. He's blocked off is the big issue. I don't have a good way to get to him. Okay, there we go. Horrible fight. I lost a few minutes here. Yeah, that's the best way to do it, but it's still multiple turns slower than just injuring yourself, which is obviously faster. I just got really unlucky with my Fire Spears and Invention. Yeah, Giga Chad Ridley over there. He's fine. Don't worry about him. Ridley can take care of himself. He's not dead. But I'd say we did kill Ridley. The only way to kill Ridley, once again, is through taking the bad ending path in Tinto, and then changing your mind. If you do that, he gets replaced with his son, Boris, and you can still get 108 stars. Hey, Victor woke me up. So today it was Clive and Victor. Alright, I'm gonna make a save here because there is a higher than normal chance of permanent death on this fight. Alright, we're already past that threshold. Yeah, this run ain't that fast anymore. Kind of got wrecked by refugees and Ridley and Worm, actually, but the Worm was my mistake. Yeah, really so much better than Boris. I actually really don't like Boris. Makes me, like, basically unable to take the bad ending casually. I really dislike the bad ending just because of Ridley dying and the replacement being Boris. I don't know, something about Boris's design is just very unappealing to me. Alright, so this battle ends after I do one sort of damage to Luca, or it's like wait 10 turns. I don't think it's 10 turns, but it's wait more turns than I want to wait. Come on, first try. There we go, nice. Perfect fight. Yeah, we have Suikoden memes. Like, well, this isn't even a meme, this is fact. Like, Neckcord being Hugo's father. I guess that doesn't count, though, because that's just real. I'm sure we have other memes. I'm tired as hell, so they're not coming to mind. 139 tech. She has good tech, yeah. Yeah, it's because I'm playing with the music patch. Should've made a save there, but whatever. I get all the music because I got all the music for you guys because I am playing with the music patch. He's just that much of a beast, pretty much. Yeah, see, we got Ridley back. Ridley's not dead. Rescued by Sasuke and Mondo. If you don't have them, it's Choco that does the rescue. Anyway, time for Luca. Alright, so our party is going to be Nanami, Meg, and Luke. Don't worry about us being 1 HP, we will get auto-healed. Alright, you got this, Flick. I believe in you. Auto him. You got this. Oh, no dodge. Alright, this is off to a bad start already. I want to not see any Luca Flame Sword attacks just because slowest animation. To be fair, I think most of the Suiko chat is asleep at this point. It's 5 AM. Okay, this is actually not going well. This should finish him, I think, but pretty slow like that. This is why I sold his armor earlier, so this goes faster. No, he gets rescued regardless. If you don't have Mondo and Sasuke, he gets rescued by Choco. He never dies at that part of the story. The only way he can die is if you take the bad ending in Tinto. Welcome back to Mountain Touch. But you should be resting if you got the flu. And you guys might not be asleep, but I'm asleep. I am sleepy. 8, 10. So this is, you might have noticed I gave Luca Magic Ring, and so he does enough damage to Nanami here, so she can get violence. Without that Magic Ring, there's a decent chance that she doesn't take enough damage, so funny little thing there. Alright, good, no 1% miss. Now I just need to dodge the family attack fail, and we'll be fine. Alright. I actually don't like that. That That counter does nothing for me. Okay. Good. I just wanted to make sure Meg died. That was like one thing. Alright, good. Got him. Watch out. Check out this damage, by the way. Losing that duel to him, I think, is pretty hard, honestly. Oh yeah, I gotta remember, I'm actually doing a menu here that I've never done before. I fixed my speed issues on each fight, but it does mean I have to do some menus differently. It's not. Damage ranges aren't an issue in that fight. Yeah, it's not actually hilarious. It actually is like potentially run killing. Which is a big part of why I kind of want to reroute this, because any percent uses a different strat there now that uses Circus Attack and Highly instead, and I'd much prefer that because that can't fail. Because I need to get her negative kindness points. So, because we'll be using her later. Just equip, remove, I've never done that menu in the run before, so it's still unnatural to me. I should have looked at my notes more before I did it. Ryu dodged them, right? So Ryu's taking no damage. Okay, I can just, like, not even think here. I should be able to just attack and win no matter what. I guess in the way, yeah. But yeah, it's for the Kindness Rune glitch. A little bit of spoiler, but Meg is gonna be our Kindness Rune user after Nanami here. We're gonna switch over really soon to Meg. In case you're wondering what happened there, you can lock the camera by holding R1. It's weird that he outspeeds me there. I don't know how that works. I've tested this before. Maybe it's like when he wins the duel while attackers attack, he outspeeds. Well, there we go. Luca down. We did it. GG. Stop the timer. Not really, if anyone's listening. Don't actually stop the timer. You're not done. The game kind of makes you think for a little bit. It's like, hey, maybe this is the end. We did it. Luca's dead. We could restore peace to the country. But no, not quite yet. Yeah, I do think this game is very much on the easy side. If you're not like as comfortable with systems and stuff, it can provide a little bit of a challenge, but not really. I've like beaten this game casually before using only Gengen and Freed, and for final bosses only Gengen. It's really not that hard. And now it's like without using Kindness Rune glitch or anything like that, no. Because the whole point was for it to be a challenge run. He was really high level. He was like level 80, but that just happened naturally because of like him being solo for like every boss. Yeah, Luca Blight boss battle is definitely one of the best boss battles of all time. Hey, also, Joey got married, which also makes Joey the king of Highland. Maybe we can now finally come to some kind of peace treaty or something. Our best friend is the king now. I figure we can work something out. So we're just like going around, seeing what's going on, exploring, or a little bit of peacetime. Yeah, Suikoden 1 has harder parts, but honestly, it's kind of like... The thing about Suikoden 1 is, like, the difficulty is kind of just like a stat check. In a way. Like, it's not that the pawn duel's hard, it's just you need to make sure you know that you can win it and you have to set up pawn. And then maybe you just don't get unlucky with the duel options. I don't know. It really depends on what your measure of difficulty is. Two-Den Hero is a good one. Although, honestly, if you use Hero as an actual combat character, it'll always be easy. When I did my playthrough, I intentionally didn't use Hero. I think I only used them, like, I leveled them up to 25 for Gerudo. That was simply because Gerudo, I didn't know that I couldn't do that without, like, maybe level tricking Joey or something. My Joey was level 30, and the two of them combined couldn't handle it. And there was no way I can fix it at that point. If I had known it was going to be an issue ahead of time, I would have leveled up Joey. Because Joey's level on Gerudo is based off Hero's level plus 5, or whatever level he was before, whichever was higher. And I had level 30 Joey because I did like the speedrun strat for double head. So I had a level 4 Ryu and a level 30 Joey on Gerudo, and it's just like, it wasn't happening. But that was the only fight I used Ryu on. So here I'm going to bring along Stallion, because I will be spending some time on the world map here. I'm going to bring along Sai because I'll make a trip to get Tomo here. Which I might actually start doing later, but I'm not going to reroute live. The reason being is I need to kick out Meg before the 6.5 hour mark. Or 5.5 hour mark, so she doesn't get a kindness point. So doing someone with a faster recruitment, like say Bedeau, would be kind of nice. Yeah, that is one of the nice things about the easier difficulty. You can swap characters in and out, no problem. You can use weaker characters and you'll be fine. It kind of lets people choose how challenging the game is, but honestly, if you know how the game works, it's like, no matter how much challenge you try to add, it's pretty easy. I mean, to be fair, I think the EXP system is fine in that regard. It's abusable, but I think casually, it's okay. Because the other thing about the EXP system, like, sure, it might let characters catch up quickly, but you don't quite power level either. It's like, you slow down your XP growth a lot when you're above the level the game intends. So unless you're doing, like, EXP trick sort of stuff, which they fixed in the later games more or less, you're not going to over level either. You'll just be at, like, the level the area intends or a little bit higher. It depends on the game, TCG Gen, but I think the classics, I think like clean 2D is way better than bad 3D. So yeah, Joey's like, peace treaty, JK, LOL. If you don't agree to my terms, we're gonna get shot in the back. Alright, okay, cool. Simply because that's the fastest option. Anyway, Victor comes and rescues us and basically uses Pilk as a distraction to prevent us from getting shot. Shu's idea. But anyway, after all this time, We've had Pilka for the last 3 hours. She hasn't said a word. As soon as she sees Joey again, she starts talking. Ungrateful brat says she was so lonely without him. We've been taking care of her for the last 3.5 hours. Screw you, Pilka. So ungrateful. Joey literally just tried to kill us. I was so lonely without you. Alright, so sadly Shining Light's a little bit too weak for this fight, so we are going to use the Shredding Scroll we stole off Mundo. Pretty much one of the few reasons we added him to our party, so we can steal his gear. We stole that and we stole his ninja suit. I think it was Jason to Nanami because it's nice in the case where Nanami actually fails the family attack on Luca. Alright, that movement right there was very specific. It lets me skip a forced battle here. I have to run to the right wall, walk one step down, and then run rest. And if you don't do that, you'll get a battle exiting here. Maybe even 2 battles, depending on how you do it, but that lets you skip. Alright, so we have to go back to the castle now. Funnily enough, the fastest way to do this by a small margin is to do that. Now we're gonna go back to Ruby for the last time. Our final trip here. We're gonna go get Sai's daughter, Tomo. Oh, I've never finished with everyone max level. I've tried before, but it got old. There's some characters that you can't really effectively max level, and it would just be a massive grind. And I'd get bored getting to that point. Even like the character where it was more reasonable to get a max level, it gets tedious for me. I never finished it like that. I don't think I've ever done that in any game where it isn't pretty easy. Hey, no pointer. That's very kind of you to say. I'm glad. I'm glad my streams can help improve your day. Thank you for the kind words. I hope you continue to enjoy them. Alright, so I got Toho, and now we're gonna go back to the castle. I'm glad you're enjoying as well. Fuck sucks. Sorry, I'm like, I know I'm starting to lag with my like talking. That's because at this point my brain is lagging. It is 6 a.m. right now, I think. It's getting harder, or it's 5:30 a.m. It's getting harder and harder to concentrate at this point. Yeah, I think he always does the jump. Almost always. Alright. Gotta trigger this cutscene. Nanami gets pissed at Shu for using Pilloka like that. I think Shu did the right thing. She was ungrateful anyway. And now we're gonna go back to the front of the castle, which, funnily enough, the fastest way to do it is to teleport. The one downside of doing warps like this, though, is that theoretically Vicky can fail the teleport and then use time. Koyu is a bandit of the Lamp Dragon Bandits that has come to ask us for our help. Apparently there's zombies showing up around the Tinto area. And we're like, zombies? We know what's going on, Neckord. And we're gonna go check it out. Oops, wrong option. We don't need him in our party, so we're gonna add him to our convoy. She's a pretty good choice. Tomo is actually unique in that she has an A Earth affinity. There's very few characters that have A Earth affinities. That makes her like... Well, the thing is, I feel like Earth is a pretty bad damage rune in this game, with the exception of on Beast Rune. It's really good on Beast Rune, especially in the speedrun. Because Earthquake gets a much shorter animation time on Beast Rune than it does in every other fight, and like no heads resist Earth Rune. So it hits for full damage on pretty much everything. We've considered using Tomo for that fight before, but you have to find time to give her an Earth Rune, and it doesn't quite work out. I think it's more the optional characters that give you the pumps. I don't think he normally does it for story characters. I don't know. At this point, I don't know what's going on, really. We enter a cold village there just to get it added to our teleport list, so we don't have to enter it later. We can just teleport there, since we were passing by anyway. And off we go. Probably the game doesn't get you continue to the left until you watch this cutscene here with Koyu and his brother Yajimu. Yajimu is really important 90%. It's not currently important 108 star. The reason his is important is he comes with a double beat rune, and we want to steal it from him. So normally in like a route where we use the double beat, we would take him with us to Green Hill for Green Hill Liberation, since the most convenient rune shop is there. And we would just take that moment to like Afterbone Dragon, steal his double beat, and give it to whoever we want to give it to. In the case of any percent, it's Eiley, but here, since we'll be using Meg, we have no need for it. There is a specific well, there's two good reasons why we're going to use Meg, by the way. I'm just going to not spoil the surprise. You'll see it on... You'll kind of see it on Sierra, and you'll really see it on Golem. You'll also really see it on Bone Dragon. At that point, I guess it won't be as much of a surprise. Alright, you do have to be careful around Tinto. If you go the wrong way at some point here, you can soft block the game. So we are gonna go and sharpen weapon here, and we're also gonna do some rune shuffling. I never noticed Reijipu. I'm not even sure what area you're talking about. I'm assuming... yeah, I don't even know what area you're talking about, honestly. Oh, didn't want to quit. Move. Okay, kindness. Are we talking about Tinto here? Kindness, or we're gonna give that to Meg. Woods I was just in. I wasn't in Woods recently, though. Are we talking Ruby Forest? I guess that was a while back now. Oh, I never found that unsettling. Right, this is Gustav, he's the mayor of Tinto. And he's happy to see us, blah blah blah. He wants to join us, but first we have to deal with the zombie problem around here. This is Marlowe, he shows us to our room. He is another star that joins automatically, but it's honestly like one of the most boring stars. He basically just says he's weak, it's kind of like a bookworm. Right, he's never usable in combat or anything, and I don't think he serves any particular function in the castle or in the army. Kind of a rando character. He does get a little bit more development if you go for the bad ending. Him and Koyo actually fight off zombies. It's kind of neat. Oh yeah, I know what bird chirping noise you're talking about now, or when you're when I figured that was Ruby, but I don't find it unsettling. I never really gave it much thought though. Gustav has the best eyebrows. True. This is Lily. Might recognize her from Suikoden 3. She's actually one of my favorite characters in 3. Nickwood ran away from me again, jerk. Anyway, now we go back inside, discuss our battle plan some more, and Jess shows up along with Hauser. They're both from Muse. Jess is the guy that sent us to Youth Brigade camp, or to the, like, Highland camp with Joey to figure out the rations and stuff. And Jess is kind of an idiot. He thinks we killed Annabelle because he saw us there. Never put together that maybe, you know, the new king of Highland, Joey, who's no longer with us, had something to do with it. No, it must have been us because we were there with her. Yeah, just ain't the brightest. Yeah. Good thing he conveniently left it close to the north window. But for anyone who doesn't know, after you go to bed here, or after you try to go to your room here, you go and talk to Nanami. And you actually get the option to, like, run away. And usually when the game gives you options like that, it's one of those... You gotta pick this, but, like, the game doesn't let you. Here, it'll actually let you run away and it'll take you down the path of the bad ending, but I will not be doing that because it's slower. You don't necessarily have to finish it. You can, like, skip some stuff, but it ends up being slower and you get some bad consequences like Ridley dying. And I don't want that. Ridley's cool. But it also just loses you time. It does let you skip the Sierra fight though, which is kind of nice. Luca bright. Luca bright and early. That's toxic xenomorphica, how could you? I did the math on that, by the way. That Sierra that I had in practice is less than the 1/1000 chance. The miss was 1%, but the fact that she double targeted Meg with that bat attack 2 times in a row, which is the only way she can kill Meg, was also 1%. So it was 2 1%. That's kind of sick. And then when I, right after, well, not after that, but later on that day, I was testing some stuff and I entered another Sierra fight, and Meg missed again, which is once again a 1%. So Sierra kind of has my number right now. Alright, get Rora. I mean, speaking of awkward, you literally, like, have Pilica and go and get into Joey's bed in SinDar Ruins. Like, around his, like, waist area. I never got what the hell that scene was about. It was so weird. No, there's no seeded RNG. I mean, the RNG is seeded, but in a bad way that makes it impossible to manipulate. RNG is seeded by in-game time, including the frame counter. At the start, either when you do a new game or when you load game. No, I wasn't even mad about it. I just happened to be looking at, like, attack probabilities for something else, and I glanced at Sierra while I was there. I saw the bad attack was 20%, and at that point I decided to do the math, because that's kind of sick. You know, interestingly enough, I think Suikoden 1 might have had some similar idea for seeding the RNG, but it was implemented poorly. Because when you do Taio in Suikoden 1, so for Taio, the dice rolls are actually seeded with an extra value. But in the speedrun, that value is always all zeros, and it turns out that value is actually frame count. The thing is, it's only, like, you only use that value if you ever save or load the game. So for, like, Suikoden 1 RNG manipulation, you gotta make sure that you never save or load for Taio, or you can't do it. You can't manipulate them if you save or load. And then in this game, it's like everything is kind of like the RNG value itself is just seeded. Oh, what am I doing? How am I running out of here? In this game, everything's just seeded with it. Like, just RNG value. No, in Suikoden 1, Taio, like, or dice game RNG is the only thing that's, like, seeded by anything. Everything else is just RNG value, to my knowledge. I could be wrong, but I've never seen anything else. Anyway, we use the right shield rune to save ourselves from that cord, and meanwhile Joey here is also in pain because of his rune. Not really sure why. That's explained to us, like, at the very end, pretty much. Anyway, during that zombie takeover, Hauser's daughter has went missing. Herb Lily. That cord by Choco. Taio deserves to be nerfed into the ground. That wall is a scam, by the way. Doesn't let you bounce there. Go to south window. So, something I should mention is there's really only, like, when you talk about invisible characters in Suikoden 2, there's only two that come to mind, really, Clive and Gilbert. But there's actually a lot more than that. There's a lot of characters who won't join you if you pick the wrong option. Max being one of them. If you're mean to him, he just, like, leaves forever. Kinnison and Shiro, you can tell him to, like, not join you, and they'll be gone forever. There's quite a few others. That's a little fun fact for you. But there's actually a lot of missable characters in this game. It's just, you have to actively avoid the other ones. Alright, remove, not any violence. Violence onto Meg. Water onto Shima. Killy. Yeah, plenty of well-hidden characters. Rockaxe comes to mind the most for me. Rockaxe is very well hidden. Right. So we actually have a skip coming up here. So normally before you fight Sierra, there's a pretty long cutscene. But what you can do is bounce off that wall there and just talk to her. And we avoid that whole cutscene. And take her back, hold the breath, and... Alright, if she manages to miss again, I'll be genuinely impressed, because I would have gotten free 1% in like 5 times. Alright, there we go, we didn't miss. So there you see the power of Meg and Trick Room plus Kindness Ring Glitch. Kinda good. So at this point I can go back to Banner Pass if I wanted to check for Rose Brooch, but I don't wanna... I wanna get Meg out of my party ASAP, so I'm gonna not do that. I think we'll be okay for the Meg timer. Looking at this. Oh, I lagged there. Basically, I want to get through this as fast as possible so I can replace Meg with Hicks. That's so I avoid her getting a kindness point. Nap time again. I'm actually... Cooking minigames is again one of those things where it's like... It's cool, but I enjoy the side story, but the minigame itself I think is lacking. Like, it's fun, but honestly, it's kind of weird with its mechanics. But it's definitely one of the better minigames. It's still a better system than the war battles in this game, for sure. Oh, my notes even say that's a Rose Brooch timing. I just haven't been doing a job of scrolling. But I just want to make sure I kick Meg out in time. On to party because it's higher level. 0 to convoy. I like the side story. I mean, honestly, if you're doing cook-offs, I think you should do all of them. Finish the plot. Read Upon is the worst. Honestly, Read Upon wouldn't be so bad if you didn't have to win multiple times. It's actually a decently fun game. It's better than Shinchironin. But the fact that you have to win multiple times kind of ruins it. Yeah, the war battles in this game aren't very good. They're fun casually when you don't understand what's going on, but like once you kind of know how they work, they're pretty bad, just because it's all scripted pretty much. And even then, it's just a lot of luck involved as well. Speedrunning this game will completely ruin the war battles for you, let me tell you that much. If you like the war battles in this game, don't speedrun this game. It's you will not like them afterwards. Alright, so one small change I made here is I'm going to delay the Master Guard pickup until the second trip, because, I mean, I'm not going to equip it until afterwards anyway, so no rush on it. I also got to see if I can recruit out his boa here. I don't think I can, but I should double check. I feel like I've checked before, though. I feel like because we're in, like, story, his boa is not recruitable when we first traverse through here. No, I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think speedruns ruin games. I think it does depend on the game somewhat. And I think, like, if you play the speedrun, it ruins it more, but I don't think watching speedruns of anything ruins my enjoyment for any game. I guess each their own. I disagree with that. I'm glad to hear that, Yuba. Yeah, it's like, despite this game being a bit of a miserable run in terms of like getting good times and stuff, I still very much love this game. What would it even be anymore? Because first of all, you can't get one away in all octopuses. Or octopi. Actually impossible. One of these random battles, I need to check Meg's HP. Yeah, she's full. I don't see why she wouldn't be, but gotta verify after that incident on Worm. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I feel like that for me, that's why playing the speedruns changes things for me, kind of. Honestly, I think it depends on the game. I think for this game, for example, you can just not use kindness glitch, and most of the stuff you see isn't really relevant anymore. Also, you don't have to push that box in all the way. Anyway, Khan joined us here. Join us. We now have everything we need to defeat Netcore, so now we're just gonna try to get it in Tinto to, you know, fight him. But before that, we're gonna run into this golem. Yeah, if there was some, like... If there was some precedent of that kind of glitch existing, that'd be one thing, but I'm not just gonna pull a glitch out. Come on. So unlucky. That's the worst attack, and it's only a 20% chance, if I recall correctly. Reason being is that it doesn't put me into violence. And then I have to freaking sit through these heal animations. Yeah, this cutscene's so random. Anyway, check out this damage. Casual 13k. Meg kinda strong. The reason that attack he did was bad is because it's the only one that doesn't put Meg into violence. 95 Sheena. I think I will get 100 magic in time. Alright, after this we're gonna do another glitch called Zombie Skip. Alright, so we're gonna try to. We're gonna line up here. Got it first try. Let's go. It's actually fairly tight. It's like a 2-frame window. Alright, I want to watch Sheena's magic here. It's unlikely, sadly. Unless I do a bit of rebalancing. Nice, Sheena got enough magic. I'll be able to do the faster Netcore fight. Sadly, without the use of kindness glitch, she's kind of mediocre in every other aspect. Unless they like maybe rebalance her Unite with Gadget to be a bit more useful or something. And it'd be pretty hard to justify using her. As much as it pains me to say. You would need to get some other improvement somewhere. Yeah, same here, every side. Hope you're enjoying. I did check the requirement. Oh, I didn't even get level 45, Sheena. Did I count that? Oops. I was trying to do that. It's technically faster if you do it properly. So yeah, 100 in Sheena magic unlocks his level 4 spell, which lets me do a faster strat for this fight here. Alright, Victor distracts Netcore here with a nice speech while Khan puts up the ceiling magic thing. And then Netcore tries to use his, what rune was that exact? Blue Moon rune. To escape, and Sierra's like, nope, because she was the former owner of the rune. Alright, here's why this is good. I can now do this Unite. And, if I can have this Unite, this is our first Rune Unite we're using, by the way. You can check out the damage here. If I can have this, I would need to get extra damage, which would involve Khan's Charm Arrow, which meant I would need to do an attack with Ryu for Spark. So he would not be able to do a 4-shot, so I lose out a lot of damage that way. And I have to make up that damage then with a Choco Bolt of Wrath, which I gave the scroll for. Thank you, Evasive. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here as well. Anyway, I hope you guys have enjoyed Gothic Necor. That's all you're gonna hear. Unless they have something in the intermission after my run. What? Okay, where are we? 5:30 timer. I think we're fine. I need to kick out Meg before roughly like 5:35. Because I need to kick her out before 5-hour and 30 mark IGT. That's when she gets another kindness point, and I can't have that. I need her to not get any kindness points. Yeah, it is a much more cool fight than 1, I think. Even though you get the banger theme in this game, like, the fight itself was much more intense than 1. It was a much harder fight. Even ignoring, like, all the glitches and stuff, it was a much more challenging fight. We get Jess. One of my favorite parts about any percent is that we don't get Jess because he's a jerk and kind of dumb. Yeah, we should be fine. Well, once again, one of the annoying things about this run is I have to play around these game time windows. Yeah, right. Everybody's just returned instantly the moment he's dead. Well, yeah, I think Jess made him like the most unlikable recruitable character in this game really easily. And he's really easy to miss too. If you say no to him, he's gone forever. And any percent you do say no to him because it's like 15 seconds faster than recruiting him. He has a lot of dialogue. It's the curse of the unicorn! She may never wake again. Go get these random objects of no importance to save her. This is actually one of the funnier side quests for sure. It's pretty hilarious, especially if you pick the not believing her options, in my opinion. Right. Yeah, Meg. Very important we kick her out here actually, because the kindness point window is like. So I mentioned earlier we get a kindness point in every half an hour mark in game time. We're about to hit that half an hour mark right now. We should have barely dodged it. We should be at somewhere around like 5:28 in game time right now. So if she was in my party for like 2 more minutes, I would have gotten the kindness point, and then I'd have to kill her off again to get her attack back to 999. And there are no more good opportunities to do it. Wait, Kiwi attacks Alex here. Jerk. He's trying to get an info about the SinDar ruins. He's like, what did you find? And it's like, hey, if you really want to know, this is what I found. And it's talking about like Hilda and Pete. Well, you really found was an herb. But, yeah. Same thing. Alright, now we go to south window. I have my last break here. but I don't think I'm gonna take it. I mean, I think I am gonna take the time to put on sweater. Honestly, it's kind of getting chilly here. This NPC is getting in my way. Tango's good. She's one of my favorite characters in both games. I liked her more in 1, actually. I feel like she was better in 1, which is weird because she has 2 rune slots in this game and 1 in 1. But somehow she still felt stronger than me in 1. I guess she's stronger compared to, like, relatively speaking, compared to everyone else. But he got more spells in 1. I mean, he's already been there, technically. The Suikoden 5 takes place like 5 years before Suikoden 2. So he knows all about those ruins already. We're the ones that don't know about him. Yeah, it's the fact that free rune slots is just so OP in this game. Honestly. Now, like, any character that doesn't have free rune slots is just, like, less good. Although for mages, it's much less important to have free rune slots than it is for, like, physical characters. But for mages, well, they're generally better than Tangar. She's like the hybrid. Right, really important that we line up here because it takes forever to walk. Okay. For some reason, anything involving Anui, Ryu walks at the slowest speed possible. So getting good lineup here is a decent little time save. Anyway, enjoy the music. We actually get to hear it because...
Corona el vento de la landa desolata e in questo momento sento qualcosa raggiungendo l'orizzonte apparso vagamente al confine della vista.
Woo! The Anui songs are actually so good. Sadly, you can't hear them all in game, but she has some bangers. It's asking for food again. I fed him like 3 hours ago. It's actually easy to track because... Oops. You see, block my fast path. You know what? I'm gonna take a moment here to feed Batman. Batman's my cat. Hopefully don't chill out for the rest of this. Check out Suiko's source forums. It should be one of the top results there. Sci-Fi Gemini. The Suikoden 2 forum specifically. It's like the bug fix patch, Brad. It's like a patch for like all sorts of bugs in the game, but I just applied a music patch because I want the speedrun to be legitimate, of course. Only thing I want to add is the music. And it lets you choose what you want to apply. Yeah, you can see Tengar literally ran back to bed when we entered. Not fishy at all. I think it's a good thing. I don't see why it'd be a bad thing. Where am I going? To River. I don't see why diagonal movement would be a con. Unless they can really mess it up somehow or something. Yeah, I can't think of any downside to it. In terms of speedrunning, diagonal movement, like, let's say for some weird reason they don't fix the RNG in Suikoden 1, and it's still really, like, messed up and manipulable. Diagonal movement might actually make manipulation harder in that game, because it'll be much harder to, like, maintain consistent movement, because, like, transitioning from, like, say, down to right, you might go diagonally for a certain amount of time. That's actually something I ran into when I was doing a little bit of testing for the PSP version. It was really hard to make a Holy Rune manip. I think I did come up with something, but it was very inconsistent. This was ages ago, though. Well, like, besides that, I can't think of there possibly being any kind of downside. Anyway, this is why we brought Choco along with us for this whole segment. We want to get Sid while we're doing this part of Hicks and Tengar quest. I honestly hope they don't fix it. I feel like at this point it should be part of the game. But I think they will. Yeah, that's true. You could go full analog. It's a valid point. The thing is, for like full analog for like these kinds of games where it's 2D, you'd have to add more sprites. I mean, that's not really an issue, but I don't know how you'd handle like every single like direction, you know? If you have to cover full 360 degrees. The border between Muse and Matilda, you can actually push the like wall pretty much and get to Matilda early. It's very well known about glitch in this game. Some people use it to get Humphrey and Fletch early, some use it for leveling trick, and in speedrun, any percent speedrun, you use it to get the violence and kindness shrooms early while getting those levels as well. It's a really cool glitch, or bug, or feature, whatever you want to call it. If I recall correctly, Bob needs 80 people for him to join your army. We can get him right after doing all that, and it works out perfectly. Hey, out of my way. These kobold man in the worst spots always. Yeah, that's like the traditional thing. People jump to like level 35 or something by going there early, getting Humphrey and Fudge and doing some grinding. I personally don't think that gets you all that much. I don't think it's that interesting or valuable. I think there's much more interesting applications for it. Fun fact, you can still, so casual players might know that Long Chen Chan actually shows up in Matilda, but is not recruitable there because he vanishes, I think. But he's actually recruitable in Matilda. If you, when you go to Peace Conference with Joey, after meeting Luca, you can Matilda glitch to Rockaxe, And if you have Waka both of you can get Long Chan Chan and Matilda. It's a fun use of that glitch, for example. It's also the last opportunity to get Humphrey and Fudge, if you didn't get them on the first trip to Matilda, using the Matilda Gate glitch during that Muse trip. After that, you no longer have any opportunities. Oh, I see why. It's for, was it Civilization? The one game where Gandhi has that AI quirk? Hey, it's a unicorn! So anyway, this whole thing was a ruse to, like, make Hicks basically become recognized as a warrior by his village, sort of deal. And turns out the unicorn was real. And Hicks stands up to it to protect Tangar, and the unicorn gives his blessing. Something like that. I don't remember. That's Siegfried. You can actually recruit Siegfried. We won't be doing it, though, because Siegfried's kind of out of the way for us. Abisboa is much more convenient, along with Feather. We can move again. I should probably look at my screen. Nice, we clipped through that time. Oh! Trolling. I forgot. I got so excited to get out of here. We still gotta get Yuzu. So Yuzu isn't available until we get Hicks and Tangar because we need access to this part of the forest. Where's the sheep? Wow. Actually moved pretty far away. That's the hardest one to get. I think usually you just need to find the free sheep here and capture him. So, I mentioned earlier, I delay, like, I need 63 out of 67 before Gregminster. These are the 4 I choose to delay, and you can kind of see why now. I have to do a lot of, like, traveling around for Hicks and Tangar. Usually requires Hicks and Tangar, and Sid is best done on the way during Hicks and Tangar quest. So that's why I got every other character besides these guys. And I like to do it after I have the mirror. Also, the whole reason I brought Shino along with me is because if I don't, I get a cutscene right about there, where he joins my party, so he can be part of this cutscene. But if you bring him along, that doesn't happen. Plus, giving him that water rune for later is good as well. Alright, Annalie to Max, and then I need Choco and Templeton. Here's Templeton. You go here, Choco here. Set up. So, continuing the plot from here, I need to watch like one cutscene with some of my side characters. This one's the closest one. Hey, there's someone in my room. Who's that? Yeah, that's me. Actually, assassin! Alright, Lucia, whip me. Come on, whip me. I want it. Whip me, Lucia. Yay! Oh, she missed. That's fine. It's just a faster animation. That's the only thing that matters there. 4. If I had a bit more attack, I could actually potentially go for a attack there instead of a spell if I got that counter, but there's no really good way to set it up. I would still rely on the counter. So, Not worth really worrying about that. Take her to the prison because it's faster. You get more dialogue if you let her go. Also, we get the glitched out music here for the castle. I thought Shino, I thought Shino was a girl for a bit in Suikoden 1. You're not the first person to say that today, actually. Alright, so this is another battle where we just want to run away. Yeah, I still don't know to this day if it's an actual glitch or not. Like, that track is so weird. Alright, looks like I'll have to move me like again next turn most likely. You can actually do this fight faster, by the way, if you kill Joey's unit, but it's not very practical. I'd have to do extra setup, I'd have to do fire spears and whatnot. I have to hope that it actually works. Better to just play it safe and do weights. It's like, stay consistent, fast. Have a good day, Yuba. Have fun at work, I guess. Thank you for the good luck. I don't think I've ever heard that in Two River. Alright, we did it! We defeated the Highland army. That was totally, yeah, that wasn't weird at all. So it turns out this battle was actually just a distraction, and they were actually taking over Matilda in the meantime. Meanwhile, we are trying to liberate Green Hill. You actually get to choose what... Oops, picked the wrong option. It's not a big deal, I just add them to my convoy. Waste of time. Oh, it's all a little bit off because I added Shin. Yeah, and there's no reason it wouldn't be. Like, it's still the same game. Like, if you're doing other bug fix patches, then it's not allowed, of course, but if it's just music, why not? Besides, I'm one of the mods, I make the rules, and I say it's allowed. Alright, Shredding Scroll. This is actually something that I fixed recently. Luke's actually too slow at this point, his lower level, like, it's because he hasn't gotten a good level up in a while. He gets outsped by all these soldiers, and it was kind of a pain point. So I set up my speed in a way where I could save that Shredding Scroll so I'd have it available for here. And now this magic, like soldier clears here are safe and consistent. Oh, bad movement. That would make sense. Vengeful Blade upon thee. I honestly don't know enough about like the technical aspects of how like older games, or this game specifically, handle sound in general. I'm not very knowledgeable when it comes to how sound's handled. Oh, that sounds hilarious. Luke 182 magic. I need him to hit 185 before I King's Road a fight. I mean, if he doesn't, that's fine. I can back it up, but just a little bit faster if he does. My movement has not been the best so far. Nice thing about Stallion in your party is the guaranteed let goes, because these enemies are actually quite a bit higher level. And the average, like the sum of their levels is also higher. Attack, fire, explosion, trick room, lightning, shot. The Ryu attack here isn't needed for damage, but I use it to make sure that Meg outspeeds because Spark Room. I don't want to sit through any Lucia magic if she tries to do some magic here. And Meg's speed isn't high enough naturally. 187, nice, have enough. Yeah, Suikoden 1 shredding animation is much better than Suikoden 2 shredding animation for a speedrun. But the Suikoden 1 shredding animation is cooler. Or Suikoden 2 shredding animation is cooler. It's just one animation's really fast, which we like because speed. I like the Earthquake animation from 1 a lot more than the Earthquake from 2, but I guess the 2 Earthquake animation makes more sense. Like, the 1 Earthquake animation is just like a bunch of rocks falling down on enemies. That's more like an avalanche than it is an earthquake. $2.7K, that's nothing. You're about to see some real numbers real soon. I'm sure they'll come out at some point. It's just a question of when. Huh, I very much like the Suikoden 1 shredding as well, but I can't say that's better than Suikoden 2 shredding in terms of animation. Full helmet, that is completely useful. Yeah, landslide's a better word than avalanche. Avalanche just it makes me think more snow. Well, I don't know, landslide feels more like it'd be dirt, whereas it's like boulders for that animation. It still doesn't have an actual release date, I think. I think it's just got, they said 2024. There is no firewall in Suikoden 1, though. Yeah, Flaming Arrow, which I like the Flaming Arrow animation more in 1. Firestorm, which is also cool animation. Dancing Flames, Explosion, Final Flame. I mean, as of right now, it's 2024. If they delay it more, then it'll be 2025. But there's nothing indicating that will be delayed to 2025. Don't need to heal. So, a notable thing about the soldier fight, there's no more commander in here, so it's a bit squishier, which means I can use King's Road now. But even this is a tight kill. I need 185 magic on Luke to kill here. Luckily, he has 187 right now, so we do get this kill. If we didn't, I'd have to have someone attack that middle soldier with the spear, because this is the tankiest one. Rock slide, yeah, I think that's like the most accurate way to describe Earthquake. Also, here's a little fight skip. There's a soldier battle there that we can skip by running around on the right side there by the house. I'm supposed to do one of those at some point, Grimseal, but it's a very much work in progress that I haven't worked on in quite a while. It's kind of horrible to route because so much stuff is based off in-game time. Unlucky. Don't hit Stallion again, please. Right, that's fine. Now, oops, not that. Now we do damage. Or not. I messed up. Okay. Fixing time. Okay. Here's what we'll do. You defend. You defend. Wait. Why did that go wrong? Oh, I must have defended instead of shifting. Yeah, I derped. Okay, I can fix this. I have to improvise a bit, though. Attack, just... Okay, hold on. Let me do some maths. 27, 45, 82... Yeah, we can fix this. It was supposed to hit for 13,000 there. So I have to burn the shredding scroll here, which means by Griffin fight, I'll have to 2-turn, I guess. I'm also gonna have to do one quick menu here to fix my damage. But we don't lose, and that's more important. No, that part was like normal. The thing is, I was supposed to attack with Meg turn 2 and I defended. So she didn't take enough damage from that fire breath attack to put her into violence. I blame this on it being 6 AM for me, and I am tired. Sadly, that was our last big damage number opportunity, so we won't see any more damage numbers like that. Combination of Kindness Rune Glitch, which lets her attack to 1000, or 999. Violence Rune giving our 4.5 times multiplier on her next hit, and Trick Rune doing 3 times damage. So it's just multiplier stacking. Basically 1k times 3 times 4.5. Yeah, just a small hiccup, we're fine. Alright, I need to do this. There we go. And for the Griffin fight, I'm going to change that up a little bit. Alright, here we're going to buy a Kite Rune. And not Resurrection Rune. We're going to attach that to Meg over her Violence. This is why I said it's the last chance to see big damage numbers, because we won't be using Violence anymore. What am I doing? I don't need to do that. I just need to talk to you. I'm actually waiting intentionally for a moment there because she was kind of slow for some reason, and you can actually outrun Lucia there, and that'll skip the trigger. And you actually can run out of Green Hill through the forest if you do that. Like, this scene right here won't be here, and you can run all the way out. And right now, there's actually no way to exit. Anyway, Joey tells us to quit. And we're like, sorry, can't. And Nami's like, hey, why don't you just quit? He's like, I'm sorry, I can't. It's like, oh, okay, I get it now. And then they realize it's like, because of the runes. They're kind of fighting. The fate determined by their runes. I mean, yeah, Violence Rune is like a bookshelf in a Rockaxe appraiser. It's very... That's the only place to get it. It's a very obscure thing. And, like, on top of that, it's not like a crazy powerful rune unless you stack it with a Kindness Glitch. But with a Kindness Glitch, it's insane. Hey, Sovereign Mate. Alright, so here we get to use Annalie in War Battles finally. One of my favorite parts of 108. So Annabelle has an ability called Encourage, which basically, when you use it, all the units around here get an extra turn if they've already moved. So lets me double up my turns. Wait, please. We're gonna Encourage Flick. Over here, and hopefully this Crying Soldier doesn't attack me. It's RNG if he does. He seems to always attack me now. I don't know what happened. He seems to always injure me too. Main character in Suikoden 4 has a Rune of Punishment. I'm stacking Kindness Rune along with next Trick Rune and Violence Rune, Reijuku. Notably the Kindness Rune glitch to give myself a 199 attack. Yeah, it's Suikoden 2. The Jort's True Rune. Oh wait, no, that's Lino's rune. The True Jort's Rune. They're just not programmed to move because they're gonna retreat. Shots. Yeah, Suikoden Tactics is a game. It's actually a pretty decent game in terms of like gameplay. The plot is interesting. Well, if you like goats, might be the game for you. I mean, this game is getting a remaster. It's set to be released somewhere in 2024. Well, it's getting remastered along with Suikoden 1. And I guess if you're saying that you haven't heard about it, so go check out the trailers. There are trailers for it. Although honestly, the trailers don't look that good, so maybe don't check out the trailers. By the way, that golden wolf right there is the fastest enemy in the game. He has somewhere around 160 speed. And the way that speed works in this game for enemies is they don't actually use their speed stat. Well, I mean, they do, but they get their speed stat, and then it's modified by 10% in some direction. It can get up to 10% higher or 10% lower. It's essentially a roll, and that's like the speed they'll use for calculations. Whereas your character's speed is just like their speed. There's no extra RNG to it. So because it's so like fast, it's really hard to guarantee the outspeed on the wolf. But the thing is, not very threatening either, so it's fine. And yeah, if a remaster sucks, just play the old games. Green helmet to the path. Alright, so now we're doing our final recruitment run. I should have maybe brought Luke with me or something. Luca is really excited to talk to Badix. Oh, we don't know what Aiden's gonna be like, yeah, but like spiritually, it's supposed to be very much like the Suikoden series. One of the annoying things about that is it moves the slot there. So we've been blinking mirror by pressing up X this whole time, and then it's somewhere different. Throws you off a bit. This is why we had to talk to Jude, because that triggers us getting Clay here. And we need Clay to recruit Jude. If I forgot to talk to him earlier, I'd have to go all the way back into Green Hill Blacksmith and talk to him and then leave. Alright, so this is where that mistake from earlier is going to bite me a bit. I use a shredding scroll on it, and on the Bone Dragon. And because of that, I can't afford to use one here, so I'm going to have to do a slower fight here. Fight, defend, defend, defend. I'm going to shift, try to save Muku Muku. Because this doesn't kill, and this doesn't do enough damage. Oh, that's interesting. It hit Victor because I shifted. But the shift didn't go through yet. I mean, you could have these tasty griffins. No, normally that's a 1 turn, you just use a shredding scroll, but because of my mistake earlier, we had to make it into a 2 turn. But now we're back on track. So for how bad the mistake was, we didn't actually lose too much. Of course griffins exist in IRL, they just live in Antarctica. You can trust me, I would never lie to you. And I know about this because I also live in Antarctica. I'm actually streaming from Antarctica right now. I have Santa Claus to my left. He can confirm what I'm saying. Sorry, it's almost 7 a.m. My brain is done. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Alright. Cuscus, time for a dance-off. The alternate options for Karen recruitment are hilarious, honestly. Let's do it, sister. Alright, Santa, is Zenball win a good boy this year? He says ask again later. We did it! We won the dance-off! Yeah, music patch. More power of music patch right there. Tesla is your castle blacksmith, and for some reason he doesn't show up. Like, well, he shows up, but it's not recruitable until the very end of the game, pretty much. Okay, who do we get next? Green Hill. No, it's another NTSC bug. Pico. Chrono Cross OST is goated. And so is this game's OST. This OST is also goated. Legend of Mana I'm just not familiar with. Like, I've heard of the game, but I haven't heard it or played it. Wait, and Jude. Jude's our guardian deity guy. Basically throughout the game we can find these things called guardian deity plans. There's 4 animals, a unicorn, turtle, dragon, and rabbit. And there's 4 different parts: legs, head, tail, and body, I believe? Head, body... Yeah, that sounds right. Basically you get those plans, and once you get enough plans you can combine a statue of... You can make a statue of Jude of, like, basically any combination of those 4 things. And depending on what you make, the game will give you certain items. And it's the only way to get certain items, or at least certain items early. It's pretty cool. You can also make some ridiculous stuff. And 100%, if I ever do routing it, it's actually gonna be a pretty important part of it, because it's the best way to get, well, it's the only way to get a Hunter Rune before post-game. And Hunter Rune lets you get guaranteed drops, so more or less. It requires you hitting the enemy, but if you hit the enemy, it's a guaranteed drop. And it reduces your hit rate to 5% unless the enemy is sleeping, in which case it becomes 100%. So you use sleep strats. I'll use it exactly once Sovereign Might. I won't actually be doing Guardian Deity today. I don't have any plans. Besides the ones he comes with, which isn't enough. I just wanted to mention it because it's pretty funny. You can make some weird monstrosity and it rewards you with an item. Yeah, I'll definitely play the remasters despite playing these games a million times. There'll be some new way to experience the games. Even if the remasters are bad, I'll probably still enjoy it. Honestly, I think he looks good in 2 as well. Can I get the window setting in 10? I might have forgotten something important in the cave. We'll see. If I did, I'm gonna have to think about the best way to fix it. I think I know the best way to fix it. It's gonna be suboptimal, but... Okay, no, I didn't forget it. No, we had to get a chest when we were going through the Tinto mines with a window setting to recruit 10 cow. My god, this 7 AM thing is destroying my mind. I can't even remember if I got Connell anymore. And I should have gotten them like 3 minutes ago. I'm pretty sure I did. Unlucky random battle. Armor shop, go, go, go. Get Alberto. Alright, we should be nearing the 100 star mark right now. In fact, we should be at 99 right now, if I recall correctly. At 100 we get Castle Level 4, that unlocks like the rest of the recruits in the game. Also, I completely forgot we still have to do something. Whatever, we'll do it now. Banner Village. I still don't have a Rose Brooch. Since I was gonna save and reload for this anyway, I guess it doesn't really matter. Also, wrong house. Where are we at IGT wise? 13 I think I saw, so some minutes behind. So if I don't get the Rose Brooch here, I'm just gonna reload. Nice, got it. The rapid plans there were for the Guardian Deity thing I mentioned a second ago. Right. I mean, the game kind of encourages it itself. You have Clive side quest. So, I don't necessarily agree with that take. But I think, like, obviously, let me put it this way. By speedrunning this game, I've spent more time with this game than probably any casual player. And I'm not just talking about the cumulative, like, runs I've done. I'm talking about the amount of time invested into learning and working on strats and trying new ideas and exploring mechanics. I have spent a lot of time with this game. In fact, the whole reason I started speedrunning this is because I needed some new way to keep it entertaining for myself because I had played it so damn much. Anyway, the reason I left and teleported back instead of just re-entering is because I needed to enter my castle so I can get castle level 4. I should have been my 100th recruit, which means I should get castle level 4 now. And to get the castle upgrade, I have to enter my castle at least once. I mean, I don't find it that weird. I think it was planned a little bit. Like, Georgia gets a lot of background info in Suikoden 2. In fact, one of the Richmond investigations tells you about, like, what happened between him and the Queen. Or hints at it, rather. So it was planned somewhat, even from 2, probably. Or at least considered. It might have been, like, they gave him an interesting backstory, and then they kind of, like, worked Suikoden 5 a little bit around that. Alright, so if we did things properly, after I get Simone, I should be able to leave the screen and Vincent will show up. If I didn't do things properly, that means, well, we're going to have to figure out who I'm missing. Also, the reason we do things in this order is because when Hoy joins my party, he, well, not when Hoy joins my party. When you get Hoy and you go back to the castle, you get a cutscene with him where he's like, wait, you're really Ryu? Oh shit. Nice. Good. We don't have anyone missing. Also, watch the dialogue after they join here. Like, after they walk away. You get a pretty hilarious line from someone you wouldn't expect it from. I'll let this play out before I go back to what I was talking about before. Muku Muku is the one judging them. It's hilarious. Muku Muku is the one that goes da 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 da. I don't know if you guys find it as funny as I do. I find it hilarious that Muku Muku's judging. Muku Muku, gosh, these weirdos. Anyway, as I was saying, when you recruit Hoy and you go back to the castle, you get a cutscene with him. But if you do recruitment like that, you replace Hoy with Simone right away, you get to skip that cutscene. So that's part of the reason recruitment route's done like that. It's not like, so I guess I'm gonna kind of ruin the illusion here, but it's literally just the second person in your party that has that line. But it's much funnier if it's Muku Muku for me. Yeah, super equip basic sword, nailed it. Doesn't make it any less funny to me though, knowing how it works. Alright, get our octopus. Roar, 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 roar. Roar. Hey, we got Abba's bow. That's our second big animal. We should now be at... Math is hard. Oi is 101, 102, 103, 104. So how does that keep... Like, when I do this, I'm counting 107. Maybe you need, I think you need 101, not 100, to get castle level 4. That's probably where my map is going wrong. Alright, I didn't get this earlier, so we're gonna get it now. Nope, no drink spilled, and I even had 3 different drinks. Only 1 left, but it's still intact. Remember when I missed it? The window setting I got for 10 cal was in the chest coming up north here. Like, there's a fork here where you can go up or right. If you go up, there's 2 chests. The right chest is a window setting. You can kind of see it as we run by here. Well, not really. Yep, time to get Mazis. I really hope I don't spill it. It's right by where my PC is. If I spill it, PC explodes, and you guys don't get to see the end of the run. I got Mazis. Alright, next is Pesmerga. We didn't have any failed Vicky teleports. Cool. 2% chance that she failed teleports you. Alright, so we have to run through this whole cave now. There's no dragon armor from failed teleports. There's mole armor, if I recall correctly, along with a Boot Gate rune and Mega Medicine X9. But that's only if she fail teleports me to a Radat room. She can fail teleport me somewhere else. There's a lot of places she can fail teleport to. I have had runs where I've got failed teleported into the Radat room before, by the way. It has happened before. Easy. I mean, it's not relevant what my time is because Meg won't be in my party until like final dungeon, but still want to glance at it. Yeah, no, there's only like one unique play, like the only one place where there's stuff to get that you wouldn't be able to get normally. That's the Radat secret room. Right, we're gonna get Peshmerga. So, like, normally when we recruit characters, we don't want to add them to our parties because it just takes longer. But Peshmerga, we actually want to make sure we do add because he comes with a level 14 weapon, and the requirement to get Genshu, our last star, is to have someone to put a level 14 weapon in the party. So Peshmerga actually fits that bill, and like the thing is, there's literally no other way for us to get a level 14 weapon quickly at this point. So this works out beautifully. Lady, out of the way. Oh yeah, definitely. Throw him on my party right away because it's a very useful combat character. We'll definitely be using him quite a bit. Sure. So if I was a very careful man, I would now go to like a room where I could save, or check the stone tablet to see if I got everyone, but I have confidence in myself. I probably shouldn't because I'm tired as hell, but I'm pretty sure we got everyone. My recruit checks were pretty good. It's like, if I got Vincent in the right spot, it's very unlikely that I miss anyone, because if I'm missing even one person, Vincent won't show up. And after that, there's not many people to get. And rune slots are kind of OP. And it's not just that. There's also more equipment slots that you can use on Taio. But you have to put more effort into Taio than you have to into Peshmerga. But even less effort than Peshmerga is mages. Mages, you throw on the rune and they are good to go. That's what we'll be doing. Okay, so what we need to see here is Lek not show up. If that doesn't happen, then we have made a terrible mistake and I can no longer get the best ending, and I'm probably gonna have to reload a save state or something. Right, we're good. Well, actually, yeah, I did make the save and banner pass. We'd be able to use that. We would lose like a solid 10-15 minutes. I forgot we had that, because I normally do it much earlier. Yeah, Tomo is an easy one to kind of forget, but out of the way. I can see Tomo being forgotten. Anyway, plot. We're gonna attack the Matilda right now, and basically, Shu kind of asks you for a big favor here. He needs someone to attack the mercenary fort to make Highland split their forces, pretty much. It's kind of like a suicide mission, more or less, and Kiba agrees to do it, so we're seeing him off, but it's incredibly dangerous. We are prepping to attack Matilda now. I will make one final save here. This is kind of unnecessary, but we did have, in the last questing for glory, RJ die on this war battle. It was a never before seen death, never seen since. It was great. Well, it wasn't great, it ruined everything, but like, it was classic marathon luck. So, just in case I'm making a save there. That doesn't sound right. I don't think there's dragon armor in there. I could be wrong. I remember it being mole armor. I remember some being something more niche. Dragon armor is rather boring. Oh, I just realized I've been moving into the wrong spot. Whatever. Too late now. The idea is to set up a choke point. This definitely isn't correct. I think I made this mistake 2 runs in a row. He was supposed to move right, not up. The idea behind this battle, it ends in 3 turns automatically, so I'm not trying to win or anything. What I want to do is try to set up choke points. So, there's less combat. I sadly did not execute it properly. But either way, it doesn't matter all that much. It's not a pool, the chests are set. It's definitely not a pool. This is actually going pretty well. These archers are choosing not to attack me. As soon as I say that, they attack me. Anyway, like, in terms of time, all I care about in this war battle is less actions, the better. Because these battle animations take time, and I'd rather not take time. I want this to be fast. Nice, he got blocked. Yeah, this formation's bad. I need Victor to go to the right. There's way too much contact with these side units. Normally there isn't this much. No one's actually getting injured at all. It's kind of unusual. Uber usually hits some people. It's not even unlikely for like Victor's unit to go down here, or for Gilbert's unit to go down, or for Teresa's unit to go down. But if no one dies, that's good for me. It means there's no chance of anyone perma-dying. Although I think at this point, if someone perma-dies, you still get the best ending. I'm not sure on that, but there have been reports of still getting best ending even with a perma-death by another runner. And I assume after this point, since we already got like the Forgiver sign, I think it might not matter at this point anymore if anyone perma-dies. I could be wrong. I actually have been wanting to test that for quite a while. And I haven't gotten around to it. Anyway, basically we faked the flank with like a unit coming from the northeast, and they retreated because of that, but it was actually like Barbara, Leona, Alex, Hilda. Yeah, it was basically a fake army. We bluffed it. Pretty cool strat. Anyway, time to infiltrate Rockaxe. Basically, we're gonna infiltrate Rockaxe and replace their flag with my flag, signaling our takeover, and that'll kind of like make him stop fighting. Or what's the plan? I'm not gonna take anyone with me here because at the end there is a cutscene that'll play if I have any extra party members with me, and I don't like cutscenes. They're slow. Additionally, the time it takes to add people also kicks in. It ain't fast adding party members. The downside, though, is this can be a pretty dangerous trip. I will not have any guaranteed runs during this area, at least until I clear some battles towards the end. Another thing about Rockaxe is the encounter rate is super high. Literally instantly get the old battle. It can be a bit dangerous here as well. There are certain enemies called cockatrices, and they can petrify you. So if I see any groups of those, I am going to bribe them. But this will just be me running through more or less. Oops, wrong way. I should just very much follow my notes here because brain don't work anymore. So these are the cockatrices I mentioned earlier. We will be bribing them. Alright, from here I think I know the way. Everything kind of looks the same in here, so it can be kind of hard to navigate. Grabbing this. No way I'm risking a failed there. Very high encounter rate, but no fail escapes, so some good, some bad. So here's our first forced battle. This is what I needed to save shredding scrolls for. This is how we're gonna clear them. Also, I did do a formation swap for Nanami and Ryu. The only reason I did that is because it saves you one input on those shredding scrolls. Because if Nanami defends, I don't have the Unite option. Also, we get a nice big level jump for Nanami here. We jump to 63. Very good for her. So she's much more useful in combat now. Hopefully we'll get to take advantage of it. Force battle, same thing here, shredding. Oh, if I had other characters, I'd get a cutscene there. That's also why I stopped moving. It's actually kind of like lagging there because it's trying to load a cutscene and it's like, oh wait, I don't need to. Anyway, Joey's finally like ready to fight us. And he tells us why he's fighting. I was like, yeah, same reason I'm fighting here. Wants to create one single powerful nation. Where one where something like what happened to Villica can never happen again. And Gerudo was like, oh, both leaders are here. I can take them both out at once. Ryu patiently waiting for his turn as his sister is blocking all the arrows for him. And we get a boss fight. So we get Joey back here, and he joined the 5 levels higher than our main characters, so he is mega strong now. Has 2 level 4 spells. And here we use the one only time when we'll use the level 4 right shield spell. It's a pretty cool spell. Well, heals your party, and then does 2,000 damage to one enemy. Downside though is a very long animation time to it. Unlucky. Or crystals back. Well, at least he did the faster spell. But he also went for the worst target, because now Joey will get a self-heal. It takes more time. down. One of the more satisfying deaths in this game. Kuruto just instantly dies. Fades out of existence. Feels good, man. And Joey, instead of fighting us, decides to leave so we can get Nanami help. So my last run, I named my main character Help Please, and Nanami leading with the line, Help Please, made me crack up. It actually fits so well. But yeah, rest in peace Nanami. Sadly, level 63 could not save her. Maybe we needed to get to like level 65 or something. Then she could have survived. If she had a little bit more skill, maybe she would have parried the 4th arrow. I blame myself. Alright, have a good night, Nacho. Get some rest. Feel better. Joey tells his army to retreat, even though they're kind of winning, just so we can get Nanami medical help right away. Just secret master proverb. Includes fire powering. I actually don't really even need to toss anything. So you have 30 seconds here before the plot triggers. So you just want to move into the right spot, do a bit of inventory management. Not much else to do here. I always thought it was a minute, but it's 30 seconds. If it was a minute, I could actually make it to Barbara and maybe steal someone's equipment. But I don't quite have that much time. So the requirements are 108 stars. She has to be wearing any kind of body armor. Like, she can have a tunic. In fact, I think that's what she has for me. She has a tunic from her starting equipment. And you need to pick an option when she, like, goes to parry the arrows. Either option's fine. And we did save her. When Shu got called to talk to... got called out to, like, you know, the place. My brain is so done. If Quan asks for Shu, that means we saved her. The rumor before is that you needed 127 defense on her, but Psychedelist, the guy that made the hard mod for this game, he did a lot of digging into game mechanics. I can move here. And he discovered that you don't actually need 127 defense, she just has to be wearing some kind of body armor. That was the one that people didn't know about. Like, didn't know concretely what you needed there, but naturally when they were trying to get her high defense, she would get some kind of body armor, so people just assumed it was the defense thing. But the defense, when they were setting her up to have enough defense, they were just giving her body armor, and that was the actual requirement. Yeah, just over to 99. Oh no, roughness. Bible thumping by the thumbnail. Here people are kind of like encouraging us. We just basically have to go watch a cutscene, and I find this cutscene hilarious. I'll explain why in a moment. Basically, it's just a cutscene between Shu and Apple. And Shu tells her to pick a card. And she picks a fire card. There's like other stuff in the conversation they don't remember. That's the part that makes me laugh. So anyway, after this, we're gonna have another war battle where it's like we have no control, really. And Shu's kind of basically burned the forest down and almost die to fire. And the thing is, there aren't very many other options on like what else you can use there. So I think it was always his plan to use fire. Which makes me think he had like maybe 3 fire cards there and had Apple pick one just so she would feel guilty about his death if he died. Like, what would the other cards be? Water? Gonna flood the forest? That doesn't make sense. Lightning? How are you gonna lightning the forest? Earth? Are you gonna trigger an earthquake? Really, fire was the only option that I can think of anyway. Why leave your strategy up to a random card pull anyway? Yeah, that's why I think he's just messing with Apple. He is kind of a jerk. And Apple blames herself, like, before she realized he survived because, like, she pulled the fire card. Maybe. That's the best theory I've heard so far. Oh yeah, I've meant to cover this multiple times now, and I kept on forgetting, but something I forgot to mention about elemental runes is that each character has their own like rune affinities. Basically means they're like more proficient with certain elements than others. And a lot of my setups so far, I've been trying to take advantage of that. That's like where a lot of value for some characters comes from. For example, Tomo is an A-tier Earth Mage, which is very rare in this game. Ailee is a C-tier Lightning Mage, so she is not as good as, say, Anita, actually. Anita is a B-tier Lightning Mage. Ryu's a C-tier Lightning affinity, so he's also pretty mediocre in that regard, but like, it's good enough. The most important thing is not to use E-tiers, because E-tiers can backfire. And that includes scrolls as well. You can backfire with scrolls, something I was hoping wasn't the case. This battle, you can literally do nothing about it. I mean, you can't do anything. You don't have any control. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be around Cairo. I think that little town in the bottom right there is supposed to be Cairo. Speaking of Flick, he actually only has a B affinity for Lightning. He's not even a top tier Lightning Mage. Like, he's good, but there's better. Although A-tier Lightning Mages are pretty rare. Off the top of my head, I can only think of Mazis. I know there's more, but they're not coming to me right now. Alright, well, I got 1 attack. Not too bad. Basically, you can get attacked the maximum of 2 times in this fight. Once by Leon, once by Colgan. Yeah, that could be it, Propness. That's the only thing that really makes sense, but... how do you put those on the card? I guess it could just be like... oh, this is a 2 frontal assault. This is a 5. Some other variation. I don't know. I just find that scene silly. It's partially because I've seen it so many times that I've had a lot of time to think about it. But that seems so weird to me. Wait, Shu and Leon are having a heated discussion about the value of strategists and like how they're only important. Like Leon does this because he's only important during war. Hey, Kirby. And here we get sad music because we think Shu died. But Victor, the MVP, saved his life. Alright, final war battle, yay! So the goal for this battle is to have a unit enter El Ronel, basically the 9 tiles from the city there. I guess it's not 9, I think it's actually 5 tiles, I think the corners don't count. Whatever, that's not what I had in mind, but sure, it doesn't matter. Alright, what we're hoping for here is Han not moving to the left. He tends to move to the left because he's a jerk. Like that. Thanks for proving my point. That cost me 1 turn and some dialogue. Because now I can't enter that left side, so it takes me one turn longer to enter. He's done this all, like, every time I've done this recently, he has blocked me. I think it's just slated to release for, like, somewhere in 2024. There hasn't been too many updates. I don't remember if that works, so let's just do it like that. Yeah, that was one of the really cool things about this game. And being able to get the hero from the first game, amazing. Especially for the era it came out in. Alright, Sheena. Click. Meg. And swap you two. How did I decide I want to do this? Because I realized what I was doing doesn't work here. You know what, let's do it this way. This is like the less safe variation. Because Meg can get outsped here, and then I might have to eat some Lucia attacks. It's also faster. So it basically comes down to speed. Meg is naturally faster than Lucia, I think, but depends on the speed rolls from Lucia. That's unlucky. Got one of the slowest animations too. I am now axing the game like crazy, as you saw. Bushifree is actually a pretty dangerous boss, by the way. She has big AoE damage, and she hurts. Plus she's fast, and she hits 3 times per turn. I didn't really mention the backstory of Teresa and Lucia. Basically, Teresa's father was involved in Lucia's father's death or something like that, and was really screwed over the Karai clan, something along those lines. Teresa didn't know about it, but she's like, well, she says she wants to make it right, whatever happened. And she actually trusts her for whatever reason. Kite, take her back, shredding, get back. Yeah, you can get all 108 stars without even loading data. I think it's a side effect of me having to be quiet, high spirits. Too tired to laugh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to disappoint. Shift, defend. Hits, defend. Yeah, I've actually still never beaten the Luke stuff in 3. I don't know why, I just never wanted to play it. Like the Luke perspective. I think it's like by the time I got to that point in 3, the game had warned me out. I was just like, you know what, I don't need to know. I already know what happened here. Let's freeze the camera for the hell of it. I think you can beat me. Well, I actually don't know this one. Okay, it's an attack. Unlucky. That means it adds a turn. I should have. Okay, dude. You're just defending, I guess. That's fine. What a jerk. He did the slowest possible thing. It's a 4-turn fight. He defended 3 times in a row. 4 times in a row. Oh, it is Han. This is the guy that had that duel against Kaku way back. The former bearer of the Black Sword rune. He's dead now. Rest in peace, Han. I didn't know there was full mangas for 1, 2, and 3. I know about 3. I'm not familiar with the ones for 1 and 2. I'd prefer he fight back. That was his choice. It's better for me if he fights back. I can kill him faster that way. Yeah, it turns out he didn't get all 108 stars in Destiny, so he just dies when that happens. Unlike what we do. Yeah, I haven't really mentioned Kite Rune. So Kite Rune is what we're using to clear all these soldier fights here. We have it on Meg, and it was a discovery we made when we were like kind of routing any percent. Turns out that rune is actually really fast animation-wise. It's by far the fastest way to clear multiple enemies. So this is another reason why Meg is so good. Kite Rune can only be used by Darts class weapon users. It's menuing, and Meg happens to be a Dart class weapon user as well. So that's another thing going for her. But yeah, Lucia tanks it like a champ. It's because she's young and not actually Highland. Okay, the reason I shift with Mazis is because it saves an input on Meg's Kite. Because then she was shift as an option, so I can press up instead of having to just like press down down. The thing is, the shift animation, like menu animation, is slightly slower than the defend animation. So I don't want to shift unless it's necessary. Oh, I don't know if I have a favorite. There's so many cool unites in this game, actually. I kind of like Schoolgirl. I don't remember that was the name of it, but the one with Nina and Flick, that's a cool one. It's actually really good, too. I've considered using that in the run before, but it never quite pans out. The problem is you lose access to Flick in too many spots, like the Network segment. There, I forgot to shift. I think I'll make one final safety save before seeing Colgan. I have to talk to Save Crystal anyway for my free heal. And you never know, something can go wrong. I doubt it, but why not just play it safe? So this save crystal actually gives you a full heal, so you don't have to like backtrack to restore your MP. We're using Sheena because he has a water rune on. We had a convenient timing to put it on. Basically, it just worked out nicely. He could be replaced by anyone with a water rune that has a roughly right amount of speed. Blazing Camp. Let's see, Colgan. Lake. Seed. Rune Colgan. Seed. So, Seed resists fire, Colgan resists lightning. But neither of them really resist water. So these Thors do full damage to Seed. He has 4,200 HP, this will mostly kill him off, but then the rest of the damage is done with the Blazing Camp that Mazis will cast at the end. That's annoying, but it doesn't matter. Actually, I wonder what the odds on that are. That might have been a 1% miss. Because Ryu has really good tech. Yeah, that was a 1% miss on Colgan right there. He has 194 tech. That is not a lack of tech miss. That is a 1%. That's pretty funny. If that was Meg, I was actually in trouble. If Meg ever misses one of those 1%, it really hurts. Ryu doesn't matter at all. At least not in this fight. It's not just for this Rune Unite. Water Rune is really good in this upcoming fight right here. I haven't talked about it at all, but we will be using Water Level 4 spell for the first and only time in the run. It's a move called Silent Lake, and what it does is it prevents all magic. Yeah, casual 1%. Yeah, Seed and Colgan are tragic characters for sure. They just picked the wrong side and they died for it. But they were like, they weren't bad people, they weren't evil or anything. They just wanted what was best for their country. That's the cool thing about this game. It's not like good versus evil or like villains. You know, heroes versus villains, so to speak. I mean, it has some aspects of that with Luca, Blight and whatnot, but all in all, it's just everyone's kind of trying to do what they consider to be the right thing. And it's a nice change from a lot of RPGs where it's like save the world from evil sort of deal. I say that though, and we're about to fight a gigantic golden wolf monster as our final boss, so. Anyway, the reason that Joey's kind of been sticking around and been tired and all that is because when Luca did that ritual back in Muse around refugees, he was trying to unseal the Beast Rune, one of the 27 true runes. And Joey's been using his Black Sword rune to kind of stop it. And here they release it just to see, hoping that we can defeat it and like, you know, seal it away again. I think that's the logic here. Beautiful fight coming up. So some mechanics here. The rune takes half damage from everything but Rune Unites, so it's really important that we use Rune Unites to kill it. It also protects the other parts of this fight, like the other components. Right head earlier. I was saying the wrong thing. But here we use a ton of Blazing Camps. Blazing Camps are really good in this fight because they hit everything. Main target takes 2k damage before resistances, and then the secondary take 1300 before resistances. A main target plus secondary target will kill the rune, and then we can start focusing on the heads. Sadly, they do have fire and lightning resistances, like one each on the heads, so we don't do a massive amount of damage with these, but we do enough. The other thing about this fight is that left leg there has an ability that can cast like random statuses on everyone in their party. So that's why we use Silent Lake here. That prevents that. So the only thing that can happen on this turn is the right head might use this AoE sword attack, but if it doesn't, then we got a good fight. If it does, well, it's fine. Next turn though, the right leg can revive the rune. The right head can do up to 3 sword attacks. And the left head and left leg can't do anything because of the silent link. So we're gonna have to kill the right leg and right head right away. That's our goal here. Nice, good fight. Attack, defend, kite, shredding, and attack. So the shredding and the kite rune will kill the, plus the Sheena attack. The Sheena attack actually matters. We'll kill the right head and the right leg here. And then it's just a matter of killing the left head. You don't actually have to kill all the parts, you just have to kill the rune and 2 main heads. That crit's bad. It doesn't kill anything, like, it doesn't do anything extra, and you get a lot of lag. Egg crit? Oh, that would have saved time. As you can see, the Beast Rune literally did nothing in this whole fight. That's the power of Silent Lake, and some good luck with the right head. Okay, that crit does not help much. Oh my god. The game is just like optimizing for lag right now. I don't think that was his justification. Well, that was part of his justification, maybe, but I feel like there's a conversation that he has with Shu and now like Burning Forest. Basically, it's like we only have value during times of wars. I feel like he kind of does enjoy war in a way because it makes him useful, and that's why he gets involved. That's a pretty funny justification for Luke Propness. I like that. Alright, endgame stuff. We're gonna go become the leader of our new country, JKLLL. We're gonna go meet Joey on the mountain and kick his ass. JKLL, we're gonna let him kick our ass because it'll make him feel better. So we're in that vlog now. Like, you can go and do random stuff like cook-offs and like explore and whatnot, but one of the annoying thing is you can no longer access your tavern, so you can't add people to your... Well, you can access the tavern, but like Leona won't let you add characters to your party. So you're kind of limited in what you can do. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, because, you know, we're in the post-game. The only thing that makes me sad is because if you go back to Cairo now, you can like dig under the tree where Muku Muku was, and you get some really good stuff. Notably a Hunter Rune, which lets you get guaranteed drops. I was really hoping you could use that to do things, but no such luck. It's kind of hard to make it work with one-person party. Oh yeah, doesn't it give you like a million? Doesn't it give you like all tier 2 runes in Saja or something? I forget. In Epilogue. There's actually not a bounce on the screen you can do, but it's not possible during this part of the story. If I came back here at like before Beast Rune, there's a pretty cool auto bounce you can do. You can run it all over the screen. You can run on that waterfall over there. I mean, no, you can beat the monsters. They're not that tough. They're like El Ren tier monsters. Alright, good. I remember that one correctly. It's actually faster to get myself killed off here, so... Bad move? I'm actually not sure. Okay, that doesn't attack. I need to change how my chart is here. Should have done the... Oh, it doesn't matter, because this will end after 3 turns. Wait, what? Huh? I could have sworn this was turn gated. Oh, I guess I misremembered. It was damage gate. For a second, I thought I messed up the ending. Oh, is that how it works? That's interesting. No, like, I've had triple defend before and it's continuous, so I think SRD's right. It's probably me wild attacking that changes it. I guess I can stop matching text here. We're good. We're doing good on schedule. Well, you guys enjoyed the text? Yeah, it's another music patch thing. So I guess I gotta fix my notes for this fight. Because I don't like how they're structured at the moment. It makes it hard to see what Joey's action is. No, attacks are always worth it on them. You just have to play properly then. You can't just AFK defend afterwards. Which I didn't know. Because you always take enough damage within 3 turns to trigger the gate. You must understand. Alright, time is coming up really soon, by the way. We have, like, less than a minute left. I'm not sure exactly because I'm gonna let the text play here, but it's pretty soon. Flashback to about half an hour ago. Also, Kiba died in that 4th battle. I neglected to mention that. Rest in peace, Kiba. He is our permanent character death of this game. Cried for sub 7 now, I'll pass. I don't have enough sanity left for that. Or actually, I have too much sanity left for that. I mean, he doesn't count as not a star. Time is now. I kind of forgot to call that out, so sorry about the short notice, but anyway, it's fine. Who cares? There we go, we did it, GG! Not bad, honestly, for a marathon run. I even took my time to show off some text. Pretty good. I've had worse PB attempts, and I definitely made quite a few mistakes in here. So, pretty happy with this. I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you everyone for the GGs. Oh, thank you for the compliment. I don't even get coffee. I have a dentist appointment in 2 hours. I am gonna get some coffee and get ready for that. So, yeah, I hope you all have a great time. If you guys haven't played Suikoden games before, I highly recommend them. It's an amazing series. 1 and 2 are definitely the best, along with 5 probably. If you do want to play these, I recommend going 1 and 2. But they're all great games. So, if you haven't played them, do it. Or you can wait till the remasters come out. Or Aiden is coming out fairly soon, which isn't the Suikoden game, but it's made by the same director, Mr. Murayama. And it'll probably be amazing as well. And thank you, High Spirits, and all the other people involved for organizing this, for having me, and for putting on this great event. I hope you all enjoyed, and I will be heading out. Sorry, I won't let all the credits play out because other runners are ready to show off more games for you. So, yeah. Thanks for watching, everyone. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the marathon. Bye, guys.